A pleasant good morning to viewers, to viewers are locally, regionally, and internationally. At Arnos Vale, it's this day 2 of this CWI Under 19 tournament, presently taking place here at Arnos Vale and at 2 other venues at Cumberland and Park Hill. It's a cloudy morning, a bit of a early morning showers, so to speak. And we are hoping that the wind will continue to blow the clouds to the west, somewhere into the Grenadines and other areas in the Caribbean Sea. Trinidad and Tobago, yesterday they got to 107, and Barbados replying strongly, won 93 for 2. 93 for 2. Of course, the other 2 games are on. It's Jamaica against Windwards at Cumberland. Overnight score 265 Jamaica. Windward 69 for 2, and at Park Hill, Guyana 73, Leeward Islands 119 for 4. The players are out, the batsmen are just reaching the square, so to speak, where the battle will start in a very short while. We'll see what tactics Trinidad and Tobago will use this morning. So maybe I'm certain they'll be looking to effect an early breakthrough. Good morning to all our scorers. To my right, all 3 of them, and 1 to my left. So we have 4 female scorers. And of course, good morning to you, Osnet Kato, and of course, brother on the opposite side next to him, brother Cruikshank. So, good morning to you, Osnet. Good morning to you, Cruikshank.
Yeah, good morning to you, Gunny, and to all our viewers locally, regionally, and internationally. It's a bit cloudy, as you mentioned. Perhaps the fast bowlers would feel comfortable in these conditions in trying to get an early breakthrough for Trinidad and Tobago.
So it's slip, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, mid-wicket. This one on the leg stump and clipped away. I'll identify the batsmen at the moment. So the batter is Don. Don is moved on from his overnight position of 25. He goes up to 26. And Bolden will come into strike. He is on 21 or 22? 22, right. It's 94 for 2, and at the bottom side, seems to be James, it is? Chase. Outside the off stump and through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Trinidad and Tobago will be certainly looking for an early, or maybe an early wicket or 2 here this morning, trying to bring themselves back into this game. Barbados in pole position as the overnight batsmen Don and Bolden will be looking to try and consolidate from their position and put a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago squad. 94 for 2. The flags are fluttering in the breeze. The Vincent flag, the Trinidad and Tobago flag, the Barbados flag, and of course the Cricket West Indies. Not one outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there is no run. 94 for the loss of 2. So how was the night, Osnet?
It was a good night. A bit of showers up my side. I'm not sure what the weather was like up by you, Gunny. I believe we had a bit of showers. And hopefully we have a good day's cricket today.
Chase from the southern end. Again, outside the off stump, and it's even wider, and the signal are wide by the umpire. The total goes up to 95 for the loss of 2. Down on this side, we definitely had some rain as well, much needed by the farmers, Central Water and Sewerage Authority. So we all should be extremely grateful to the good Lord for allowing that rain to fall. The rain falls on the just and on the unjust. 95 for the loss of 2. Chase from the southern end, outside the off stump, a good one, and he played at it, missed, taken cleanly by Kisunat. Good delivery there, right on target, right on the money, so to speak. And more of these deliveries, I suspect the skipper Ramlal to be hoping from Chase, and whoever is going to continue from this, the top end, I rather suspect will be Agard. Those type of deliveries is what they're hoping for very early in the morning, as Bolden played and missed. Chase in outside the off stump, no ball, call and signal there by umpire. In addition to the total, a sundry to the total makes it now 96 for the loss of 2. But importantly, the bowler Chase is ensuring that he's trying his best to keep those deliveries just thereabout in the good areas, hoping to effect an early breakthrough for the lads from Trinidad and Tobago. Chase in. This one outside the off stump again. He played at this one, flirted at that one, missed. Taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. 96 for 2. 2 very good deliveries for the morning from Chase. One wide and no ball, and a couple of deliveries a little too wide outside and the offside. 96 for 2, Barbados resuming, and 93 for 2. They have gone on to 96, getting closer to the Trinidad and Tobago's first inning total of 107. This one outside the off stump, a bit too wide, taken cleanly by Kisunat. The end of a mixed bag over, if you want to put it that way, from Chase. 96 for 2, Barbados replying to Trinidad and Tobago 107.
A mixed bag indeed. We had a wide, also no ball. Chase perhaps have a slight no ball problem. We saw a couple of those yesterday as well. But he bowled a very good line. He went past the outside edge a couple of times in that over. So overall, I think the captain will be pleased with that start. It's important that you set the right tone all in the morning. So hopefully more of the same from Chase as time goes by.
Yes, hopefully you'll be able to keep that line as far as skipper Ramlal is concerned. And Trinidad and Tobago. Cloudy morning. Persons continue to join the live stream. Good morning to all. Barbados resuming in 93 for 2. They are now 96 for the loss of the same 2. Good morning to our local, regional, international who are viewing this game here live from the Arnos Vale playing field here in SVG. Now at the top end here, it seems to be Singh, is it?
Yeah, Vincent Singh.
Vincent Singh. Very attacking field, and the correct thing to do, attack. He's trying to get early wickets. Singh, the leg spinner from the top end. I'll get to his field in a moment after this delivery. First delivery outside the off stump. Spinning by, taken claim by the keeper, and there's no run. There's a slip. Gully, silly mid-off, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a square leg. A pretty attacking field. Singh in. That one, he pushed it back to Singh. That's Dawn, and there is no run. Looking to feel his way early in the morning here at the Arnos Vale playing field. Vincent Singh outside the off stump and forced away there by Dawn through the covers. They will only have one. He goes up now to 27, 97 for the loss of 2. As the field rearranges itself for the left-handed bowler. Same type of field. I'll get to it one more time. Get to the field after they have settled themselves. Slip, silly mid off, straightish cover, short, mid off, backward point, leg slip. In goes Singh, and Bolden pushes that one out to that straightish extra cover, and there is no run. 97 for 2 here at Arnos Vale. Barbados replying to Trinidad and Tobago's meager total of 107 made yesterday. Singh in, he goes, and he forces that one out onto the shin, so to speak, of man at silly mid off, but certainly they're wearing all sort of protective gear, so he's quite comfortable. Singh from the top end, in, forward defensive he goes. End of the over, the end of a pretty good over, on target, so to speak, just one run in the over, and certainly he's continuing from where he left off yesterday. 11 overs, 3 maidens, none for 24, but certainly right on the money, first up this morning.
Yes, a very good over there by Singh. He has looked perhaps Trinidad's most threatening bowler without getting any form of success. The majority of his overs were bowled from the southern end, And I think late yesterday afternoon, he moved to the northern end where he looked a bit more threatening, got a bit more turn, a bit more bounce, went past the outside edge of the captain a couple of times. So Trinidad will be looking to him as their trump card to actually get the wickets column moving.
From the
looks like Joshua
southern
Davis.
end, there'll be a change in bowling. Maybe the skipper had different thoughts. Despite the overcast conditions, no threat of rain, he decided he was going with an all-spin attack. After that, 1 over from chase. So now the off-spinner Joshua Davis from the southern end with a slip, leg slip, silly mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square leg, mid-off, cover, backward point. Back he goes and forces it back to the bowler on the onside of the track. Total remain 97 for the loss of 2. As Joshua Davis from the southern end, the off spinner. And
all the wickets.
Caught.
Jagasa.
One that flighted. He pushed at it and he got a little bit of a turn. Very early wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. So Don goes, Scott Jagasa off the bowling of Davis. An early strike here by Trinidad and Tobago, just what they needed. And Barbados was hoping that wasn't going to happen. And the main man, so to speak, who got 100 in the previous run, he is gone for 27. Barbados 97 for 3.
Good delivery there by Davis. One thing we have seen from him is his ability to get the ball to turn. He's not a tall man, but he has been able to extract some turn from this wicket. And it was a good flighty delivery. Dawn perhaps not settled as yet for the day. Leaned forward and he took an inside edge and a very good catch there by Jagasa. Was done well at short leg.
Yes, and a much needed early wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. Roach, I understand, is the new batter. Romario Roach, he replaces Don, who was caught at short leg of Jagasa of the bowling of Davis for 97. 97 for the loss of 3. And Trinidad and Tobago struck very early, 4th over of the morning. And with the spinners on, we can surely say that we'll get in a number of overs for the day. Barring any interruption, we are going to certainly have a number of overs. So it's really and truly a diet of spin bowling here from the Trinidad and Tobago squad. Romar Roach, the left-hander, joins his skipper, Bolden, at the southern end. As the field is being rearranged by skipper Ramlal. There's basically 2 slips now. 2 slips, silly mid-off, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, and a short square leg. Joshua Davis wrung the wicket from the southern end. Overcast conditions. Barbados having lost a very early wicket this morning, as Davis, the off-spinner, will bowl his first delivery to Roach. In. This one too wide outside the off-stump to lure Roach into any shot. Taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. 97 for 3. They're just 10 runs behind, but with 7 wickets intact, and the Trinidad skipper hoping to apply some pressure with his spin attack. Again, outside the off stump, too far to attract a shot from Roach. Taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. 97 for 3. The sun peeping through the clouds that are wrong. Bit of a sunshine on the ground itself. Forward defensive goes Roach and bended knee, and there is no addition to the total. And certainly the Barbados team will definitely be under pressure from the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowling from both sides, north and south. Leg spin, off spin. So one outside the off stump, not a track and a shot. The end of a wicket maiden from Joshua Davis, just what the doctor ordered for the Trinidad and Tobago squad.
Yeah, well bowled by Davis. As we said before, the only way Trinidad are going to get back into this match is by getting wickets. So an early wicket there for Joshua Davis will give him some confidence moving forward. It was a good move as well because the captain started with chase from that southern end, but after 1 over, he would have removed him from the attack and brought in Davis. So we must applaud the captain there for a good decision in the end.
Well, their strength is in their spin bowling, so he has to employ them as soon as is humanly possible. And maybe he looked at what Chase did. Nothing really happening in that over with a mixed bag over there from Chase. So he decided to revert to his strength, which is spin. This one flighted and Bolden was in all sorts of tangles there. And fortunate to be still there, wasn't it?
Yes, I think Singh has troubled him from the spell yesterday afternoon. So the ability of Singh to actually get the ball to move away from him as well, perhaps not picking him as well as he should. So it's going to be a good contest moving forward.
Drove at that one and it went into his pad from the inside portion of his bat. Flighted and he drove this one. This is a good shot. Flighted too close to skipper Bolden, and he drove it sweetly out through the offside for a boundary that brings up the Barbados and Tobago's. Barbados to 100. They are now on 101 for the loss of 3. But a fine shot there from Bolden.
Yes, a good shot. A bit overpitched there by Singh, which you have seen a couple of those yesterday, and he was driven through the offside. This time around, Bolden just seen that delivery flighted a bit more and was able to hit it straight back past the bowler and get a well-deserved boundary.
Yes, it was a bit too close to him. It turned out to be a half volley. But interesting times lie ahead here in this battle. Back he goes and beaten. Flighted delivery, it went the opposite way, a googly to him, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. This is a very intriguing battle that is on here between Bolden and Singh, and any number can play at each and every delivery. Bolden faces Singh, forward defense is the full face of the bat, out to cover point, and there is no run. 101 for the loss of 3. Barbados batsmen in Bolden and Roach. So Singh from the top end. Back he goes and forces this one. He's going to be out. He's out. Back he goes, forces it out on the offside. Didn't connect cleanly as a googly. Up into the air, away from the man at cover who ran around and took another good catch and a very, very good wicket there. The wicket of Bolden. And suddenly Barbados now 101 for 4 from that very comfortable 92 for 2 overnight. 101 for 4. As Bolden goes caught off the bowling of Singh. And if there's anyone really deserving a wicket, it's Vincent Singh.
Yes, definitely. It was a rather soft dismissal there by Bolden. It was another googly from Singh, a bit short outside the off stump. Bolden perhaps pulling away from that delivery, trying to cut it over through the offside, took the bottom portion of the bat and it lobbed to an easy catch for the man at cover. So 2 good wickets this morning for Trinidad and Tobago, dismissing the dangerous Dawn, and now Bolden, who has played very well. I think Singh really deserved that. He has bowled well throughout the innings so far, and I'm sure that will give him more confidence as he gets deeper into his spell.
So the new man in is striding out. That's Nathan Seeley. And he's coming, as I would say, Masnet, coming to face the spin bowling music out of Trinidad and Tobago in Singh and Davis.
Yes, and Trinidad will be happy to have 2 new guys at the crease. Yesterday they were frustrated quite a bit by Dawn and Bolden, who batted very well, kept them out, kept them at bay. This morning they were able to remove them quickly, and I'm sure now the captain will be looking to be a bit more aggressive against these 2 relatively new players at the crease.
And it's really the chin music of TNT. Is it the chutney or the soca, whatever they're facing? Spin bowling at its best here at Arnos between Vincent Singh, the leg spinner from this, the top end, and Davis from the southern end with his off spin. This one outside the off stump, the end of another successful over there from Trinidad and Tobago standpoint. 2 wickets in consecutive overs and have changed face of the game. It's 105 for now for the loss of 4, with a Roach on 4, Sealy not yet off, as the spinners continue to bowl very, very quickly. The overs are going to rush through the overs here.
Just the start that Trinidad and Tobago needed, especially considering that they didn't score a lot of runs in the first innings, just 107. Barbados is actually close to that score now, but the fact of the matter is they want to make it as difficult as possible for the Barbadians moving forward, and wickets will help to do that.
105 for 4 as Sealy we taking strike from Davis. Back he goes, and there's air of optimism, went through to keeper, certainly beaten by another good delivery, and a tremendous amount of activities taking place here very early in the morning, 20 minutes in the morning, a lot of activities, flurry of activities here. Davis in, driving outside the off stump along the ground. There should be some danger here, but the return was a bit slow. Driving outside the off stump, and it went to the right of a fielder there at cover point. Didn't field quickly, but he retrieved, and the throw was a bit slow. So Sealy goes off the mark with 1. Roach goes off the mark with 1. Getting all mixed up here. Roach is on 1, and Sealy on strike on 4. Yeah, no. Delivery there, and driving it out to mid-off. The return comes in. There's an appeal for a run out. Not out, says the umpire, and there's an overthrow here. They're going to collect a second one. That's 2. That's 2 there to Sealy, right? And Roach is on 1. Good. So it's 107, 104 for the loss of. So much activity taking place so rapidly. It's 104 now for the loss of 4. That is correct. 104 for 4. Davis into bowl to Sealy. Haven't gotten a second run on that overthrow, and what the return that struck the stump. That delivery defended well on the onside, and there is no run to the total. 104 for 4. Activities are very fast and furious here this morning with the spinners on. This one flighted and standing up, square on. It's Sealy, and there's no addition to the total. 104 for 4 Barbados. Just 3 runs shy of the Trinidad and Tobago's total of 107, as the Trinidadians try to claw their way back into this game. This one flighted, the end of another very, very quick over, so to speak. 104 for 4 defended there by Sealy, and there's no run. The overs really rapidly being bowled here by the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers.
Yes, that is what we have come to expect from the spinners, getting through the overs very quickly. Another good over there by Davis, flighting the ball very well, getting a bit of tone from the surface. And the 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease, they have to try and get themselves settled as quickly as possible, get used to the tone, the bounce that the pitch is offering, and hopefully build a partnership here for Barbados.
But there isn't much time to settle because the spinners are bowling the overs so rapid. This is a matter of being in the P's and the Q's here quickly, and there's no slowing down from the batsmen to hold up the spin bowlers, just allow the ball go through so rapidly, as I said. So it's Singh who will be bowling now to Roach. Roach on 1. The leggy in. This one striking him on the front pad. Hands went into the air, thinking it may have gone through. It didn't. 104 for 4, and the action is fast and furious with the spin bowlers in operation for TNT. Barbados really and truly fighting to survive here with Sealy and Roach. This one outside the off stump seemed to have been the googly, and he defended it off the outside portion of the bat, and there is no addition to the total. 104 for 4. CWI under 19 Rising Stars cricket here from the Arnos field, playing the field as the sun now it out in all its glory. Singh in. This one he lifts into the air and it's going for a maximum, is it? Flighted and Roach decided he's not going to stay here to punch, and he lifted it a good bold shot, I should say, over the ropes right in front of us here. He gets a maximum. He gone up to 7, and Barbados is taking the lead, 110 for 4. A good shot there by Roach.
Yes, Roach is a big figure. Looks to be somebody who hit the ball very hard. I don't think Singh would be disappointed with that type of shot so early on in his innings.
I think he'd be happy with the shot. Never mind, he's gone for a maximum. Down he goes, and he swings this one down to deep backward square. They take one, and it appears to me another single. So Roach goes up to 8. It's now 111, 111 for 4. It appears as if Roach is going to take the fight to the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. That's the impression we are getting here. 111 for 4, 111. Our good friend, the former umpire Shepherd, will be on one leg jumping around. Is Nelson in? Forward he goes, defended it square on, and there is no run. 111 for 4. David Shepherd will be on one leg, and he'll be jumping up and down, you know. Those days when you look at cricket and television, as Singh from there to top end, outside the off stump. He read it well, the leg spinner spinning across him, taken cleanly by Kusunat. And this battle is really going to be fought here, whereby we see Roach seemingly is going to take the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers. It appears so to me.
Yes, this would be a very interesting half hour or so. Singh, as we mentioned before, this end seemed to offer more assistance to him. He has been able to get the ball torn a bit more, also a bit more bounce as well. So the captain will be pleased with that. And I'm sure Davis will try and do the same. It will be interesting to see how Roach will play the off spinner.
Yes, it's Roach from the southern end, flighty delivery, and Roach defensive to that delivery. Stopped there by, is it Ramlal at silly mid-off? Am I right? Yes, and 2 slips, silly mid-off, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket. Square leg as Davis in. Allow this one to spin by outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, that's Kusunat, and there is no run. This is over number what for the morning? 9? They're going real rapid.
7, I think it's 7.
7th over, but they're really bowling them fairly quickly. Down the track he goes and forces it up to mid-off, and there is no run. But certainly the indications are there that he is going to take the fight to this soca music that they're facing here this morning from the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers. So it's going to be very interesting, as you said, Osnet, for the next half an hour or so. Let's see who's going to come out on top. Davis in. Back he goes to wide outside the off stump and taken cleanly by Kusunat, and there is no run. Once the ball is flighted, he's prepared to use his feet. Clearly, it is demonstrated by what he has done thus far. As Davis in to bowl to Roach. Roach opened the face somewhat and guided it down to that second slip area, and it's fielded all along the ground. No addition to the total. Still 111 for 4, 111 for 4. He would have kept Shepherd on his feet for a long time, and that one leg jumping up and down, flighted, driving outside the off stump, taking the outer portion of the bat. They're coming for a second run, safely for a second run outside the off stump. Ball took the outer portion of the bat and flew past second slip, and he gets 2 more runs. He is up now to 10. 113 for 4. He's up to 10, but certainly a false shot there by Roach.
Yes, somewhat of a small victory there for Davis. Roach, as we mentioned before, is willing to play shots, and with the delivery moving away from him, Davis would perhaps feel a little bit more confident in trying to remove him. We've also seen some very good running between the wickets between these two. They seem to want to put pressure on the fielders whenever the opportunity presents itself.
But runs seem difficult to come by, so they are trying to make up for it by running quickly. This one from Singh, outside the off stump and through to wicketkeeper, left alone by Seeley. And he remains on 2, 113 for the loss of 4. Barbados having lost 2 very quick wickets this morning. Singh, again, outside the off stump, striking him on the pad, but too far outside to...
I think that was the attempted googly there. Just bounced a bit more than Singh would have expected.
Too far outside to get the attention in a positive manner from the umpire at this end. 113 for the loss of 4. Singh, from this the top end, flighted, leg spinner, defended well, no run, 113 for 4. Certainly is a wonderful battle that is on to see how Barbados are going to approach this spin twin of Singh and Davis, the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers. This one flighted outside the leg stump and it is gone to the fence for 4. Loose delivery there from Singh, and Sealy pivoting on the crease, in the crease, and it carted it close to square leg for 4. Another good shot and a delivery that deserves a boundary, and he capitalized on it and certainly put it away. And 4 runs to the Barbados cause. 117 for 4. Let's see how Singh is going to respond. Outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. But one has to leave room for a leg spinner with those loose deliveries every now and then. But he hasn't bowled many. He has bowled more on the spot than these loose deliveries. Maybe he's trying too hard, or maybe he's trying to effect a googly, but it went to the fence for 4 as Singh from the top end. Outside off stump and guided it out to backward point, to the left of backward point. 1 more run. He's up now to 7, 118 for the loss of 4. So after a few words from you, Osnet, it'll be over to Alanson Cruikshank to my left.
Yes, a good over there for Barbados, getting a boundary. I think it's important for them to be positive. As you mentioned before, whenever you got the opportunity to score, you should. And in that situation, he got a short delivery on the line of the leg stump, and he was able to pull it behind square and get a boundary, a much needed boundary. So good morning to you, Alanson.
Yes, good morning to you, Osnet, and good morning to our viewers. At this time, the Barbados team, they are in the lead by 11 runs in response to the Trinidad and Tobago first innings score. Davis continues to Sealy.
That's a very good shot. A bit against the spin, but it was a flighted delivery, and Sealy coming forward and stroking it over extra cover. A bit in the air. Perhaps the man at cover there thought he had a chance, but it was well struck there by Sealy. Another boundary for Barbados.
Yes, it seems as if these two are really the engine room for the team. Batting at numbers 4 and 5, they are aggressive with their intent, and they are going to try to put, well, they have already put some pressure back onto the spin bowling pair. And of course, they're in the lead. So they're in a better position than the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they obviously would want to press home that advantage.
This is potentially a dangerous partnership here for Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, they would have had the 2 wickets this morning, but these 2 players seem to be attacking players, and the longer they bat, the more the lead will actually be extended.
Absolutely. I concur with you 100% there, Osnet.
And currently we have quite a few fielders around the bat. We have a man at short leg, we have a man at leg slip, we have a slip. And the more we see these boundaries being hit, I'm sure sooner or later we see a more scattered field, because the Trinidad and Tobago captain will become a bit more conservative, trying to limit the pace at which the Barbadians score and extend their lead. As we see at the end of the over, one there from Davis. At the end of it, Barbados are 122 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 122 for 4 Barbados. And in response to Trinidad's 107, for those who were not aware of what transpired yesterday, Barbados dismissed Trinidad for 107. And in response, they're 122 for 4. They're in the lead now by 15 runs to the better of Trinidad, and looking to put pressure on them to mount that lead, so that they will begin with a large deficit when they come out to bat again, the Trinidad and Tobago team.
At which point do you think, Alan, so this lead will start get worrying for the Trinidad and Tobago team?
I'll respond after this delivery.
Another googly there, so he's been willing to try that googly from time to time, especially against the left-handers. Perhaps a little bit more reluctant to do it against the right-handers, as we have seen so far. But it's a threatening delivery. It's one that he has bowled well all spell. As Singh again comes in to bowl to Roach. He's using his feet nicely. Was there any contact there with his fingers? No, there appeared to be none. So it's a delivery that was flighted. Roach came down the track, drove it back, and it hit the non-striker's end. But thankfully for Barbados, Sealy was perhaps in his crease, and there was no contact with the fingers of Singh.
I like what I'm seeing here from Roach. He's prepared to use his feet. He's sweeping. He's playing shots that will disrupt the length of the spinner, put a bit of pressure back onto the spinner. And you have not seen that quite often in recent times here in the Caribbean. So that's another sweep shot from him. So he's able to have options to score against various lengths from the spin bowlers, and that's a good thing.
Yes, I think that's key when facing the spinners. Not only keeping yourself one-dimensional, but having different scoring options. And we have seen from the Barbados, even the captain earlier, he was sweeping as well. So the sweep shot seemed to be a shot that they go to against, especially against Singh, the leg spinner. This time around, he'll be bowling to Sealy. Another delivery outside the off stump, turning away. Sealy has played that shot quite a bit in terms of just stepping outside the line and leaving that to go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. He has to be mindful though of perhaps the googly that Singh has in his armory.
I was about to state that. One appeal so far of the googly, but it was a bit short, so it was heading over the stump. But with that method of playing, he has to be able to read the ball out of the hand, because if the googly is a bit fuller, with him going back and trying to watch the ball outside the off stump like that, and it's a little bit quicker, then he'll definitely be a candidate for LBW.
Yes, that last delivery just walked on the leg side, and once again we have seen good positive running by these two. Another 2 added to the total is 125 for the loss of 4. Prompted a change in field. There's now a man at short fine leg. Once again, his shoulders, arms, bit of bounce there for Singh. Ends another over. At the end of it, 125 for the loss of 4.
Is that one bounced appreciably? You could see Sealy now doing some gardening in that same spot, just ponging that area down with his bat. Had some appreciable bounce. He has been getting turned throughout the morning, but that one I think bounced more so than anything he has bowled thus far. He probably put a little bit more onto it from the fingers and the wrists. So one of the things that we will see here definitely from these two is that they would want to extend that lead as quickly as possible, in as risk-free a manner as they can. But the spinners have been bowling good lines and lengths, so in order for them to score readily, they will definitely have to be enterprising.
Yes, as Davis starts from the other end, he perhaps would fancy his chances against the left-hander, considering he's getting the ball to turn away from the left-hander. And he has been able to extract quite a bit of tone from the wicket itself. So he will play a key role here in not only stemming the run flow, but creating opportunities for the fielding team. This one is punched out to a cover region. Perhaps looking for 2 there, but it was never on. Would have been suicidal. So another single to Roach. He moves on to 12. The score is now 126 for the loss of 4 wickets. Remember, Barbados resuming overnight on 93 for 2. So far, they've been able to score 32 runs in just over 10 overs. So scoring rate of around 3 runs per over, which is an improvement on what the overall scoring rate is.
Yes, they were quite slow yesterday. They were going just about just over 2 runs and over. And this morning they have looked a bit more positive, as you would expect, because they were very close to the Trinidad score and they have now surpassed it.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago, they have to be mindful here of the current lead and the pace at which Barbados score. Barbados are now in the lead, so their main intention perhaps would be to limit the pace at which they score. And this is a big hit. Would it be caught? Yes, a very good catch. Another soft dismissal, we would say. It was a shortish delivery. Seeley, his eyes perhaps lit up, and he tried to hit it over deep mid-wicket, but good diving catch there by the fielder on the deep square leg boundary. It was dying on him there, and so on. He dived forward and take what we would say is a very good catch to get rid of Seeley. So another wicket this morning for Trinidad and Tobago. Seeley goes for 13. The score is now 126 for the loss of 5.
As it seems that the fielder was James, diving forward there. But that was a very good catch. What two things that we have to consider there with that dismissal is that he was hitting into the wind, which blows quite strongly from that direction. He had the Arnos playing field. And he also seemed to be in two minds. He didn't really do a full-blooded pull shot. It's almost as if he was just trying to turn it onto the onside, and it's a half-hearted shot, got the top edge. And James, who initially moved slowly, seemed like he took a while to pick it up from the background, but once he did, he was quickly in and dove forward to take a smart catch.
I think that's a similar shot to what he played in the last over against Singh, but that time he perhaps kept it on the ground a bit more. This time, as you mentioned before, it's a big part of the ground, the breeze. The wind is blowing from that side as well. So it was always touch and go in terms of whether or not he can get it over the boundary. So perhaps a better option would have been to hit it on the ground.
I'm in total agreement with that.
The new player is Leacock. And his first delivery just played. Okay, I'm sorry there. He was not on strike at that point in time. It was Roach. So the end of a successful over there for Davis once again. He now have 2 wickets, 2 for 13 from 10.5 overs. So very good bowling figures there for Davis.
Yes, Davis has been bowling very well. This morning he has been able to prize out 2 scalps. And what we are seeing from him is that he's willing to mix it up. He is trying different things to different players in an effort to get wickets, because the Trinidadians know that at this point wickets are vital to their cause. They cannot allow the lead to extend well beyond 50, 60, 70 or 100, because based on the way that they batted in the first innings against the Barbados bowling lineup, a small lead, or what may seem like a small lead, may be quite daunting.
Yes, from a Trinidadian perspective, the 3 innings so far in this tournament has not been anything to really write home about. Maybe we could say, according to the law of averages, they are due a good batting performance. And from their supporters' point of view, they'll be hoping that that good batting performance is in the second innings of this game.
Yeah, they will need their top order to perform. Definitely need the top 3 also to make some runs. The middle order seems quite aggressive with that 40 odd we saw from Ram doing the first innings. But the top order really needs to give them a solid start when they reply, whenever that is. Jagasa, he got 100 in their trials. They will be depending on him. And Ramlal, who we saw opening as well, to give them a good start when they get back to the wicket.
Yes, and I think they will have to learn quickly, because they know the lengths that the Barbadian bowlers are going to bowl, and they have to adjust to that particular length. They suffered in terms of scoring against the short deliveries. They also got out against a lot of these short deliveries as well. So in the second innings, they will have to show that they are learning quickly and put up a better batting performance.
Well, they will need a method to succeed. Either they are going to attack the shorter deliveries with the horizontal bat shots, or they are going to sway out of the way or duck under them. Some of them were not necessarily short deliveries out and out. They lifted off of a length, and in cases like that, you can find yourself in a bit of bother. But not many of those ones that lifted off of a length took wickets. They were just probably 2 out of the 10 wickets that came from those. Many of the others, I think that the batsmen could have negotiated them a bit better.
Yes, as Singh continues, getting a bit of bounce as we mentioned before, and the googly there in the previous delivery is followed up by a good leg spinner, but turning away from Leacock, trying to cut, misses it completely. The end of another over. At the end of it, it's 128 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yes, 128 for 5 and 44 minutes of play gone so far for the morning. The Barbados team will be looking by lunchtime to be perhaps about 60 runs ahead, 70 runs ahead, probably even more than that based on the rate that they are scoring now. They may actually get further than that. But they would want these two to have a good partnership. The last partnership was threatening. That was between Roach and Seeley, who both of them look very aggressive.
Yes, so it will be Roach again facing up to Davis. He's punching this one nicely off the back foot. Should get a single. Yes, that's all they will get. Pushes the total up to 129. His personal tally goes up to 14. I think from what we've seen so far from Roach, Barbados will be hoping that he bats a long period of time because he seems to have the ability to put away the bad balls. He seems to have the power and the skill level. So it will be his job here to bat and shepherd the lower order of Barbados. As the Leacock faces up to Davis for the first time, a good delivery there, a bit flatter. Maybe he'll want to toss it up a bit more and see if Davis is prepared to maybe play through the offside against the spin. Another good use of his feet there by Roach. By Leacock, sorry, the right-hander. So I think what we've seen from the Barbadian players, Alonso, is against the spinners, they're not shy of using their feet. They're not also shy of playing the sweep shot. Just a matter of choosing the right balls to play these type of shot against, picking up the length early, and I'm sure they'll be good.
Yeah, it's a good approach. What I would want to see from them, and maybe in a different situation, is that when they're under pressure, they are not under much scoreboard pressure at this point. I'll come back to it after this delivery. Yeah, I would like to see what their approach will be if they're faced with the same type of bowling when they're under pressure, to see if they would still have the confidence to approach the bowling in this manner.
Yes, that's a good point. As we see another use of his feet there, Leacock, hitting this one down to long on. They come through for another single. It's 130 for 5. Brings Roach back on strike, the left-hander, the tall left-hander. It's Davis, just flights this one, turning away. Good judgment there from Roach. Allows that one to be taken by the wicketkeeper. At the end of the 56th over, it's 130 for 5.
Yes, and Leacock, who we saw opening the bowling for Barbados, he's batting at 7. So maybe he's a genuine all-rounder for the Barbadian team. And he will want to present his all-rounder credentials in this innings and take his team to a very dominant position by batting as long as possible, giving Roach the support while the two of them are in partnership, and extending this lead beyond the reach of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yes, you mentioned beyond the reach of Trinidad and Tobago, and we'll get back to that as Singh starts a new over. Good turn, yes, a good delivery. Another catch there by Jagasa at silly mid-off. he seemed to be very good in the Alonso. He has taken a couple of catches this innings. That was another delivery. Perhaps the bunks there having the better of Leacock. And another wicket to Singh. He gets his second. And Barbados are now 130 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, that was a love delivery. Bounce and turn. And I was just speaking about the fact that he's batting so high in the order. But that was a nice delivery from Singh. He got another bounce on it. And some turn away from the bat. And really defeated Leacock, who I think may have played that on the back foot. If he was looking... I think he may have premeditated a front foot defensive shot there on that occasion. The length could have allowed him to go on the back foot there. But a very good dismissal. And Singh continues to cause problems here for the Barbados team along with his bowling partner, Davis.
Yes, you mentioned there perhaps he could have gone back on his back foot. We've seen some similar type deliveries where he has gone across and allowed it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. Perhaps in that situation, it would have been wise to continue to do the same. But as we would have mentioned before also, that the ability of Singh to get the googly going as well, perhaps that would have put a little bit of doubt in his mind. So he came forward there to a delivery that maybe he didn't really have to play at, considering it was a leg spinner turn in a way.
Yeah, and if he was on the back foot, he probably would have left it when he saw it torn away from him. But good delivery from Singh. Seems as if the batsmen are not picking him, and he's causing some trouble now.
It's a good shot there. The new batsman is Roberts. Not a tall right-hander. And his first delivery is he's punching this one through extra cover. Very good shot. And he gets a boundary to get off the mark. The score is 134 for 6.
Yeah, that was a top shot. But a bad delivery there from Singh. Over-pitched. And you're bowling to a batsman. He has a good reach. He looks well over 6 feet. He looks probably like he might be around probably 6'5" or thereabouts, or 6'6". So has a long reach and was able to get to the pitch and drive that for 4.
Another situation there where the ball is played back to the bowler and hitting the non-strikers, the stumps at the non-strikers end. But in this case, Roach perhaps was in his crease. So it was a stifled appeal in the end. As Singh be looking to get another breakthrough for his captain. This delivery is beautiful delivery. Pitched on the leg stump, I believe, and torn right past the outside edge. Barbados-Day had no clue to that particular delivery.
Yeah, that was a good one, and it was also a little bit quicker and flatter. So it beat him off the pitch. He was looking to go back and reel it off the pitch, but it was past his outside edge in a flash.
Yes, it's interesting to see Singh from this particular end. I know he started his first spell yesterday from the southern end, but I think that bowling from this end, he has been able to look a little bit more threatening in terms of getting a bit more turn and also that bounce that we have spoken of in terms of the pitch offering throughout the 2 days so far.
Absolutely. And we are almost at a balancing point now in the proceedings where if Trinidad are to take these, I'll come back after this delivery.
I think that was a googly there, another appeal.
Yeah, may have been bouncing over, heading down leg.
Yes.
Yeah, but if Trinidad are to take these last 4 wickets very quickly, it would be an excellent morning for them, having started with Barbados 93 for 2. And so they are really mounting a comeback. If they are to keep the lead, let's say within reasonable...
50?
Yeah, 50 I think would be reasonable. 50 at worst 60 based on the way they're bowling now. Then they will still be in the game. They will have an opportunity if they bat well in the second innings. If they put on, let's say, if they ask Barbados to make 180 or so in the second innings, with the way that their spin bowlers are bowling now and with the pitch wearing over time, it can be quite an interesting finally.
Yes, that seems a long way away. As Davis bowls, turns away from the left-hander, there's no run. At the start of the day's play, we mentioned that the only way Trinidad is going to get back into this game is by taking wickets. They've managed to do that so far by taking 4 wickets, some big wickets as well, wickets of the century maker from the last game, Dawn. As we see a strike over extra cover, they should be able to come back for a second. No, they don't. So another use of his feet again there from Roach and playing a good looking drive upishly out to deep long off, and he gets another single. The score moves on to 135 for 6. So they have been able to actually get breakthroughs this morning, as we mentioned, 4 of them actually, and get themselves back into the game, because they were really staring down the barrel overnight with Barbados 93 for 2, and the captain and Dawn there at the crease looking compact. So the fact that they've been able to get breakthrough this morning would give them a bit of confidence. But ultimately, a lot of this match would rest on how they play in the second innings. Can they put up an improved batting performance? Because if they do, they will give themselves a chance of getting an outright victory here at Arnos.
Yeah, if they repeat the performance from the first innings, then they'll be out of the game for sure. And so they really need to knuckle down, buckle down, and pull up their socks, so to speak, and come out with a better approach against the seam attack.
As Roberts again, he's using his feet. So as we mentioned earlier, these Barbadian batsmen, they're not afraid to use their feet against the spinners. Even with the number 8 batsman in at this point in time, he's still willing to come down the track and play his shots. Don't think Davis will be disappointed at all with that. It always gives him opportunity as a spinner that he perhaps would run past one at some point in time. So it's 135 for 6. We're into the 58th over of the innings. Davis himself, he's into his 13th. He has 2 for 16 so far. He'll be looking to add to his tally as he flights this delivery, and Roberts is punching it down ground powerfully. These 2 players currently, Alan, so they seem to be type of players who could perhaps clear the boundaries at will if they connect to any great extent.
Yeah, they look to have that propensity and that power that they need to do so.
This delivery's walked nicely down to fine leg. I think they will come back for a second here as Rambaran, he collects now and gets it back to his wicket keeper. So 2 more runs added to the total. Roach, he moves on to 17. The total is now 138 for the loss of 6 wickets at the end of that over.
Yeah, so 138 for 6. At this point in time, they are exactly 31 runs ahead, the Barbados team. The Trinidad team, they are still in the game, having taken 6 wickets. And they will be mindful of the 2 at the crease. They seem to be quite intent on being aggressive. They seem to be powerful players. And of course, with Barbados already ahead, the Barbadian batsmen would want to get as many runs as possible to extend that lead while they're out in the middle. But Vincent Singh, he would have different ideas. He has bowled well, and he'll be continuing now to Roberts.
Another use of the feet there by Roberts, perhaps not getting to the pitch. Took the inner portion of the bat and just falling just short of Agar there at a short mid-wicket. So once again, use of the feet, we're seeing that from the Barbadian players. So it will be interesting cricket here as Singh comes in again, another flight today. We're hitting this one high. There's an opportunity here for a catch. And a very good one indeed. That's Ramdu. Out on the long off boundary. So another flighty delivery there by Singh, sorry. There was Roberts trying to go over the top, not connecting as well as he would like. And another very good catch there by Ramdu. It was dying on him. Perhaps misjudged it a little bit. But in the end, a good diving catch. And another wicket for Barbados falling. It's 138 for 7, Alanson.
Yes, and Singh continues to weave his magic here at the Arnos playing field. He has taken now his 3rd wicket, and he is really wrapping a web of deception around the Barbadian batsman as they're about to take drinks here after the first hour on day 2. So quite interesting, the points you would say. If they keep them down to a lead of 50 or less, then they'll be in pole position to mount a comeback in this game. But as you mentioned before, Osnet, They will have to bat excellently in their second innings. Definitely need to put up an improved performance than what they have shown so far in this game and in the tournament in order to remain in contention in this game.
Yes, definitely. The captain would be very pleased with the morning's show so far. After resuming on 93 for 2, they've been able to get 5 Barbados wickets, some big wickets along the way as well. Both of their spinners contributing to that. And I'm sure with the lead at 31 at this point in time, the captain will want them to wrap up the innings as quickly as possible. As you mentioned before, that figure of 50, I think there's a good threshold for Trinidad to be using in terms of trying to restrict the Barbadian team below that lead of 50.
Yeah, and with 31 runs ahead at this point, Singh 3 for 51 after 19.2 overs. They are in a position where they can actually restrict them. They are bowling well. These two in tandem, they are not only restricting runs, but and challenging the batsmen, but they're actually taking wickets, and that is what they need. Yesterday they only got 2 wickets after toiling for 43 overs, but they have been more successful today in the short session so far, the half session up until now at the drinks break this morning, where they have taken 5 wickets in the first hour.
Yes, so far for the day they've bowled 15.2 overs, so in 1 hour that's a very good over rate, but I think that would be attributed to the spinners bowling. We only had 1 over from Chase, the first over, and then he was removed from the bowling attack. So 15.2 overs, and they have scored 45 runs so far for the morning, yes. So 50, just scoring around 3 runs per over. So as we mentioned, there was a slight increase in the scoring rate, but I think the disappointing part for the Barbadians would be the loss of wickets.
Yes, I think Roach has shown the right intent coupled with the right selectivity in terms of his shots. And so he's still there, and he's batting aggressively, but he's not giving his wicket away, at least not yet. And what we are seeing from some of the other batsmen is that they have been a little bit over-ambitious in terms of the shots that they're trying to pull off against the spinners. And the new batsman coming to the crease now is Springer, Dre Springer. He replaces Jaden Roberts. He bowled well. He was miserly with the ball, took a couple of wickets.
Yes, 2 for 9, so he had a good day with the ball yesterday. He'll be hoping to transfer that sort of confidence and form into his batting. Try and build a partnership here with Roach, who has been there for a little while, and hopefully extend this Barbadian lead to somewhere in the region of 80-90, which would really put a lot of pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago team. As Singh comes in, bowls, Roach is punching this one nicely. He has timed the ball wonderfully, Alonso, from the get-go. Yes,
he has a high backlift, and he really completes his shots. He goes right through when he's playing his shots, and has a firm base and good balance when he's playing his shots.
Another case of using his feet there against Singh. She has been prepared to do. But pushing it straight back to Singh, he feels well off his bowling. There's no run. So the Trinidadians perhaps a bit more joyful after getting that procession of wickets. A very good delivery there as well. That is the googly going the other way. We've seen him use it sparingly, we'll say, not overused. And at times the Barbadian batsmen have not been able to pick that delivery moving away from the left-hander.
Yeah, he has used it well. I think yesterday he could have bowled it a few more times, because I think once he bowled the first googly, then all hell broke loose, because after that now batsmen were wondering which way it is going.
Yeah, seemed to be well disguised, as we see another, perhaps a quicker delivery there, rushing on to Roach. Played it well in the end. The end of another good over, and the score is 138 for 7. A very good morning so far for Trinidad and Tobago, as Gunny Hines now joins Alonso in the commentary box.
To you, Gunny.
Yeah, good morning to you, Alison. Trinidad and Tobago has certainly repositioned themselves into this game, brought themselves right back into the match. Barbados resuming from the overnight position of since lost 5 wickets for the morning for the addition of 45 runs or something like that. But certainly Trinidad and Tobago right back into the game as Barbados really did not move on the way they should, did not compound this overnight situation from 93 for 2, maybe losing a wicket or 2, but they've lost 5 to the Trinidad and Tobago leg spinner in Singh, who's really bowled well, and Davis from the southern end. Ramlal from the southern end, yes, just been outside for a while, just returned in, having done some work there on the phone. Ramlal in this one outside the off stump, wide, taken cleanly by Kishunat, and there's no run. So there's a slip, silly mid-off, leg slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. Ramlal in. This one outside the off stump and beaten, taken cleanly by Kishunat, and there's no run. But certainly, Barbados has not been renowned to bat spin bowling properly, and this has just manifested itself here this morning as Ramlal in, left arm out over, taken clean by Kishunat, and there is no run. Over the years they have been falling to spin bowling, generally good spin bowling. There's something about the Barbadian batsmen generally at all levels of cricket, as Ramlal in outside the off stump, and there is no run. Once you're going to bowl slow bowling, especially in tandem, you're going to get wickets. There's no ifs, there's no buts. The records are there to prove me correct. I can tell you that. The records are there over the years. Ramlal from the southern end, slip, silly mid-off, leg slip, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and square leg. Outside the off, I'm beaten with a beautiful delivery there. Flighted, and Springer pushing at that one, taken cleanly by Kishunat, and there is no run. 138 for 7 Barbados here at Arnos Vale, as in Ramlal out too wide outside the off stump, taken cleanly by the keeper again, and there's no run. At Arnos Vale, Sunshine is out, wrong 2 CWI Rising Stars under 19 tournament here at Arnos Vale. We're coming up to the final delivery this over from Ramlal in outside again. Similar spot, too wide, taken cleanly by Kishunat, and there is no run. 138 for 7 at the end of that over.
Yeah, so Ramlal, he begins his spell, his first spell for today with a maiden. Davis taking 2 wickets this morning, and the leg spinner, Singh, having dismissed 3 of the batsmen. So that partnership resulting in 5 wickets this morning. In very quick time for the Trinidadians. They would want to continue to make inroads here, and they would probably want to limit the Barbadian lead, which is now 31, to about 50 or so or less. So they'd want to take these 3 remaining wickets as quickly as possible. But Roach stands in their way.
Singh in. Roach beaten outside the off end, the people stumping, he's gone. Flighted delivery. He probed at that, he overbalanced into the gloves of Kishunat, and he made no mistake. Off went the bail in a flash. Barbados have lost yet another wicket. Roach stump wicketkeeper Kishunat of the bowling of Singh for 17, I think it is. 17, and Barbados 138 now for 8. Another wicket taken by Singh.
Yeah, that's a lovely delivery there by Singh. He bowled the googly. He was advancing down the pitch and thought he had covered the line, but that was for the leg spinner. But that one turned out to be a googly. And as long as that was the case, that he was totally beaten all ends up, and we were just waiting on the keeper to perform the last rites.
And he did it brilliantly.
Of course. So Singh continues to weave his web around the Barbadian batsman. He now has 4 wickets gone.
Yes, certainly, and he richly deserved it, to be honest. He bowled well in that game at Park Hill. He got 3 for 36, I think it was, in one of the innings against the Guyana. And he's really bowled well, and it was a good switch in relation to moving him from the southern end up to the northern end there. And he has definitely been getting more bunks out turn out of the pitch. The bounce that was there yesterday was so pronounced is not so pronounced today. It's just that he's getting the ball to spin across the googly and the leg breaks, and it's creating problems to the Barbadian batsmen. As I told you before, Barbados over the years, falling to spin bowling, so many Trinidad spinners, Nanan, Dan Raj, Imtiaz Ali, Inshan Ali, so many have created problems for Barbadian batsmen. So it's all a question of what is a good total to give Barbados to play for in the second innings against this type of attack.
Yeah, and they arguably will be even more potent in the second innings after the pitch has taken a bit more wear. And the batsman is out.
Stevenson is a new man in, and he defended that one outside the off stump, and they're like vultures around the Stevenson there. Slip, I said 2 slips. Silly mid-off, backward point, straightish cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and square leg. Singh weaving his magic around the Barbadian batsman outside the off stump. My goodness, that one spun across him. How it did not hit that off stump. He missed it by a quarter vanish, as you will say. And he survives 138 for 8, and Barbados and all sorts of contortions here at Arnos Vale against the magical spin of Singh from this top end in. This driven out to straightest extra cover, fielded brilliantly, and you can see a pep in the Trinidad and Tobago step, the way he ran across and stopped that one from extra cover. And there is no one keeping the pressure on the Barbados tail-enders as Singh into Stevenson. Looking to cut, there's a speed appeal for caught behind, not as vociferous as previously, not out, says umpire. 138 for 8, and certainly the Trinidad and Tobago last wicket pair added a valuable 27, and I made mention it may be a very crucial 27 they made. Singh in, driving outside the off stump, hit the inner portion of the bat, the end of a fine over there by Singh, as Trinidad and Tobago spinners, in Singh in particular, continue to weave his magical spell against the Barbadian lower order and tail.
Yes, and now that the lower order is in, it becomes even more difficult, because if the top order, they are not reading from the hands, then you're not going to expect the lower order to be doing it.
That is quite true.
You mentioned the historical difficulty for Barbadian batsmen against spin bowlers. Is it because they do not have a diet of spin bowlers in their local cricket, and is that something that they can address probably by trying to get one or two of their pitches to play a little differently and develop some young spinners to get their batsmen to get more exposure to that type of bowling?
Barbados has been renowned over the years. History will tell you the legacy is about fast bowling. So you're not going to get them to change the condition of those pitches there. Ramlal in to Springer through to Kissonath, and there is no run. There's so many. There's a long, extremely long list of Barbadian fast bowlers who has gone on to play for West Indies, and some who didn't make it. If we had to start, there's a long, long list. Outside the off stump, similar delivery, through to Kissonath, and there is no run. It's a very long list. Wes Hall, Charlie Griffith, a tremendous hit long list. In modern times, they have even more greater plethora of fast bowlers. Ramlal in, and this one allow it to go by. That's Springer, 138 for 8. The great Malcolm Marshall, Garner, Stevenson, Sylvester Clark, one of the quickest bowlers you could have ever faced. I can tell you that from experience. This one again delivered out to mid-off, and there is no run. He was really sharp. Wayne Daniel, he bowled here. We defeated him right here at Arnos Vale, 1983. We defeated him in Barbados in 1982 as Ramlal in. Forward defensive again, beaten, taken by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. The pressure is really on. They're not scoring runs, and to me, it appears to be a matter of time.
Yeah, that is how it looks, Gunny, that the delivery is just around the corner to dismiss.
Ramlal in, outside the off stump, and taken cleanly. Another maiden over, but not a good maiden over in terms of looking for wickets, because he was too far outside the off stump. Rather than forcing him to play more of those deliveries, you're down to the tail.
I think there's a case for him to bowl around the wicket.
Yes, I would agree with you, but bowl straighter.
Yeah, to bowl around the wicket, attack the off stump, and when he gets the googly to go away, then it will pose a little bit more problems because of the angle.
Yeah, but getting back to that Barbados thing, you have spinners out of Barbados. There was Padmo, you know, there was Ashley Nurse, he's bowled, and Solomon Ben. So many other good spinners has come out of Barbados. Tony Howard. Now Singh in. Back he goes in a confident appeal and he is out. He is out. He has been, what is it, LBW or bowled? Which one? Caught behind there was, you see, I was looking across, speaking about the Barbadian spinners and fast bowlers. He played at that one, took a nick, Kisuna took another catch. So Stevenson goes, caught wicketkeeper Kisunat of the bowling of Singh for his fifth wicket. Fifth wicket. He didn't trouble the scorers or four lovely females who are. He didn't trouble any of them. There's about 138 now for 8. And suddenly, Barbados have lost 3 wickets and the same score, 138.
Yeah, they're in some difficulty here. It's
You're
actually
speaking
9
about
down at this point. So
yeah, you were speaking about a leader 50. They are marooned here at Arnos,
totally what it is.
stuck by the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, and Flying Fish and Cuckoo stuck right here. The food is ready to be eaten against the Trinidad and Tobago Cascadura. The spinners, Moso Singh, Vincent Singh, really weaving magical webs here at Arnos against the Barbadian batsmen who are leaden-footed, I must say. They're not really trying to use their feet and try to look for runs for his team as they go back to their slow bowlers that came out of Barbados. Pretty good slow bowlers, but they were more renowned and known for their fast bowling. And over the years, you know, teams that go to Barbados, you know, and play against the Bajans at Kensington Oval or wherever tend to get wickets. And the records are there. Singh into number 11, that's Lane, through to the keeper, and there is no run. Are we going to see that vital 27 really come into play? I believe it will come into play, because that lead of 27, hadn't it been for Agard as Singh in, outside the off stump, that one certainly bounced. May have hit one of the bowlers, rough mark there, that's Ramlal, where Ramlal is bowling. May have hit a bit, it certainly bounced as keeper Kishuna took it across his chest. Singh outside the off stump, and I will give him the benefit of the doubt for that one. It really spun across him, and probably you're in a better position looking there. I believe you'll see the googly now, based on the fact that how he played the last 2 deliveries.
Yeah, he's leaving his stumps quite
exposed. Singh.
Yes, that was the googly.
Yes, that is good thinking on the part of Singh. It was the, Singh, it was the googly, but he is good enough to stop it from crashing into his stumps. 138 for 8, and Barbados in all sorts of problems is marooned at Arnos against Vincent Singh, the Trinidadian spinners. Singh. There's another appeal for a caught behind, not out, the end of another maiden over. And maybe you'll need to get Singh figures. He's really bowled beautifully this morning. It's one of the scorers that give me Singh figures, please. 15. Cruikshank, 22 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 51. 5 for 51. Yes, excellent bowling figures.
Yes, top spell here from him. And he is really the chief limiter of the Barbadian advance this morning.
Chief destroyer of the Barbados innings. Barbados resuming from a powerful position at 93 for 2. And they have lost 7 wickets for 45 runs. They have stuck as Ramlal in. Back he goes, and that has gone past the keeper. I suspect it's a bye. We'll wait and see. Yes, it is. That one spun across him as Lane. No, that's Lane. That's Springer. Tried to defend past the keeper, but it struck him somewhere in his pad and it got one bye to advance the Barbados scores to 139 or for the loss of 9. 139 for 9. As the leg slip has been removed now to a backward point. Bevel. Ramlal flighted this one to Singh. Drove it out to long off. He's off the mark with 1. Lane off the mark with 1. Springer will return, not yet score. 1. That's 140. 140 for the loss of 9. An additional 47 runs as Ramlal left arm over from the southern end. Been stopped by umpire. Seems to be Mr. Joseph out of Antigua. I think I'm right in saying what I'm saying. I think it's Mr. Joseph out of Antigua. So there's a slip, leg slip, silly mid off, backward point, cover, mid off, long on. Forward defense if it goes. Ball taken cleanly by Kissunat and there's no run. So continuing the field, there's a long on, there's a mid wicket and a deep backward square. They go down. The 3 close fielders go down. 1-4-0 for 9 Barbados. Ramlal in. Side the off stump and good judgment. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Good judgment. He allowed it to pass a couple of inches outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Kissunat, and there's no run. That one wasn't as wide as the previous delivery. It's much closer to the off stump. But you made a good point to come wrong the wicket and bowl straight to the stumps. I think you have it right on target there.
Yeah, I think he would have posed a lot more problems.
Yes, he will pose more problems outside the off stump again, thing by Kissunat, because from the angle he'll be delivering the ball, the batsman will be seeing the ball at a different angle and he'll be forced to play. In driving outside the off stump and looking for a big heave, missed, taken cleanly by Kissunat, who decided he's going to whip the bails off and ask a question. Umpire says not out. The end of another tight over. 140 for 7 Barbados.
Yes, it still looks like if it's just a matter of time. It just looks like if it's a matter of time. It's 140. They're ahead by 33 runs. So it's not a huge lead, but every run counts. It could have been a bigger lead if, as you mentioned, if not for the last wicket partnership of Agar and Chase. The Trinidad were actually 80 for 9 in their first innings.
That's the point I'm making. That 27 is crucial. Singh, from this the top end. In. Defended it out to Silim it off, and there is no run. 140 for 9. Barbados resuming from 93 for 2. And then all sorts of problems in Barbados. As Singh in pushes this one out on the offside, and there is no run. Did you expect something like this to happen this morning?
Yes, yes. I thought of the possibility because although they didn't take a lot of wickets yesterday, the spinners, when they were bowling, the batsmen really didn't look to be in charge of proceedings. And they also went past the bat on a few occasions. With a bit of luck, obviously, it could have been more wickets yesterday for them.
Next delivery, pushed out on the offside, and there is no run. But it's the speed and the speed with which the wickets fell that probably would have caught everybody, including themselves. I believe the management and the players didn't expect to be at this position at this point in time. This one driven back to Singh, and it passed him, and he gets the single as a tall man lane. He goes up to...
But Gunny, can we see something similar from these two? They are the 10th wicket partnership. Can they do something similar to what Agar and Chase did and upset the Trinidadians?
Well, the thing about it happened before their eyes, and they probably should try to emulate what they did. And a 27-run partnership will make the big difference with the lead here, you know, if they can only emulate what counterpart tailenders did. This one outside the off stump, spinning across him, through to the keeper, and there is no run. But I think basically, if you're batting at number 10 and 11, you should have a little bit of pride in trying to get whatever, because it all adds up. Singh. Flighted, and they're going for a sharp single. They're going to make it. Yes, they do. And it is 1 run there to Springer. He's now off the mark. 142 for the loss of 9. Yes, because whilst Agard and Chase didn't look as competent as a normal batsman, they added very valuable runs. And fast bowlers in the olden days took pride in batting for a while and see what they can do and put up the top highest score. Remember Jason Gillespie scoring a big century at Lords. He was generally a man at number 11. Winston Davis, our own Winston Davis, got 77 overnight. Took pride in getting these type of totals against the name, because at the end of it, it's part of their legacy.
And Gillespie actually ended up with a double 100 against Bangladesh.
Yes, you know, as Ramlal in again outside the off stump and taken cleanly by Kissunat, and there is no run. 142 for 9. Don't know why I'm saying 7. 142 for 9, and I honestly believe the square leg should be put in a better position in terms of attacking. The long on, yes, he's there because you never know when they're going to heave. As Ramlal in, outside the off stump, same line, same length, and he's holding his head. The thing about it, he's so far outside the off stump like he doesn't realize it. The ball is so far outside the off stump, the batsmen are not playing making an attempt to play any shot. Need to change, do something different. Forward defensive, no run. As he quite rightly said, Cruikshank, do something different. Come around the wicket and force him to play. And bring that the man at short square as a leg, gully leg slip, somewhere in that area. In, back he goes, and I'm not too sure if he got a nick or what. I'm really not too sure, but it appears so from the body language of the players. But he has survived. As Ramlal continues, maybe it may be wise, even if he doesn't take this last wicket, should bring revert to Davis, who will be more attacking. This one outside the off stump, looking to play one of these cross-batted whoop, as we tend to call it. Miss taken cleanly by Kissunat, and there is no addition to the total. And here the partner Lane is calling down Springer. And maybe they're harboring thoughts of putting on 27.
Yes, Lane definitely looks like if he's intent at number 11 to spend as much time out in the middle as possible. Springer looking a bit frustrated, not able to get his runs tally going. But it's important that he stays
Hello
there.
everybody, and welcome to a VMix tutorial on how to get
Outside the off stump at the end of the
overlays.
over. And Lane is definitely, for what we've seen so far, looking to try and get some more runs for the Barbados team. It appears so. Whilst Springer is there holding his own, holding one side. And at the same time, Trinidad need to wrap up, as far as they're concerned, wrap up the Barbados innings. As you said, either Ramlal come around the wicket or bring Davis back into the attack from the southern end and force him to play.
Yeah, I think they're a bit reluctant now to bowl Davis, but Ramlal definitely should come around the wicket and attack the stumps. What we have seen is a reluctance as well from the Trinidadians to employ a short leg, even though the leg spinner is bowling and has a googly. We saw one come off bat and pad in the last over.
That one driven out to long off and collects a single. That's Lane. He goes up to what, 3, I think it is? 3, he's up to 3. 143. 143 for the loss of 9. So it brings down the Dower Springer to face the music of Vincent Singh in to him. One outside the off stump and allowed to go by, and there is no run. On the positive side, Springer and Lane probably can use this period as a little warm up because they will be coming out shortly before lunch. They can have a short burst, so to speak, as Singh, and then this one is driven over his head at long off. They're going to have one and only one. Very, very surprising. He stood there and just threw his bat over the fielder there at long off, and certainly there was two there.
Yeah, easy to pour running. I think he may have thought that he got more onto that and it was going to the boundary, but it never really threatened the boundary.
The thing about it is supposed to run. It doesn't matter whether it will reach the boundary, yes or no. It's supposed to run. In. Goes back, Lane goes back and stabs that one down to third man, and certainly will be looking for two this time, and he gets it. One that spun across him, but he saw it and he just stabbed it past a second slip to the vacant third man, and he collects 2 runs.
Yeah, I think Lane there and that delivery benefited from his height. He was able to get on top of it and keep it from going to the man at second slip.
As Singh ran into ball and he stopped, spinning the ball into both hands while Lane is playing one of these invisible swipe towards the president's suite. But all is well already. Sun is out in all his glory as Singh from the top end and other end. Back goes Lane and defended back to the ball, and there is no run. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament match here between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados. Trinidad and Tobago having been dismissed yesterday for 107, a paltry 107. But they have fought their way right back into this game. And Barbados closed last night at 93 for 2. Another delivery, spun across Lane, and maybe I believe they're hearing us. They're intent on putting on some kind of a runs for this 10th wicket.
Well, they have to do what they have to do. If depending on how the game goes from here on, they would have the last bat on this wicket. And the spinners, if they are causing so much damage now, whatever runs Trinidad puts for them in the last innings, it will be a difficult run chase for them.
So what do you think is a safe total for Trinidad to give the Barbadians, which will pose problem for the Barbadians?
I think they need to be to give them probably in the region of about 180, 200 at the last innings.
Okay, I think that'll be putting it out of the reach. 200 is certainly putting it out of the reach based on what we are seeing happening. This one again, similar line, similar length outside the off stump. Taken cleanly by Kishunath, and there is no run. Certainly 200 would definitely be out of the reach. There's no two ways based on what we are seeing. The sort of spin and the problems posed by Singh and the spinners. This one outside the off. He's looking for a suicidal single this time. And that's Springer. And he's fielding, and he was sent back by his partner Lane. Ramlal in. This one, he swings this one out on the onside down to beat backward square. He's taking 1. His total goes up now to 3. He's on 3. It brings Lane, who is on 6. 147. 147, and they're inching the total slowly but surely. Every run counts here in this kind of low-scoring game. Ramlal in, and Lane defended, back to the ball, and there is no run. No run whatsoever. And the Trinidadians themselves are feeling some of the same punishment that their tailenders did to the Barbados team. Not getting them out. This one is driven out to Cow Corner area. And he gets another run. He's up to 7, 148 for the loss of 9. As the Trinidad captain need to do something more positive. Nothing is really happening from that southern end where Ramlal is bowling. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, and there's no run. There's a need for him to bring another bowler into that. Maybe even Ram to see what can happen to try to finish off the Barbados. tail, but the Barbados tail are not giving up. They are doing their best for their country. Every run counts.
Yeah, I think the idea for the Trinidad team was really to use it to risk spinners because the Barbados batsmen are not picking. But it seems as if that, as we mentioned, the angle from Ramlal hasn't been effective. He's not causing the batsman to play enough. He's not threatening the stumps enough. Bowling to the last pair. And I think that from that end in particular, it hasn't really worked. They have to do something different from that end. As I now hand over to Osnet Kato, who will join Gunny Hines.
Flighted and driven, and gonna get a single. That's lane driven outside the off stump, flighted delivery, and he gets another single. It's up to 149. All right, 149 for the loss of 9, and the lead is 42. 42 the lead, and this could be a very important lead here. It's 42. Singh. Outside off stump as Springer trying to work that one through the onside. Missed, taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no addition to the total. 149 for the loss of 9. Singh into Springer. He allowed that one to go through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 149 for 9 as this partnership has so far put on 11 invaluable runs in these circumstances. My goodness, forward defensive, he was beaten. He seemed to have been the googly. We'll await on the umpire's call. Seemed to have gotten a nick.
Yes, there was no single there from the umpire, which suggests to me that it was an inside edge.
It definitely was a nick, but there's no catch, no chance. It was an inside nick, and it fell behind the keeper, somewhere close to his feet. There's no way, no chance whatsoever. So it's another important. That's a 150 for Barbados. 150 for 9. This one is driving, pass, extra cover. They're going to have a single. So
He seemed to have injured himself there.
151 for the loss of 9. Diving away to his right, seemed to have picked up some level of injury or something of the sort. And the players are around him. The umpires has called for the physio to see what could be wrong with the young man. Did you identify the player?
Ramlal.
As a skipper. You know, but that's how it is. So Barbados, slowly but surely crawling their way, slowly but surely, and increasing the lead from the Trinidad and Tobago at 138 for 9. They have the total is now 151 for the loss of the same 9. 13 runs, I said. Maybe they are remembering what happened to them yesterday afternoon when the 10 and 11 batsmen held them up and added a very valuable 27. They are probably trying to do the same, and they have succeeded thus far in getting 11 runs. Barbados still in the ascendancy, but not as strong a position as when they started this morning.
Yes, they would have been hoping that perhaps the overnight partnership would have batted a bit longer and just extend that lead to perhaps over 100. Anything above that would have been bonus and completely batting Trinidad and Tobago out of the game. But what we have seen so far, the Trinidad and Tobago team have shown good spirit. They got a couple of early breakthroughs and they've been able to consistently get wickets so far. I think both teams are guilty of not being able to polish off the tail enders. The last wicket partnership team to be very frustrating for both teams. And as we see Ramnath, he's walking a bit freely here now, so tells me perhaps he's recovered from that temporary damage. And I'm sure the game will restart very soon with Trinidad and Tobago trying to mop up the innings, as they would say, with Barbados 151 for 9.
But both teams are guilty of failing to mop up the number 10 and 11. Both sides.
Maybe they need some different maps, Gunny. The maps that they have at this point in time not working. But it's good to see good application from the last wicket partnership of both teams as well. It shows that if you really try and apply yourself on this wicket, you should be able to score some runs. So it's a good template for the top order batsmen to see and follow, hopefully in the second innings for both teams.
So play will resume after that short break as a matter of concern for the Trinidad and Tobago skipper, who apparently got a slight injury because he walked off quite comfortably with the physio. So the emergency fieldsman is on the field.
Yes, I think they have a substitute field in the form of Siwa.
Siwa, yeah, but surprisingly, Siwa bowled fairly well in that game at Park Hill.
Yes.
Anyway, Singh into Springer at the end of the over. 151 for 9 as they continue to frustrate now the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack.
Yes, I think perhaps Chase was the one who replaced Siwa. In the last game, he would have had an ankle injury of some sort. So I'm not sure if he was totally fit to perhaps bowl as much as the captain and the coach would have liked. But that's perhaps something we can speak to the management about after the game. But for now, it's Barbados 151 for the loss of 9 wickets. It will be Ramlal to continue from the southern end.
So what do you think the Trinidad and Tobago skipper should do in this situation, because they're frustrating him?
Yes, and as our previous co-commentator mentioned, the line of Ramlal has not been effective enough. Yes, he has gone past the outside edge on a couple of occasions, but if he has to come around the wicket, he will give himself better options and widen the mode of dismissal that he can possibly gain.
This one outside the off stump, and Lane, in attempting to cut, took the toe of the bat, so to speak, and it flew past slip to the left of backward point, and he collects one. He's into double figures. He's on to 10. That is 150. He's on 9. Sorry, he's on 9. Back goes Springer. With confidence, he pushes that one out to short extra cover, and there is no run. 152 for the loss of 9. Barbados extending that lead slowly but surely. Driving outside the off stump, up to long off. That's Springer. He goes up now to 5. It's 154 for the loss of 9. So the lead is gradually growing, the 47-run lead. It didn't look possible at 138 for 9, and the way the Trinidad spinners were bowling. But then it appears as if they dropped their guard and he's unable to dismiss number 10, 11. This one driven out to straightish mid-wicket by Lane, and there is no run. But I think the Trinidad and Tobago skipper need to be a little more proactive in doing something towards dismissing the last wicket, so to speak. Slip, silly mid off, backward point, cover, long on, long off, deep, mid wicket. So on the outside the leg stump, and he played at it, got a tickle onto it, whether it's bat onto pad or pad alone. We'll just wait on the umpire's signal, because we are looking down at the back of the batsman. He did get a nick onto it.
Yes, an inside edge.
An inside edge. He goes up to 10 now. He definitely reached double figures now. He's on 10 as the lead goes to 48. So it's 155 now for the loss of 9. 154 for 9. This one wide outside the off stump. The end of the over, 154 for 9. And they're just going from over to over. There's no proactivity from the skipper to try something different. Yes, Singh may be bowling well, but I'm not too sure if his fingers are not tired. And hold him for second innings whilst trying to dismiss the last wicket in Davis and even Rambaram. Try something, see how something can work. Because if they continue to plod along like this, by the time you look, they should put on a good little 20, 30, 40 runs, and it could be very vital at the end of the day.
Yes, the last wicket pair is continuing to frustrate the Trinidadians. But they just have to just focus and realize it's just 1 wicket away.
Singh in. Outside the off stump, he pushes it out. Stopped by silly mid off, and there is no run. So basically, to me, it appears as if they're going through the motions, just hoping for something to happen. And the Barbadian batsmen in Springer and Lane holding them up and doing a good job for Barbados. This one flighted on leg stump, and Lane defends quite well as Singh slip 2 slips, silly mid off, backward point, cover, long off, mid on, straightish mid wicket, and square leg. Somebody probably is passing along the side screen. As umpire held up, played it temporarily. Singh will resume. From the northern end, this one again outside the off stump, allow it to go by. A very, very quiet period of play.
Yes. I think as you mentioned before, the Trinidadians just hoping that something happens. They're not really proactive enough, as we have seen from them this morning. And the Barbadian batsmen just trying to hold out as long as possible.
Singh, in he goes, and he forces this one out to backward point, and there is no run. A good shot there by Lane. Back he went to a shorter delivery from Singh out, and there is no run. 154 for the loss of 9. Singh, the right arm leg spin bowler from this to top end. Too wide outside the off stump to attract any attention there from Lane, taken cleanly by Kissonath, and there is no run. This is really the alone in ground for under 19 cricketers, and they ought to be thinking a little more proactive. As Singh in, driving outside the leg stump, 2 mid wicket, no run, the end of the over. 154 for 9 as this very quiet period continues. And the skipper, even the players, they're not showing any signs of wanting something to happen. They're just hoping that something will happen rather than making something happen.
Not a quiet over there from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective. Not a lot of opportunities created in that over. Quite surprising to see Ramlal continuing from the southern end. He has not really been as effective as his captain would have liked. I would have think that perhaps a second spell for Joshua Davis would have been perhaps a better option.
Yes, I think so, Masnet. I understand the information just reached us. I'll get to that in a while. Ramlal, that's Rambaran.
Ramlal, it's Ramlal.
That one, his arm went over very quickly. As against the slower pace at which he bowls. I understand Rambaran is now the acting skipper out there as the Ramnath is off the field. Pushed it back to the bowl, and there is no run. But certainly Rambaran need to do something different. They're just going from end to end and nothing really happened. It's just a very quiet period. And Barbados feeling very comfortable with the situation.
Oh, he's gone
out this time.
Just as we were mentioning, he needs to do something different. He's the one who actually takes the catch and dismisses Springer. So it was a foolish delivery there by Ramlal, a delivery that perhaps he hasn't bowled enough of in terms of the right channel and the right length. And there was Springer leaning forward, and Rambaran taking a very good catch to his right at first slip, and the Barbadian innings comes to an end at 154.
Yes, so as we wait until we can get one of the gadgets to go through the scorecard fully, Barbados finally being dismissed for 154. Barbados all out with a lead of 47. How do you view this lead?
Well, considering the start of play, I think Trinidad and Tobago will be pleased with a lead of 47 for Barbados, but in terms of the position they were in about an hour ago, I think they would be relatively disappointed that the lead would have accumulated to such a reasonably high figure. Something in the region of 35 might have been something they would have been more comfortable with. This game seemed to be a game of small margins, though, in terms of, even though we are speaking about the difference between 35 and 43, it's still a lot of runs in the context of this particular game in terms of what we have seen so far. So,
with a lead of 47, Barbados will be coming out just maybe over 2 before lunch. Yes, it's probably over 2 before lunch, and it's going to be a testing 2 overs to bowl to the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen. As you said, the Springer and Lane try to emulate what the tailenders for Trinidad and Tobago did. They actually added 16 runs for that 10th wicket. And these small margins, you said, could be very, very crucial at the end of this day. But I honestly believe Trinidad need to bat much better than they did in the first innings towards making a game of it. I do not envisage to see the fast bowlers and the medium fast bowlers get the sort of pronounced bunks in this innings as per yesterday, where there was preparation moisture and the ball was seaming about and so on. I rather suspect where the sun has baked the pitch, so to speak, it will be more like a normal type of batting pitch, and I'll be surprised if you see that type of bunks in this innings here, Osnet.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how the opening bowlers go. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, as we would have mentioned before, they have to bat better than they did in the first innings. It's an interesting wicket though, Gunny. We have seen the wicket suiting both type of bowlers on display. The Barbadian being comfortable with their pace bowling options, they did well on the wicket, and now we are seeing the Trinidad and Tobago spinners coming into their own. So it's a good wicket, a good cricket wicket, as we would say. The batting itself by both teams has not been up to standard as we would come to expect at this particular level. I think most of the games we have seen so far follow basically the same pattern, where a lot of teams lose a lot of early wickets and there are some small partnerships along the way, and then another set of wickets accumulate again, and then some sort of recovery. So I think Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that they can put forward a good batting performance. They will need to perhaps produce their best batting performance of the tournament so far, because what we've seen from them is a series of low scores. So hopefully they'll be able to do that and make the game a bit more interesting. Still waiting information in terms of whether or not we'll have some play before lunch.
Yes, they're going to have some play before lunch. I think it's about 10 minutes thereabout, Ankia. Yes, from the information on the radio. They'll definitely have, I told you, about 2-3 overs before lunch. So the Trinidad opening batsmen will have to come and face the music for just a short period of time.
Yes. To be a very tricky spell, knowing that you don't have a lot of time and you just want to make it through to lunch at least. So it's a good spell for the Barbadian bowlers to try and make an early inroad into the batting lineup of the Trinidad and Tobago team. On the other hand, Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to be focused and try and get to lunch without any sort of damage to the wickets column.
Yes, so it's all over as far as the Barbados innings is concerned. Lane ended up not out 10. My man got 5, right? So we have, just going through the scorecard here in the meantime whilst we look at this. Perryman, he was caught Kishinata of Agard without scoring. Brown caught and bowled Ramlal 35 3-4s. Don caught Javasa of Davis for 27. Bolden caught Ramnath of Singh for 26. Roach stumped Kishinata of Singh for 17. Seeley caught James of Davis for 13. Leacock caught Javasa of Singh for 2. Jaden Roberts caught Ramdu of Singh for 5. Springer caught Rambaram of the Ramlal for 5. Stevenson caught Kishinata of Singh without scoring. Lane not out 10. The wickets fell at 0, 59, 97, 101, 126, 130, 138, 138, 138, 154. 154, 71.3 overs. And bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. Agard 7 overs, 3 maidens, 7 runs, 1 wicket, 7-3, 1 for 7. Chase 5 overs, 1 maidens, no wicket for 11 runs. James 1 overs, 5 runs, no wicket. Rambaran 6 overs, 2 maidens, 12 runs, no wicket. The pick of the bowlers, Vincent Singh 26 overs, 7 maidens, 65. 26 overs, 7 maidens, 60 runs, 5 wickets. Ramlal 13.3 overs, 4 maidens, 30 runs, 2 wickets. And Joseph Davis, the off spinner, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 19 runs, 2 wickets. So that is a complete scorecard where we see a top score of 35 and a contribution of 27 from Don, 26 on Bolden, Bronga 35, And the pick of the bowlers are the main wicket takers: Singh 5 for 60, Ramlal 2 for 30, and Davis 2 for 19. So that is the situation. That is the situation here. The ground staff, they are marking the creases. The Barbados team is out doing their warm-ups. A couple of minutes before lunch, they will have, maybe, I would say maybe 2 overs before lunch, and it will certainly, in the form of the 2 bowlers, Springer and Lane, they were out there warming up, so to speak, whilst they were batting. So there's no real warm-up needed there per se. You can certainly go and bowl flat out in this 1 over because they are warmed up by the time they were batting. And they are out there right now doing the warm-ups as we await on the umpires. 154 of 71.3 overs as against 170, 46.4 overs. It was the tail of the Barbadian medium-fast bowlers yesterday. Today is the tail of the spinners from Trinidad and Tobago: Singh, Ramlal, and Davis. And it's interesting to see how they're going to proceed. But Barbados resuming on 93 for 2 overnight. I would say collapse this morning. I were all out for 154, adding 61 runs for the remaining 8 wickets. 61 runs for the remaining 8 wickets. And Trinidad and Tobago have brought themselves right back into this game in relation to repositioning their situation, because it appears fairly hopeless overnight with a very strong position from Barbados. But in the form of Singh, supported by Kamlal and Davis, they brought themselves right back into the game. As a question for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen to go there and bat and bat and bat and try to put up a decent score whereby they will set the Barbadians some score that they may be able to be competitive with it. As Mr. Cruikshank said earlier, 200, but I believe 200 certainly will be out of their reach based on what we have seen, what the pitch is doing, and it's a question of how far can they get close to that 200. But even 200 would certainly put a lot of pressure on the Barbados batting, and Trinidad will be bored if they can get there. But first of all, they must get 200 and they must get 247. You think it's possible?
As you said, the statistics that we have seen so far, evidence that we have seen so far wouldn't suggest such. But as we would have mentioned, according to the law of averages, perhaps Trinidad and Tobago are due a good batting performance. We have not been able to see it so far in the tournament. But for their sake, they would need to put in a very good effort here if they are to challenge Barbados in any way.
But their 3 innings thus far in the tournament doesn't suggest that they will get there, because they got to a 146 up at Park Hill and 160, and in the first inning 107.
Yes. So history is definitely not on their side, as we would say. But I'm sure the management and the backroom staff would be encouraging their players to just be a bit more confident in what they are doing and feel that they are just 1 innings away of actually making a good score. Some of these batsmen just need to settle down a little bit. Jagasa, as we said, he has looked good throughout the innings that we have seen so far, but his output of scores haven't suggested anything of any note. So he would definitely have to bat as long as possible. There's still a bit of time in this game. Trinidad and Tobago would have bowled their overs very quickly. So there's still a bit of overs to be played here today. So for now, it's a matter of getting to lunch without losing any wickets and then walking from there after lunch.
Ramdo and Ramnad, those 5 have to try and see how far they can advance the Trinidad and Tobago cause. First of all, to be there at lunch. That's the first hurdle, because just maybe 2 overs. So how can we survive the first 2 overs per se just before lunch, and get inside, have a lunch, feet cocked up, so to speak, and be mentally ready for the battle after lunch. But this is a very, very crucial part here. These 2 overs to be bowled by the Barbadian fast bowlers. As I said again, I think you might agree with me, may disagree with me. I do not expect for them to get the same sort of assistance from the pitch as they did yesterday.
Yes, what we have seen from the pitch so far is that it has flattened out quite a bit. If you're willing to actually guts it out, as we would say. There's runs there to be had. Both last wicket partnerships proved that in both of the innings. As it to be lane from the northern end and to this delivery, Jagger is forward, and it just comes off the outer portion of the bat to the man at gully, and there's no run. So good start by Lane once again. Bowling that foolish length is something that we really admired from him in the first innings. Despite him being a tall bowler extracting a lot of bounce, he's still willing to bowl the ball on a foolish length at times and get some away movement, which caused a lot of problems for the Trinidadians in the first innings.
So, Lane, from the top end, in. This one down the leg side, and see Jaggers are looking to flick that one. Missed. Effectively half stopped by wicketkeeper, the skipper bowled in. And there's Trinidadians still to get started in terms of runs on the board. No wicket for no runs. Barbados all out for 154. Barbados all out for 154 as Lane from the northern end in. This one on a line, on a length, and his head well over the ball and defended it, and there is no run. So Barbados all out a while ago for 154, resuming from 93 for 2 in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 cricket tournament match here, round 2 at the Arnos playing field. Of course, there are 2 other matches underway, one at Cumberland and the other one at Park Hill. We'll get those scores at the end of this over, on update. Lane, from this the top end in, outside the off stump, too far to induce Jagger started to play a shot, allow that one to go by, taken cleanly by Bolden, and there is no run. Still to get off the mark, Barbados. 93 for 2 overnight, all out 154. With Don 27, he resumed, and so is Bolden, he got 26. Roach got 17, and that's about it. And the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, Vincent Singh, the leg spin googly bowler, 5 for 60 from 26 over 7 maidens, laying in outside the off stump, too far to attract a shot, taken cleanly by bowling, and there's no run. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, short leg, straight mid on, and a long leg. 5 for 60, Singh from 26 over 7 maidens. And Davis, the off spinner, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19, supported Singh well. Ramlal, steady. Not really, it appeared to be that effective, but steady. 13.3 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 30. So one outside the off stump, and the defense is the end of the over. And it's no wicket, no run for no wicket at the end of that first over from Lane. Players are repositioning themselves for this second over. First over maiden, we'll wait to see if there will be a second over, because it's, according to my watch, it's 1 minute to 12. So it's a question of they are going to get in this next over to be bowled by Leacock. Right, so we've gotten the update. We'll get you in between this over here. Is Leacock from the southern end, right arm fast medium bowler. That one certainly with some lateral movement, short outside the off stump. You can see that ball actually hitting the deck and moving away from. That's Ramlal.
Yes, Ramlal is the other opening batsman.
From the other games, Guyana having gotten 73 in the first innings, they are 28 for 3 in the second innings, and Leeward Islands got to 151. So that game could very well end today, based on what we are hearing here. As Leacock in, this one outside the off stump, and he could have easily lost his wicket. That one hit the edge of the bat, flew past third slip, and it's ended up into the boundary for 4. But certainly a false shot there by Ramlal and he's gotten away with it, Trinidad and Tobago 4 without loss.
Yes, Gunny, we were wondering how the Barbados fast bowlers would go in the second time around if the pitch will offer the same assistance, and we're still seeing that bounce, expressive bounce from these two opening bowlers so far, still causing problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
Yes, these short deliveries that are bouncing are creating some problems for the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, but I do not expect it to be as pronounced as yesterday. But that one, because I believe the ball is new, it really took off a bit. That's Leacock from the southern end. In. This one outside the off stump. Didn't bounce as much as the previous delivery taken cleanly by bowling, and there's no run. So the scores again, I'll go through the scores once more. Ghana having made 73 in the first innings. They are 28 for 3 in their second innings just before lunch at Park Hill. And at Cumberland, the Windward Islands are responding to Jamaica 265. They are 162 for 9. 162 for 9. So games in them are ongoing. The one at Park Hill, from these figures, to appear it could end today. In this one outside the off stump, and he opened the face and runs this one down to the boundary, down to third man for another 4. Outside the off stump, and Ramlal pushed at it. Outer half of the bat, past gully and third slip to the boundary for another 4. 8 without loss. He is on 8.
Yes, a good start by Ramlal. Perhaps not getting the ball in the middle of the bat so far, but he'll be pretty pleased with the output in terms of 2 boundaries. In this little period, as we mentioned before, it's a tricky period.
It is.
But listening to those other scores, Gunny, the batting in the tournament has not been of the highest standard, though. The bowlers are having a ball.
Well, that is what they're using, the ball. As in, this one outside the leg stump, there's an appeal for caught behind, not out, says the umpire. The Barbadians are appealing vehemently, but umpire remained unmoved. Seems to be Joseph out of Antigua, and the total remains 8 without loss. But the Leeward Islands with a lead of 78 have already taken 3 wickets at 28, so Ghana's still behind by 50 runs with 7 wickets. So that could end today. I'm not saying it will, could. And the other one at Cumberland, 162 for 9, so Jamaica will be having a fairly big lead at that point in time, 103-run lead. So we'll monitor the situation as time rolls on. Leacock in, and Ramlal are on top of it, defend quite well. It's the end of the over, end of play before lunch. End of play before lunch. 2 very tricky overs here the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen had to face. So I would honestly assess that this has been Trinidad and Tobago's morning.
Yes, I think the Trinidad and Tobago's dressing room will be the happier of the 2, considering the fact that Barbados was in such a strong position overnight at 93 for 2, trying to overhaul the Trinidad's first innings of 107. So the ability of the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers to restrict the Barbadian batsmen this morning and now going to lunge at 8 without loss, I'm sure they'll be looking for a very good afternoon session.
Yeah, well, they will be hoping to be able to probably bat for the rest of the day. That should be option number 1. But as you always tend to say, take it in small steps. They should try and bat up until tea time to see where they are, then reassess as the afternoon progresses. That type of approach should be the one that they should take. Reassess. They have come through this very tricky 2 overs. They could have lost a wicket. They didn't. They're 8 without loss, so the lead has gone down now to 39. It's a question, first of all, for the openers to try and see off the lead and then start afresh.
Yes, I think the key point for the Trinidad would be to get rid of that lead, and then you start scoring for yourself, as they would say. So just eliminate the lead, perhaps with minimal loss. It would be great if they can get there without the loss of any wickets, and then you can always move forward, and you'll be in front of the game from there onwards. Right,
so thank you very much, Osnet. So on behalf of Cruikshank, myself, and all the scorers here, it's lunchtime. Trinidad and Tobago behind by 47 runs. They are 8 without loss, with Ramlal on 8 as we go back until we're ready and 20-1 to resume the live streaming. Yes, welcome back to the Arnos Vale playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we are seeing the players are out onto the field. Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen in Jagasa and Ramlal. They will be facing the music here after lunch against Lane and Leacock. Trinidad and Tobago behind the 8 ball, having made 107 in the first innings. They are 8 without loss. Barbados 154. Trinidad and Tobago session 1 certainly belongs to them, having really been under the gun last night at 93 for 2. Has really come out of it quite well, smelling sweet. Good rose to 154 all out. 8 without loss, certainly the first session to Trinidad and Tobago. We'll see. I think this is a vital 2 hours between now and tea time. Good afternoon to you, Cookie.
Yeah, good afternoon, Gunny, and good afternoon to all our viewers. 8 without loss. They are still in the deficit here, but beginning the day at 92 for 3, 93 for 2, Barbados. Trinidad will be well pleased with what they have accomplished in the first session, and they are now in with a chance of salvaging something from this game.
Lane in outside the off stump, and Jagasa on top of it and forces it out to straightish sort of extra cover, and there is no run. 8 without loss. Situation in the other games, Windward Islands 173 for 9. They had a very late lunch due to the conditions. 173 for 9, and at lunch Guyana 28 for 3 against the Leeward Islands. So it's even Stevens in this game here so far. Barbados in horse racing terms will have been a nose ahead in terms of this game, as 3 sessions yesterday belonged to Barbados. The one today has gone to Trinidad and Tobago, and the Trinis will be hoping that they would continue to have sessions show for themselves, but certainly they'll have to apply themselves and bat properly in this innings and hope that they'll be able to get a decent total to be able to set the Barbadian, because a lot of time left in this game. As Lane in, Jagasa forces this one to the boundary for 4. A fine shot there indeed. Back of a length, and he stayed there and with all the weight on the back foot, punched it through the onside for 4. A very, very good shot indeed.
It's a thumping shot through mid-on. He went onto the back foot and strap pulled that one, straight pull down the ground. Showing that he has the propensity now to take on the Barbadian bowling. Not something that you saw from him on the first day, and quite rightly so. The pitch had a lot of movement. There was grass, there was moisture. But now it's a different situation, and they would want to eat down at the deficit as quickly as possible before Barbados make too many inroads into their batting line.
12 without loss. Lane into Jagasa, outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. But certainly that was a shot of confidence. Maybe they recognize that the pitch has eased and they'll be able to stand there and be counted by playing these shots here. But certainly it was a fine shot indeed there by Jagasa. 12 without loss. And interesting enough, the Barbadian tactics will have to change because of the lack of the same quantity of moisture was there's not there, if any at all. So they have to change their length and their lines. Lane in, outside the off stump. That was a good one. Good line, good length, a really good delivery this time from him. Passing the bat of Jagasa to the captain Bolden, and there is no run. 12 without loss, but certainly this, as I said, this session will be a crucial session for both teams.
Yeah, that was a top delivery there. That one touching on just an off stump, moving away from the prod there of Jagasa, who I think a lot will depend on for the start of the Trinidadian team in this innings.
In goes Lane from the northern end. This one outside the off stump, bouncing, and it's a wide, it's too wide, maybe looking for the same sort of bounce that we spoke about yesterday. And it's sort of a tennis bounce, so to speak. It hit the pitch and went way over the head of Jagasa, and the wicketkeeper did well to pull it down, a goalkeeper. And it's a wide, it's 13 without loss. As you quite rightly said, the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen will be hoping that they can Lady Luck will ride with them and stay there as long as possible and eat away at this lead, so that they'll be able to set Barbados a pretty decent total in their second innings. Lane This one clips away. Beautiful shot by Jagasa. Clipped away nicely. It's going to pass the boundaries, over the boundary now. Really a fine shot there from Jagasa on his legs, and he clipped it beautifully. One of the hardest shots to play in cricket, and he is certainly showing his class with those 2 shots. 17 without loss, as the Trinidad and Tobago opening batsmen have come out here and showing positive signs.
Yes, absolutely, and he's walking around with a strut of confidence now in his batting. As we had mentioned previously, he has come into the team with some runs in their trials and in the games that they played in preparation, and he's much touted as an opening batsman, and he really needs to show that, as he has not shown so far for the tournament. He has an opportunity today. Fine conditions here, sunny. Lovely batting afternoon, nice warm conditions, and the pitch looking good for batting.
So it will be Leacock who will be continuing from the southern end. Am I right there? Scorers? Yes, Leacock. 3 slips, gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short leg, long leg, in. And Ramlal on his body turns that one around to long leg, and he gets a single. He's up to 9, and the total 18 without loss. The deficit now is 29, so definitely whittling away. And there's a question of, as I said to Osnet earlier, take it in small steps to try and get rid of the lead and see how long you'll be able to concentrate and bat for a long period. I think that should be their goal. An aborted run from Leacock, as Jagasa wasn't quite ready. Total remains 17, 18 without loss, 18 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings have been folded in the first innings for 107, to which Barbados replied at 154. Being somewhat disappointed from 93 for 2 to dismiss for 154 as Leacock from the southern end. Bright sunshine here at Arnos. This one outside the leg stump and lifting a bit. And Jagasa got inside of it and allowed it to go through to the skipper bowl then. And the total remains 18 without loss. In this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament match, round 2 being played here at the Arnos playing field. Of course, there are 2 other matches ongoing, Cumberland and Park Hill. Those 2 playing fields, one in the east and one in the northwest. As Leacock in, and here is Jagasa going. He's actually giving it away basically. Well. He certainly gave it away the Cruikshank. Short of a length, looking to play the horizontal shots. And he just spooned it into the air, and it was a dolly of a catch. Certainly, I would say he gifted his wicket away.
Yeah, for some reason, that ball was short and wide outside the off stump, and for some reason, he was looking to pull. I think that the option of the shot was a wrong shot, and as he's walking off, he's now rehearsing, ramping the ball over the slips, because that one was wide outside the off stump. It would be hard for him to control that on the pull shot. And we were talking about him looking with good intent in this innings and looking as if he wants to play a defining innings for his team. But he's now back in the hot. Good lifting delivery there from Leacock. And Kisundat will join Ramlal at the wicket with that dismissal.
Well, to be honest, that is a gifted wicket. Ball wide outside the off stump, bouncing a little bit, not as high as the first innings, and he looked to cross, batted with a horizontal shot, and he just spooned it up into the air, and that's that. He's on his way back to Pavilion. My goodness, what a waste. 18 for the loss of 1 Trinidad and Tobago. We now commending them, both of them, for staying this length of time, especially those 2 shots from Jagasa. This one to Kisunat. And defended well, and there is no run. 18 for the loss of 1. Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings behind by 47. So that to me, honestly, he should be reprimanded for that shot.
I think that will likely be the case when he gets in.
How could someone be batting like that and play that type of shot? Does he have a mental block? You have to ask yourself questions. To be honest with you, I just can't understand it. This one's a good one. Short of a length across the batsman shoulder. He got out of the way and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. The umpire actually signaling one bouncer for the over, but certainly he's buoyed by the gift that he received, and it's only August. It's not Christmas to be giving away those gifts.
Yeah, that was a similar delivery to the one that dismissed Jagisar, but that one actually was a bit higher, and Ramlal doing the right thing and swaying out.
Leacock, Kissunat is right on target this time, full of length, defended quite nicely. The end of the over, the end of a successful over, and saying to Jagisar, thank you very much, and they have taken a wicket. Barbados 18 for 1, and they are buoyed by that wicket. Whether or not they got it freely or they work hard for it, is a wicket, and they continue now to. I believe they look to start to apply pressure.
Yeah, and they actually were putting some pressure now on the Barbadians. They were quite quiet, even though they were in the lead. They were looking like if they were, frustrating them and not getting the early breakthrough. And that shot, I would say it's an inexplicable shot because he was scoring fairly quickly. He was getting runs. He just flicked one foul of square off his pads in the preceding over. So he was not bogged down by any means to say, well, he played a shot out of frustration. But maybe his blood rushed to his head there and played that was a poor shot. In the context of the game, you are behind.
It's really difficult to try to understand what he did, to be very, very honest with you. Anyway, Lane will continue from this to top end in to Ramlal. He allowed that one to go by. Who? Kissunat down at that end. They take and there is no. Yes, they got a single. Yeah, Kissunat. So yes, I'm studying youngster, 17, 18, whatever is his age. What could be going through one's mind to be playing that type of shot? It's not 2020 cricket. It's not 50 over cricket. You still have a whole day ahead of you plus the better part of today. Why play that type of shot? Lane in. Beaten outside the off with a good delivery. Good line, good length. He had to play at it. Missed taken cleanly, and there is no run. 18 for the loss of 1. 18 for 1. The man out Jagisar caught Sealy off Leacock for 2 fours. As the Barbados, as you quite already said, they are buoyed by that dismissal. And it's now a question of rebuilding where Ramlal and Kissunat is concerned. They really need to rebuild the innings if they are to keep the Barbadian fast bowlers at bay. In he runs. That's Lane outside the off. Too wide to attract a shot taken cleanly by the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. We were discussing during the luncheon period here the state of our cricket in the Caribbean off air. And I tell you something, when you look at what is happening with our senior team and look at what we are seeing here now with the under 19 level, it doesn't give you hope because of the way they're getting out, the way they're dismissing themselves in outside the off stump through to the keeper, and there is no run. You're not really seeing, I have not seen thus far any player who has really decided to sit down there and grind it out to bat, let's say for a session, 2 sessions, and show the others how to bat and what batting is all about. It's sad to say it, but I mean it.
We saw it last week.
You saw it, I said what I saw.
Yeah. So I'm backing it up to say that we saw it from the vice captain of the league was Graves. Played out a whole session and made about 10 runs.
This one outside the leg stump, and he flicked at this one, and he's going to go past the boundary now. 4 byes. Shot outside the leg stump and moved away, and Bolden had absolutely no chance in stopping that, and it's gone for 4 byes. It's unfortunate to discredit the wicketkeeper with byes when he really chose the bowler far for bowling that ball so wide and bounced away. And anyway, 4 more to the total, 22 for 1, and the lead cut by a couple more runs. They will be happy in terms of every single run that is made. I was credited to the team's total. Lane from this to northern end. outside the off stump, and he is out. Outside the off stump, and he cutted it, took the head straight to second slip, and he's on his way back to the pavilion. 22 for the loss of 2, and my goodness, his second wicket that certainly has been gifted away to Barbados. See, like you're dumbfounded.
That's probably even a worse shot than the one we saw from Jadisa, because he hasn't even got off the markers yet. He's seen the bunks. He's seen the fact that Lane is extracting that extra bunks. Both bowlers actually. Lane is a very tall bowler. Why would you choose to play a shot like that to get off the mark in such a situation? That's a shot that is risky at the best of times. But when you are not against a tall bowler, it's an even more difficult shot to play. And so he was there cutting. He was caught at second slip. On the second attempt by the fielder, they had second slip. And here's Ramdu. He made 40 odd in the first innings. Can he replicate that and go further on to a bigger score? He was the only one who seemed to be fairly comfortable enough against the quick bowling. Most of the other batsmen looked all at sea.
22 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, and they've gifted yet another wicket to the Barbadian seam bowlers. Not that I'm trying to discredit the Barbadian fast bowlers, but certainly that shot was unwarranted. He could have allowed it to go by. Same thing happened to Jagasa, allowed the ball to go by. And that's why I spoke about batsmanship. Should be able to judge when to play, when not to play, when to play attacking shots, when to play defensive shots. But anyway, 22 for 2 as Leacock from the southern end, and they're getting the wickets bit by bit in outside the off stump, and looked to cut that one, and it stayed down on him, and it ended up at mid-off, and there is no run. Certainly tried to hammer that one into the pitch, but it actually stayed down, and looking to play the horizontal, it ended up at mid-off, and there is no run. 22 for 2, trying to erase a deficit of 47. They're 25 behind, and let's see the approach of Ramdu and Ramlal. Ramlal facing Leacock outside the off stump, and a good one. That was really a good one.
Yeah, that was a very good delivery. That one lifted, but he dropped his hands. He played it well in the end, Ramlal. Seen it go harmlessly by, and it seems as if from the first innings we were having a discussion about the horizontal bat shot, and none of them really employed it in the first innings. And I think Gunnies is because they are not really so comfortable with the shot. And now all of a sudden in the second innings, probably they had a talk, and they are coming back now with the horizontal bat shots. But it doesn't seem as if they are adept at that shot, either in executing it or selecting when to play those shots.
I think it's more the latter, selecting when to play it. Leacock in, this one on the stumps, the defender, and there is no run. The thing about it is in Trinidad and Tobago, I do not think they have these pitches that the ball tend to bounce, like this. And it's not any bounce that you cannot cope with, because if the bowler is bowling the short pitch deliveries and they're coming across your chest, your waist, and you are not a good pro, stay and wait until he pitches the ball up on a better line to play. But you're trying to do the impossible. We're trying to cut, trying to pull, and you're not in any position to do such. This one outside the off stump, and you can see the effort being put in by Leacock, tonguing it in again, looking for the same sort of bounce. Didn't happen, but Ramlal kept his eye on the ball. Out it went to square cover, and there is no run. 22 for 2, and Trinidad really looking on the barrel at this particular point in time. They really need to reassess their position and understand there's a tremendous amount of time left in this game. Let us sit here and bat and have a better selection of shots. The first thing, if you cannot defend properly, you are unable to attack effectively. In this one on his legs and clipped away out to seal it off, and there is no one. If you cannot hold your defense properly, how are you going to attack effectively? Tell me how. Because you certainly will play those type of shots that the two batsmen who got out do, because it's a question of playing the shot when the ball is not even there for it. So allow the ball to go by. You take one of those Englishmen in the days gone by, a Geoffrey Boycott, a Ken Barrington. Those balls are allowed to go by outside the off time. They will never play at them. That's the way the batsmanship is all about. So we are hoping this afternoon we'll see some positive batsmanship from one or two of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, rather than gifting their wickets away. As the Barbadian bowlers, they are happy as they play these type of shots. They are happy because the thing about it is that we are getting wickets. So let us continue to do what we are doing, because it doesn't have to work that hard, extra hard, towards getting them on this kind of pitch. As you alluded to always, a good batting track this time rather than yesterday, when they can sit and apply themselves and get runs under their belt, and to the better for them and for their country. End of the over, 22 for 2.
Yeah, and you consider the track has eased out based on the action you have seen so far in the second innings. Really, those two deliveries that took the wickets really should not have been dismissals. Could have been left harmlessly outside the off stump. But just to the temperament of the batsman at the time. But if you look at Ramlal in the first innings, when the ball was moving around, he lost his footing even on his dismissal and so on. It was trying times for him, but so far in this innings, he's looking more comfortable. And he's actually the one so far in the innings who seems to be putting together the right mixture of attack and defense.
And who seems to me as if he wants to bat long. So it is Lane who will continue from this to top end. 3 slips, gully, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Ramdu. In the first innings, Ramdu got top score of 41. I'm certain that they'll be hoping that he can repeat or even go beyond that. Lane in. Here it is, forcing it up, short of a length. Didn't bounce as much as he anticipated, but kept his eye on it and forced it out to mid-off, and there is no run. The attacking intent is there.
He's a very, very aggressive batsman.
The attacking intent is there. And he has to be mindful. We go right back to what we kept saying, shot selection.
You have to choose the right deliveries. He will have the opportunities to score.
Let's hope from a West Indian standpoint, the tournament standpoint, they'll be able to stand up there and be counted, bat and bat. Outside the off stump, guided out to gully, and there is no run. I remember playing a game against Gordon Greenwich, Desmond Haynes. I remember the game well, And Desmond Haynes got 201 not out. You listen to me? We saw his face late afternoon. He came back next day. At lunch, we saw his face. You know what he said to me? You'll see my face after lunch. No way we could have gotten him out. He ended up with 201 not out. As Lane in, this one out just on his body and flicked away ungainly by Ramdu, and Ramlal asked him to return to his crease. He wasn't going for that single, and the total remains 22 for 2. But certainly, that is what the batsmanship is all about. Learn to bat and bat and bat. The only way you can get runs is in the middle, not in the pavilion. That's very important. When I was involved in it, we always say to our batsmen, stay in the middle and get your runs. You're not going to get in the pavilion sitting down and have your feet cocked up in your short pants. That ain't not going to work. Stay out there and bat. And that is how things ought to be done if you want to be counted among some of the better batters in Caribbean cricket at this point in time. This one on his legs, and Ramdu turns this one again. Ball watching is Ramlal. Certainly there was 2 runs there, and he was looking at the fielder rather than paying attention to his partner, which is Ramdu, and only ended up with a single, 23 for 2. All these little finer points in the game need to be sorted out by the different coaches, the different management. I believe the West Indies have more coaches than any part of the international cricket world. This region named West Indies, the amount of coaches we have, and there are so many little things that we're seeing missing, it isn't funny. You beg to ask a few questions. As Lane, from this the top end, to bowl to Ramlal, from the northern end in, right on top of it, and as you quite said, he is intent on defending, and defending he did. Because, Cookie, You're seeing these youngsters here turning blind. That's number one. That should never happen. Shot selection. That is 2. Match awareness. That is 3. Things that they ought to know at this level. You look at persons of the same age playing for national cricket, international cricket for their various nations, and you're not seeing these things. Hardly see them. Again, he defends well, and there is no run. Running short, unable to back up properly, changing the bat from one hand to the next. These basic things, they are clearly missing. And maybe that is probably part and parcel of why West Indies cricket is in the state that is in at the end of the over 23 for 2.
Yes, a laundry list of items there when you're considering in terms of trying to improve the state of the cricket. These 2 batsmen now, they really have to put their heads down, see what they can do for their side. They are not out of it as yet. Ramdu, not saying that he should curb his aggressive intent, but he has to be selective. I think he was fairly selective enough in the first innings. He waited until he got his opportunities, but I think because of the runs he got in the first innings, he has come out from the beginning. I think he has been a little bit over-aggressive from the start. So he needs to try to set himself in the wicket before he goes so aggressive against the bowling.
Yes, and Leacock will continue from the southern end, 23 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings. Springer from the southern end in. This one outside the leg stump, and it died before it got to the wicket keeper. And I believe they'll get a bye. Let's see. No, apparently it got a nick. It is a nick, it's a single. Thought it really was a bye because what happened probably touched the batting glove and died before it reached to the wicketkeeper, and he wasn't able to gather it. So Ramdu goes up to 224 for the loss of 2. And what I said earlier, Cookie, is all about trying to improve West Indies cricket. It's not criticizing, it's improve. But the coaches themselves must improve in order to disseminate the information to their charges. That's the point I'm really making.
Yes, and if you want to see a difference in the cricket, it really starts at the age group levels.
Outside the off stump, and that horizontal shot, waited on it and forced it out to the right of backward point, and is no run. But you have to start at the youth level. Yeah. Must start at the youth level, under 13, under 15, under 19, whatever level, whatever age group you're at, and teach them the basic rudiments of the game. Basic stuff is missing. So, Springer? Yeah. Springer from the southern end. In right arm fast medium bowler outside the off stump, and taking cleanly that one. He pulled his head away across the breakfast table, so to speak, and he was able to sway it out of the way. And the total remains 24 for the loss of 2. But certainly a very good delivery there from Springer.
Good delivery, and Ramlal is intent on staying there to those deliveries. He has been playing that length well so far. He has been swaying out of the way to that length. Not being tempted into an injudicious shot thus far.
Springer. In. This one again, lifting, but not aside, and he's right on top of it and defended it quite nicely. And incidentally, no Cookie, he is the makeshift opener.
Well, he's looking like an opening bat.
He's looking like an opening bat, but he is the makeshift opener.
Intent on remaining in the wicket.
I think he's intent on succeeding with what he's doing, and so far, so good. And this is the type of thing you need as an opening batsman, being able to defend. And defend well. Once you can do that, runs will come by staying in the middle. And so far, so good. 24 for the loss of 2. Springer to bowl to Ramlal from the southern end. Right arm fast medium. In. This one outside the off stump, and he waits on it. It's a slow pitch, waits on it, and just forces it out to backward point, and there is no run. Giving the Barbadian bowlers something to think about. He's not playing, attempting to throw his wicket away. He's attempting to bat and bat and bat. It's clearly visible.
Well, you mentioned the fact that he was a makeshift opener, and he has been retained in that position, which means that the management probably saw something in him.
In move Springer, outside the off stump, allow it to go by. Good judgment, very good judgment. Allow that one to go by at the end of another over. Having lost those 2 wickets, the scoring rate has dried up, and it's 24 for 2. Still 23 runs behind after Barbados to bat a second time. And the approach from Ramlal looks very good. It's a question what sort of support you'll be able to give, and they would be able to give him, because Jagasa has gone caught Sealy off Leacock for 8, and Kishuna had caught Sealy off Lane for none. 18 for 1, 22 for 2. As the Barbadian medium fast bowlers continue to work and work assiduously towards dismissing the entire Trinidad and Tobago lineup, whilst they're being defied temporarily here by Kisunat and Ramlal. More so Ramlal, he is definitely intent and defense, and to let the Barbadian bowlers know you are bowling at someone you're not going to get out that easily. I think that's probably what he's saying in his mind, and so far so good. As Lane, is it Lane will continue from this top end? Lane from this top end, he has taken 1 wicket, the wicket of Kisunat, and Jagasa to Leacock. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, short of a squarish short leg, and a square long leg in, and driven in the air over his head, just over his head. This one was pitched up and driven over the head of the man at long off, and more like a 20-20 type shot there by Ramdu, and he just got away with it. And we're just speaking here about shot selection.
Yeah, and I don't know what his instructions have been from inside, but I'm thinking, well, he's almost like if he's come out to bat thinking he's on 40-something not out from the first innings already faced how many other deliveries he faced. But he has to begin a new innings.
Lane into Ramlal, out down the leg side, looking to clip that one away, mistaken clean by bowling, and there is no run. Fortunate for him, if the Barbadian fielder who identified as that fielder there, if he was probably 3 meters, Brown, if he was 3 meters beyond, closer to the boundary, he would have taken an easy catch. But he got away with it. And let us see if he would learn from that error. To be honest with you, as Ramlal faces Lane outside the off stump, and he lifts his 2 hands and his bats to allow the ball to go by. No danger whatsoever, none whatsoever. And this is some good judgment on the part of Ramlal, as we saw him face Leacock from the southern end, did almost the same thing. No danger whatsoever, as Lane will continue from this and another and be trying again to see if he can breach the defense of Ramlal in. Right on top of it, full face of the bat, showing him the maker's name, saying, hey, you dare pass this bat in. No way. And certainly you'll have to try again, as he defends for all his might for his sweet Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, sweet TNT. And Ramlal really looking determined to prove his worth this afternoon. Looking to play a long innings here for his team.
Lane into Ramlal. This one again, good judgment. Short lifting, but he went down and allowed it to go by. Again, no danger. Lane will have to try something different.
Yes, and he's picking up the length. Now, he has been there for a while. He didn't last as long in the first innings. He was dismissed by an outswinger, a lovely outswinger by the same bowler, Lane. And this time around, he has been at the crease for some time. He's looking quite positive, and when I say positive in terms of his defense, he's looking decisive when he wants to leave, and that is good for him at this stage.
In, delivers, and again, opening the face this time is running it down to third man. He'll have 1, just a single. But it's the end of that over. It's 26 for the loss of 2. So after a few words from you, I'll hand over to Asnet.
Yes, and that we look at that last delivery, Lane, and that's why I must commend him as a bowler. He was using the shorter length. He realized, well, Ramlal was looking at quite comfortable to that length, and he tried the fuller delivery, and that one is skewed off the outer half of the bat. Could have been another edge that went to one of those in the slip corner. So good thinking there by the young man, changing up the length and looking to get another wicket, wasn't it?
Yes. Interesting play after lunch so far. We've seen a couple of wickets fall, and we've also seen some good shots as well. Good contest between bat and ball. As we said, the wicket is not as quick as it was yesterday, but it is still offering some bounce for the Barbadian seamers. And it's important that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen just try and forge a partnership of some sort here moving forward.
Yes, and Ramlal to that delivery, nicely behind it. Elbow cocked high as he defended onto the offside. So he's looking determined, hopefully for the Trinidad and Tobago team's sake, that he remains there at the wicket. The Barbadians would want to see the back of him. He's looking as a serious obstacle to their progress at this point in time, as they want to make some inroads into the Trinidad side.
Yes. It's interesting to note also that Springer and Leacock, they're not as tall as Lane. So I'm thinking to myself, perhaps the batsmen should be able to pick up the shorter deliveries a bit easier from those bowlers coming from the southern end, as opposed to Lane, who will get that natural bounce because of his height.
Yes, sometimes it happens that way, and sometimes because a bowler is short too, the short delivery doesn't necessarily lift, it just skids, and it can become quite awkward.
Yes, I think that's what we've seen from Springer, his ability to get the ball to skid onto the batsman a bit more, especially from a shorter length as well. It's good for Trinidad and Tobago. Perhaps Ramdu is at the opposite end, just observing what is going on, perhaps getting into the game. As we said, he seemed to be a bit rushed and a bit anxious to get going since his arrival at the crease. So maybe from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, having Ramlal on strike at this point in time could be a good thing.
Yeah, because it seemed as if he came out with his blood flowing, rushing through his body, and he wanted to get at the bowlers. Even from ball one, he played a very aggressive shot. And given the situation of the game and the place where his team finds himself in, he'll be well advised to try to get set in the wicket, put on a big partnership here with Ramlal, who is looking very determined and stodgy at the wicket.
Yes, as Springer comes in again, bowls, another short length delivery. I think the worry might be here for the Barbadian bowlers is that because they've seen how they will have been successful in the first innings in terms of the length that they're bowling, maybe they might get a little bit carried away to some extent, because personally I'm thinking that to Ramlal, he has played that short of a length delivery very well so far. So I'm thinking perhaps a fuller length, try a fuller length for a couple of deliveries and see how it goes.
I'm in full agreement with you, and you saw that fuller length from Lane coming to the end of the previous over, and it brought about the outside half of the bat. If they remember the first innings, he was out from a fuller length. He was not one of those who succumbed to the shorter stuff. He looks quite adept at playing off the back foot there against the shorter bowling. He stands tall on his toes and defends in the approved manner.
Yes. So that's perhaps something the captain could pick up on and maybe have a chat with his bowler. Tell him about the length that perhaps he needs to be bowling, might be a more testing length. Not to say you're going to completely eradicate the shorter delivery, but it's just a matter of testing the different skill levels of the batsman against the different lengths. Like that delivery, that was a better delivery, that was a good corridor to bowl. As the over comes to an end, the end of the 10th, it's 26 for 2, Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings.
Yeah, and if you look at that last delivery, it was very full, but he was kind of half forward, maybe expecting something short as well. And even at certain other points in the game, even as I mentioned, probably in the first innings when Lane was a bit fuller, he wasn't getting that far forward either. So he seems to be someone who is comfortable standing tall off the back foot and playing. So this length may actually be feeding into his strength. While the batsman at the other end, Ramdu, we saw he attempted a pull shot in the first innings, almost hit it down trying leg throat. Well, should have been caught, it went through his hands. And we have also seen as well that he got one just to the left of short leg earlier in his innings. So he doesn't look as comfortable with that length as Ramlal has looked.
As the old saying goes, Alan, so different strokes for different folks.
Absolutely.
I think we're seeing a new bowler here. Is it Roberts? Yes, another tall, fast bowler. So that was a good spell by Lane. And I think that was good on the part of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen in terms of seeing off that opening spell from Lane after lunch. As we know, there are some restrictions in terms of the number of overs that a fast bowler can bowl based on the playing conditions. So he would have bowled 4 in that particular spell. And I'm sure we'll not be seeing him for at least another hour or so as we go along.
And what you're noticing from most of the teams that they're not using that 6 over option because they want to ensure that if they want to bring back the bowler before the hour, they can. Because if you bowl 6 overs, you have to wait another hour before you bowl again.
Okay, so you're saying in the situation with him bowling 4 overs,
he can bowl before an hour.
He can bowl before an hour. Okay. Thank you very much there, brother Cruikshank. As we see Roberts, a wayward start so far. 2 deliveries, very short of a length. And Ramdu just getting under those 2 deliveries, not really threatening him in any way.
But you could see the length here deployed to Ramdu. Just mean he has been a little bit wayward in executing it, but they have a deep square leg, they have a deep fine leg. And that is the length that they're going to try to utilize to Ramdu.
Yes, and this one is edging between the man at second slip and gully. He should be able to get a boundary. Yes, he does. It was not the most convincing shot there. Another short length delivery. Just defending off the back foot a bit away from his body there. Taking the outside portion of the bat. Went down a bit. Perhaps if there was a third slip, it might have fell short of him as well. But 4 more to Ramdu. He moves on to 7. The score is now 30 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, that's a better line. That's a better length. I think that's around where Roberts wants to be. And I'm not too sure why there isn't a third slip. They are still in the lead. And wickets are premium. I mean, they need to try to get as many as you can. So, not too sure why there isn't a third slip. I know Ramdu in the 4th innings was very aggressive. And as I speak, it seems as if they are going to put him in.
So, after
the horse has bolted. Yeah.
Yes. But I'm thinking to myself as well, if the length that Roberts is going to be bowled is going to be short of a length, then perhaps you didn't need an extra cover, a man on the jive. As such, you perhaps need to pack the slip corner, as we mentioned before, and you have your man at deep square leg and you have the fine leg.
Yes, this now looks like a better feel for the length that he's going to bowl. There's still a man at mid-off. I guess he may want to pitch one up at some point. But everyone else really is either square or behind square.
I think the man at mid-off is a bit deep as well, which I think is a consequence of the previous over where he tried to go over the top, miscued it, just over the head of the man at mid-off. So that's a good position there for Lane. Well played by Ramdu. It was a shortish delivery, just going back and just pushing it out to cover where that man was just removed from to go into the slip and takes a good single.
Yeah, that's sensible cricket from him. I think now, based on how he has played the last 2 or 3 deliveries, that initial rush of blood that he seemed to have come out to the crease with, that he may have calmed down just a little bit. He has had a word or two to him from his batting partner, probably just reminding him of the value that he should place on his wicket.
Yes, so that was well played. There's a lot of room there for these singles. It's good to get these singles as well because of the right and left hand combination. Once again, another shortish delivery. And Ramlal is just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. It's the end of his first over there, Roberts. 5 coming from it. It's 31 for 2.
Yes, 31 for 2. That was a good over for the batting team, the Trinidad and Tobago team. They got a boundary down to third man of the outer edge of Ramdu. But Ramlal again, he's showing that he's not going to go after any of those short deliveries. Either he's going to get on his toes if it's close enough to him and defend it, or he's going to leave it well alone. So a lot of energy being expended, you could say, by the bowling team to bowl short to him, and he's not really taking the bait.
Yes, as we would have been speaking about earlier, I think the length for Ramlal need to be a bit fuller. because so far he has been able to negotiate that shortish length. Roberts as well, I don't think he has the pace of Lane. He's a tall bowler, will get some bounce, but I don't think he has the pace of Lane. So I think that length to Ramlal definitely need to be a bit fuller.
Absolutely. What we have seen from Lane is that based on what we have seen in the tournament so far, he'll be one of the quicker bowlers in the tournament.
As Springer comes in again, another short delivery, well played again by Ramdo. So there's a lot of gaps in and around the circle where he can just drop these deliveries in and just get himself out strike and rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. So it's another good single, 32 for 2.
Yeah, so he's, as I said before in the last over, he seems to now have settled his mind and his mindset has changed. He's now looking for the singles, those aggressive shots that he played early up in his innings. Of course, they feel us to be a little bit on the back foot, and saw for the last over that the mid-off was kind of halfway to the boundary between long-off and mid-off from that lofted shot that just went over the mid-off side earlier. So changing his approach and using the spaces to get singles.
This one is punched out to backward point by Ramlal. There's no run. Well, Ramdu, I think he's the top scorer for the game so far with his 41. My scorers to the right, so he knows what it's like to score runs on this wicket. So I think Trinidad and Tobago will be really depending on him to really put up a similar type of performance and even improve on it as well.
Yeah, well, with the deficit, they would want him to get more than what he got in the first innings. They need somebody to score. As we have a look at this delivery, played softly on the leg side, no run. Yes, they would want somebody to score big innings. And big in the context of this match, based on the scores we have seen so far, might be a 60, a 70, a 80. If somebody could get 100, that would be excellent for them. But even a 70 or 80 may put enough pressure on the opposition based on the scores we have seen in the match so far.
Yes. In the first innings, he made 41. Ran himself up, basically, I would say. Really no need for that single. At that point in time, Trinidad and Tobago were in the ascendancy, and he really handed back the initiative to Barbados at that point in time with his dismissal. Because he was striking the ball beautifully, a very good strike rate as well. So that was really disappointed from him. As Ramlal continued to be defiant. Scoring rate is not the great. He's 10 off 37, but for Trinidad and Tobago, that is not important at this point in time. Just a matter of him being there for as long as possible and trying to just tire the Barbadian fast bowlers.
Yes, and he's doing his job. He's trying to blunt the attack. And he has been there for some time now. As you said, faced 38 deliveries now with that delivery. And he has been doing his job quite excellently.
Another leave alone outside the off stump. That brings to the end the 12th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago, in their second innings, they are 32 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yes, and with that delivery, Osnet, one of the things that we are seeing in the second innings as the pitch, flattens out a bit and continues to get lower. Delivery like that in the first innings probably would have gone through probably a foot and a half higher to the keeper. And so what we are seeing here is that, and that is why I'm so disappointed with the dismissal so far of the first two batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago, because the conditions are not as adverse as they were in the first innings. And so they really had the opportunity, as you could see from Ramlal. He's defending, he's not looking troubled. The conditions are suitable for you to bat long.
Yes, as it will be Roberts again from the northern end. Not a short of a length delivery. Ramdu very confident, very comfortable with that particular length. One of the things Trinidad and Tobago have to be mindful of also is that the Barbadian bowling attack is based around their seamers. If they're able to see off these seamers and, tire them, as we would say, then sooner or later, I believe Barbados will have to turn to spin, which they might be more comfortable playing against. And from what we have seen from the two spinners in the first innings, I don't think they are as threatening as the Trinidad and Tobago spinners.
I agree with you 100% there. So you saw two left-arm orthodox spit bowlers. They were tidy, but they didn't have that variation and that type of venom that you saw from the likes of Singh, who really tormented the Barbadian batsmen.
Yes, but I believe that's a long way away in terms of turning to spin. Knowing the Barbados team, I think they just rotate their seamers for as long as possible. And perhaps a few minutes before tea, we might see a few of this couple of the spinners being introduced. Another shortish length and a good run again. That run is always available.
Always there. Because of the feel that is in place, that run is always there. So once he holds that in his mind and remembers that once he defends just for the square on the offside, that it's an easy single. Once he eludes the bowler, there are acres of space there in front of square on the offside.
I must say I'm not totally impressed with this particular length that Roberts is bowling. He doesn't have the pace. The wicket itself is drying out. And as you can see, both batsmen are very comfortable against that length. Just short of a length, no real pace or venom. And it's just a matter of batting smart here and continue doing what they're doing.
Yeah, it's clear that if I was having a look at where the wicketkeeper is standing, which is the captain bowl, and he's on the Super 6 sign for Roberts. When Lane was in operation, he was a few yards behind that sign. So that alone tells you what the story is. So I think he'll be better served, given the flatness of the pitch at this time, to try to go for that top of off stump length. Just about there.
Yes, I think that's a better length, bringing the batsmen forward. Ramlal there once again is up to the task. It will be interesting to see a Hawkeye's pitch map of Robert so far. I don't think we'll see a lot of deliveries in that full region. In fact, 0% in that full region. Maybe about 5% in that good length. And about 93% of his deliveries have been just on the short side. Another short delivery outside the off stump. Ramlal I think that was pretty close to a wide.
Yeah, it was almost off the cut strip, really. So it could have been even on no ball, but very wide on that occasion.
So at the end of the 13th over, it's 33 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago replying to a Barbados first inning score of 154. They trail by 14 runs so far.
Yeah, so the goal of these two batsmen at the crease, Ramdu and Ramlal, the first goal will be to try to erase those 14 runs, that deficit, and to go ahead of the total so that they'll be beyond parity and now be setting a target for the Barbados side. What we saw from their lower order in the first innings doesn't suggest a lot of prominence, although we saw some fight from Agard and Chase. So they want to make sure that the top order does as much of the batting as possible. And with two of the top order back in the shed already, they need to ensure that they put together a big partnership here.
Yes, so Leacock is back into the attack. So far he has 3 overs, 1 for 9. So just as we predicted, they would just be rotating their seamers. That's Ramdu in strike. Another short length delivery. Ramdu is back and just pushing it out to a short cover. The bowler feels off his own bowling and there's no run. So they seem pretty content in sticking to that particular length. Let's see how it goes over the next hour or so.
Well, one of the things that I'm thinking here now, just off the top of my head, is that the bowlers have a 6-over limit as young fast bowlers. But if you bowl 6 overs of short deliveries, and we'll come back to that.
This one is up in the air. Chance for catch. Yes. It's a It's another poor selection as we would have gotten used to so far from the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. It was a wide delivery. Ramdu basically threw the kitchen sink as they would say. Took the bottom portion of the bat, went up in the air, and a good catch there by, is it Lane? Roach. Yes, he just came around and took a very good catch. So another batsman goes. It's 33 for the loss of 3.
And I'm not too sure what type of shot that was for that delivery. The ball was short, yes, but it wasn't full. And there he was trying to drive it very wide and trying to drive it on the up, trying to go over the top. I mean, that's a horrible shot. It seems as if the shots are getting worse and worse as we go down the innings in terms of the Trinidad team. I don't know what they could say to each other at this point or what the leadership has to say as the captain walks out to join Kisundat at the crease. But it's simply not good enough, I don't think. It's one thing for you to get a good delivery and you're dismissed. That happens to every batsman. But in a situation like this, to play a shot like that, to a delivery like that, I mean, that is horrible. We went on at length to the short ball dismissal of Jagasar. But when you really think about it, this makes Jagasar's dismissal look like child's play.
Very much so, that delivery. I think he has been leaving those deliveries alone as well. In the last couple of overs, he was saying that perhaps he's settling down a bit, getting into his innings, and just that shot alone was very disappointing. The 3 dismissals we have seen so far, they're not something that we really should be proud of as a cricketing nation in terms of Trinidad and Tobago, because those deliveries should have been left alone. The score should have been 33 without loss, or even more.
Yeah, it should have been. And when you really think back on that last shot that Ramlal played, I mean, it almost seems as if he thought that he was in a T10 game down at Couva. Maybe that at the Brian Lara Sports Complex. We know that they had a T10 competition earlier in the year. So it was a really bad shot for a 3-day game. And after having been the top scorer in the first innings, he really should have realized that his team was depending on him to do something in the second innings. There was Ramlal. Ramlal is out in the wicket now. He is determined to defend. You are the aggressive batsman, the one who is more likely to score. All right? Ramlal is showing that I am determined to stay there. Stay there with him for a while. Get yourself in the wicket. Copy his method. And then when you're in, after you have been there for probably 25, 30, 40 balls, you start to see how the wicket is playing. Then you start to probably expand your attacking shots. But on merit, that last shot that he played is a shot that you play when you are 190.
Yes, very much so. A very disappointing end to Ramdu's innings there. And the Trinidad and Tobago struggling a bit, 33 for 3. Remember, they have Barbados got a lead of 47. So they need for the 14 runs before they start scoring for themselves in the second innings. And there's a lot of time in this game to Alonso. A lot of time. We still have quite a bit of overs to be bowled today. And we have a full day's play tomorrow, weather permitting. And yes.
So certainly one of the partners is well on his way towards completing this afternoon.
Yes, Lonnie. The speed at which this game is going as well, you never know. We could have a day off tomorrow. Maybe we'll go for a visit in the lovely Grenadines Islands. As the new batsman is Ramnath, the captain. He would have sustained a slight injury while he was fielding earlier. I believe perhaps he might have gotten over that.
Yeah, he looks like a live wire in the field. He was diving around for the entire innings. He's very quick across the ground. Cut off a couple of twos when potential twos, keeping them to singles and so on. So it will be interesting to see if he's carrying any stiffness still from that injury he got when he dove earlier.
Ramlal once again, firm in defense, plays it back up to the bowler. There's no run. What do you think might be going through his mind now, Alanson? Ramlal, he has been there from the start. You have seen everything that have taken place. What do you think is going through his mind at this point in time?
I'm not too sure what will be going through his mind, but I know if it were me, I'll be thinking it's a perfect opportunity to carry the bat.
Yes.
I mean, it's a good opportunity to go in and open and come out at the end of it all, still being not out. Not something that happens very frequently.
Especially in Test cricket. This delivery is walking it behind square. Should be able to get a single. It's been a stark contrast really in terms of the way how he has gone about his business and the way the other batsmen have really chosen to play.
Well, with the skipper at the crease joining him now, we would hope that the skipper will adopt a similar approach and will show the benefit of leadership and the ability to really judge the situation, and that they will fight their way until tea, the two of them.
Tea seemed a very long time away as well. Just about an hour's play so far after lunch. As Ramnath faces his first delivery, and a shot is pulling this one behind square. Does it have enough to get to the boundary? I believe it does. Yes, just making it into the boundary there now. So it was a short delivery, and Ramnath facing his first delivery, played the pull shot, made good connection, and got it over deepish square leg for a boundary. He moves off the mark, and the score moves up to 38 for 3.
It is clear somewhere along the line, Osnet, that they had some conversation about the first innings, and they decided, well, we're going to play the horizontal bat shots. But for you to employ that approach, you have to have that shot in your armory. Now, that one he looked like he was in a good position for that, but we saw from some of the earlier batsmen that it looked totally out of position when attempting those shots. And in that case, it was well executed, and kudos to him. It may be a case that he actually is one who plays that shot on a regular basis.
As Leacock, he would not be disappointed with that. Perhaps he would try the middle of the pitch again. Very much so. To this one, he's just jumping, a bit jumping there and pushing it out to cover. Good single.
Yes, very good single taken there. He's a diminutive person, Ramnath, the skipper. So he had to jump to get over on top of that. Not as tall as Ramlal, who is slender in build, but probably a couple of inches or so on him.
So at the end of that over, it's the end of over number 14. The score is 39 for 3. With Ramnath just coming to the wicket, he's on 5. Ramlal, he's been there from the beginning. He's on 11 from 45 deliveries. Trinidad still trailed by 8 runs.
Yeah, so the captain, Ramnath, he will be on strike to Roberts for the first time, new to the crease. They're actually going to employ that deep square leg fielder, so seems as if it will be more of the same. On that last occasion when he played the pull shot, there was no one in the deep. So it was a good option. There was nobody out there and the ball was there in the spot. And he did get slightly inside the line, so unlike what we saw from Jagasar, where the ball was outside his right shoulder.
Another short delivery. He's putting this one in front of square. Should be able to get close to the boundary. Yes, it does. Very good shot there by Ramnath. So 2 pull shots so far. Well executed, Alanson.
Yeah, what we have seen from him, and I was talking about this earlier when I was on with Gunny, it seems as if some of the players are not comfortable with the shot itself. So it's not a shot that they have. But what we're seeing now from the skipper is that he seems to be somebody who actually takes on the pull shot. And he has played 2 very good ones so far in his short innings so far.
I could recall in the first innings we were mentioning that we haven't seen a pull shot in anger. And all of a sudden in back-to-back overs we've seen 2 very good pull shots. That one way in front of square, which tells me that he picked up the length quite early and was able to execute it very, very well through mid-wicket.
Yeah, and Roberts is not as quick, so we have been asking him to bowl just a little fuller. Not as quick as the opening bowlers.
Another short delivery. He's just not a full-blooded pull shot, just hitting that one out to where the man just went to, in terms of a mid-wicket, a little bit deeper than usual, than we expect from usual. Perhaps he's there for a mistime pull shot as well.
Yeah, I think that is specifically what he's there for. It's not there for a clip off the leg at all, not so deep, but definitely for a mistime pull.
As we could hear the voice of former West Indian spinner Suleiman Ben, as that's a wayward delivery, very short, should be signal wide, I believe. Let's wait. No, just by. I think that was very close to wide there, Lanson.
That's very, very harsh on the keeper. There's absolutely no way that the keeper could have gotten to that delivery. And that went well over 4 slip. So I think that should have been a wide. I mean, we have seen closer deliveries on that call in red ball cricket, and that one definitely should have been 5 wides.
Yes.
That's my opinion anyway.
Yes, so Roberts there just trying a little bit hard to maintain his length. We spoke about his length earlier. An earlier pitch map showed 94% of his deliveries hitting that short length. And I'm sure currently, maybe I've gone up to 94.2. As Roberts again comes in. Another shot, if he's pulling this one down a bit behind square. Well played in the end. Gets a single.
Yeah, that wasn't a full-bodied pull. He seems to be comfortable on that shot.
Especially
unlike some of his
Roberts.
teammates.
Especially
Yeah,
to
at this
Roberts.
pace, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it would be a bit more of a challenge to, let's say, Lane, who is a yard or two quicker. But definitely at this pace, he seems to be quite comfortable on the shot. He's actually employing it in a way that he's able to take on the shot with the men back by just rolling his wrist over it and keeping it down as well.
Cricket is a game of margins as well, Alanson. If for some reason or the other there's a top edge there, we might be saying no, it's a pull shot. But so far he has been able to play the pull shot very well. As Ramlal continues with his good judgment, a delivery short of a length, lifting outside the off stump. He's not interested in those deliveries. He has not been interested since the start of this innings.
Well, one of the things I think that when you play a pull shot and you're out, it probably look worse. But I will always say that when a man plays a drive and the ball edges and he's caught at slip, nobody tells him the next game that he shouldn't drive.
Fair point. As we see Roberts, he'll be coming around the wicket, which perhaps is a better tactic if he's going at that particular length. He has a man at short leg, so maybe he'll be trying to bowl in the rib cage of Ramlal. But so far, Ramlal has played this type of bowling very well. And his captain will be depending on him to stay there and forge a partnership of some note. I think they're actually in the lead now, 48 for 3. Yes, so they lead by 1 run. That's a positive. It's always good to just get back in front after being behind in terms of a deficit on your first innings. That 1 run seems like a psychological barrier you're able to just get over and be in the lead.
Yeah, so with Trinidad and Tobago now in the lead by 1 run, I'll hand over to Stanley Gunny Hines with you now, Osnet.
Yes, and thank you very much. Basically 1-3.
Yes, in essence, yes.
So, action continues at 10 minutes to 2, and it's here that in a park. It seemingly will conclude maybe before tea. We're not sure. Playing a 3-day cricket at this level and then finishing within 2 days. Wow. Not easy. So, the bowler from the bottom end is Leacock outside the off stump and defended well there by Ramnath, and there is no run. Ramnath is on
10.
10 and Ramlal 11. Ramlal has been the stonewall in this inning so far. He's just decided, I am going to bat here for the rest of the day, irrespective of whether I reach T40, and which is a very good tactic to deploy. As Leacock in to the skipper outside the off stump, short lifting, and certainly he is intent of playing anything short and not bouncing it high and playing that pull shot, that horizontal shot. and he defended that one quite well. And he decided he's going to fight, as we say in Provola language, fire with fire, if you want to use that terminology.
Yes, Ramnath is a very busy player, as we have seen, and Trinidad will be hoping for his sake as well as the team's that he bats quite a few overs this afternoon.
Yeah, one thing for sure, Barbados will have to bat a second time.
Yes.
That is for sure. That's Leacock in. This one clips beautifully off the legs, a bit in the air, a short leg, and they get a single to square leg. He goes up now to 11, and it's 49 for the loss of 3. Then they lead by 2, so Trinidad and Tobago in the lead 2 for 3. They can extricate themselves from this position, you know. If some of our younger persons would really get down into that subject area, history, by reading. I remember that David Holford, Gary Sober's partnership a few moons ago. West Indies in
a lot of moons ago, Gunny. Not a few.
Forward defensive is Ramlal, and there is no one. I said a few moons ago. And I will stick to it.
A few moons ago could be last week.
No. Quite a lot of moons have passed between last week and now. So it's, a couple of years ago, Gary Sobers and David Holford moved the West Indies from 69 for 5. And eventually England was left struggling to save the game. I remember that game distinctly. And David Holford, may he rest in peace, he survived and he really was there. I'll come back in a little while in. Short lifting, and Ramlal like a stone wall. He defends quite nicely, and there is no good. Good cause, and a good lesson for the others who are coming into bat. He is saying to the others, whenever you get at this crease, stand and support me. I am not going to give them my wicket. They'll have to out me. And that's basically what he's doing. And Holford was green to Test cricket, and he had his cousin Sir Garfield Sobers with him. And the two stayed there and not only saved the West Indies, they had England on the ropes in the second innings that they ended up with a draw. But some defiant batting in. Right on target, much better line, much better length, but still the broad bat of Ramlal, the end of the over, 49 for 5. And certainly, I am not so sure. I doubt if they would have read that those two batsmen there, which is Ramnath and Ramlal. I doubt they would have read it. Sobers and Holford partnership at Lords in, what year it was? 69, I think it was. 69, I think it was.
Many moons ago, Gunny.
Well, a few moons ago.
As you mentioned, I think a more recent act of defiance would be perhaps that partnership with VVS Laxman and Rahul Dravid against Australia, where they came from behind, forcing the follow-on, basically, and India ended up winning that game.
Well, I'm looking at the context from a West Indian standpoint. You went to the Australian. Well, in terms of our persons here in the Caribbean. But the point I was making, David Holford was green. He was green to Test cricket, to international cricket. And he had with him at the opposite end was his cousin, Sir Garfield Sobers. So Gary, I know probably you may be watching the live stream, and good afternoon to you from here in St. Vincent. We're looking at the youth cricket. Barbados against Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago 107, and at the moment they are 49 for 3 against Barbados 154, Trinidad and Tobago 107 and 49 for 3. But the leader 47, they are now 2 for 3. Basically, that's the Trinidad and Tobago total. If they were all out to be dismissed, if they were to be dismissed now, they'll have to make 3 to win. But so they'll have to bat again. I'm not too sure what's happening with the Guyana game. We'll get another update from the Guyana Leeward's game. 88 for 8. There's no ifs and there's no buts. 88 for 8. They're leading by 10.
I think there's a lot of confusion here. We saw
what is happening now?
Springer would have tried to take over the bowling, and then we saw Lane. I don't know if the umpire would have mentioned something about the
time and the overs and so on.
In terms of the playing conditions.
Yes,
that would have come into play. I think we mentioned earlier he bowled 4 overs in his last spell, Alanson.
What's his figures? What's his Lane figures?
I think Lane
from 5 overs, 1 for 12. 2 maidens.
So I don't know if that would have come into play there because he already was at the top of his mark.
Yeah, okay.
And now we are seeing Roberts. So maybe we need a bit of clarity there in terms of as we
Roberts, the ball now into Ramnath outside the off stump. A good line, good length, and he forces it out, and there is no run. We need to see, as we were saying earlier with Cookie, a better shot selection from the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. That's basically what we really want to see. Should I be able to extend this game and see some level of, albeit as you tend to say, small steps of batsmanship in this game, because the one in Park Hill, certainly that will finish in a short while. 11 for 8, so it's 12 to win at this point in time. We'll get updates all the while because that game seemed to be nearing its end.
It's a good delivery there by Roberts, a better length. So far what you've seen from him is hitting the middle of the pitch most of the time, but that delivery was on a good length and had a bit of movement away from the right-hander as well. Ramnath there a bit squared up. I think the ball is relatively new. It's only 16.1 overs old, so still a bit of shine on the ball there, Gunny. So he should be able to get a bit of movement still if he puts it in the right areas.
Laying in. He is pulling this one short of a length on his legs, and Alagard and Greenwich on one leg just pulled it down to deep square leg, and he collects a single. He's up now to 12. And the total of 50. The 50 is up for Trinidad and Tobago. 50 for the loss of 3. They're leading by 3 at this moment. 3 for 3 overall as Barbados continue to hunt. But something that is certainly absent here, though I'm not too sure if you've picked it up. You're not seeing the players shining the ball on one side and trying to walk on it. I'm not sure if you're really paying attention. You're not seeing that. That's part of the learning curve. Forward defensive, broad bat. There is no run. You're not going to pass here, my brother.
I think also that the state of the outfield is very lush and green, so the ball should be able to retain its shine over a period of time. But as you mentioned, you still have to work on the ball in order to perhaps get some reverse swing later on.
Well, I'm not too sure if they are aware of how the reversing operates, but you have to shine one side, and with the palm of your hands, you cannot put it in the forehead anymore. As in he comes, bowls again, right on target, and Ramlal defends nicely. Another single to the total, 51 for the loss of 3, and no ball.
So no ball, yes.
And no ball signal there, 51 for the loss of 3 by umpire Joseph. Yes, I'm saying you can take the palm of your hands with the sweat, and you can actually keep one side kind of wettish, and the opposite side you shine. So with physics is concerned, the ball is going to move in the opposite direction once you know how to hold the ball with your fingers and your whole action. I'm not too sure if they're aware of it because they're not really shining the ball. They're just passing the ball and continue to bowl. They're not really thinking about that. Outside the off stump to the keeper, and there is no run because there's one of the Barbadian fast bowlers was a great exponent of the art of swing bowling. The late Malcolm Denzil Marshall. Tremendous bowler for the West Indies, and he was a real student of the game. To be very honest with you, one of the better fast bowlers you've seen from the Caribbean here, Malcolm Marshall. Well, it's a matter of opinion and a matter of whatever else, as in goes Lane. Again, that broad bat. Broad as a school, as you were teaching school last night, broad as a blackboard. I would say hitting bang in the middle of the blackboard. You're not going to pass here, as Ramlal showing serious defiance here for his team, Trinidad and Tobago. At the end of the over, 51 for 3.
Yes, a better over there by Roberts. He bowled some better lengths in that particular over and looked a bit more threatening, to tell you the truth. In previous overs here, he seemed to be more content in bowling that short length. But we saw a fuller length there in that particular over, and he looked a better bowler.
I like the defense of Ramlal.
Yes, very defiant so far, just presenting a template on which most of his other batsmen should be able to take something from, in terms of how to get in line and deal with certain deliveries, not playing at deliveries that you're not supposed to be playing at.
As Leacock from the southern end, and Ramnath looking to play a forcing back foot shot. No run out on the offsides, 51 for 3. But certainly, this is a good lesson to the other Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. And he is taking a claim to be a permanent opening batsman. The way he is batting, he's showing good defense. And that's what you need in an opening batsman.
That last delivery, though, that shot was not really the best shot.
Was not.
We saw there from Ramlal. I think it's the second time you're seeing him trying to play that uppercut. He has to be careful with that.
Again, he plays upper shot up well. Back, it's difficult. You'll describe it because I was looking for the ball and square on the offside, but I was looking for the ball square on the offside. Next thing I saw the ball going down towards long on. So it's 2 runs to Ramlal. You'll describe it for
it's a similar shot attempted. The result this time though was a bit different. Perhaps the bat spinned in his hand and end up tugging it down to a wideish long on.
With a horizontal bat.
Yes. And so I think those deliveries, he just have to let them go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. That would be a better option.
As Leacock in with a full face of the bat and he's going for a comfortable single. Full face of the bat. And he called his partner Ramlal up. He's 54 for the loss of 4 as they collect another single. But certainly, shot selection is a big problem as far as the Trinidad and Tobago teams is concerned.
Yes.
The only one who is really confident from what we have seen is Ramlal.
Yes,
He's
definitely.
very confident when he's playing the defense. But the others, they give the Barbadian bowlers hope that they would miss. But with Ramlal, if it's like 1 out of 10, if you're going to pass.
Yes, because if Ramlal was the one on strike for those 2 previous deliveries, I'm sure he would have just let them go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper as he has been doing so far, and let the bowler come to you.
As Leacock it is in 54 on this one to Ramlal. He turns it down to short square on his body, and he gets another single. He's up to 12. And the total up to 55. 55 for the loss of 55 for 3. We've just been told Guyana been all out for 90. Guyana been all out for 90. So the game is finished. No, 12. 13 to win. Wow, wow, wow. My goodness gracious. Wow. 73 in the first. 151 from Guyana. 90 in their second innings. Outside the off stump. He seemed to perfect the shot.
Should be able to come up for a second.
It's 4 runs.
I don't. No, it's not.
My goodness. I really thought it was the boundary.
Poor run in there.
Poor running.
There was a delivery all the way down to the long on boundary. Just pulled up inside of the boundary and the only manager single.
The bat horizontally is facing towards the president's suite. The ball is hit in the middle of the back and ended up at long on. That is the best way to describe it to our viewers. So he gets another single. He's up to 15. A very peculiar looking shot. 16. Defensive. Just what you said. Once is Ramlal, he's going to show you the full face of the bat. He's on to 16 in total at 56 for the loss of 3. Asmat, have you ever played any shot looking like that?
I can't recall going in my short international career. As I think Ramlal need to get that shot out of his repertoire though. He has attempted it on like 4 occasions now, and so far he has not been able to middle anything in the direction in which he's looking to play it. So I think from his perspective, a better bet would be to just leave those deliveries outside the off stump, because the more he seemed to be playing at these deliveries, the more the bowler would feel inclined to test him with that particular length. So
it's really what you're saying is a matter of time before we miscues one. Basically what you're saying.
Well, it seems that way.
Yes, to be honest.
For Trinidad and Tobago's sake, they're hoping that that time is not anytime soon. But with the way he's playing, it's only a matter of time before one of those deliveries we saw earlier with Jagasa just tappaging and presented itself an easy catch, as we see Lane returning for another spell.
Lane in. This one along the leg side and looking to flick it away. There it's Ramlal? Ramnat. Yes. Ramnat on 16. It's 57? 56 for the loss of 3. So the news out of Park Hill, Guyana, 90, 73 and 90. Leeward Islands 151, needing 13 to win. And even before tea on day 2, not a good sign for West Indies cricket. The game ending so early.
Should be a comfortable victory for
And
the
Guyana
US.
defeated the Trinidad and Tobago squad on day 3. It was as in, and he pulls at this one here. Similar type shot. They seem to perfect the art. They're going to get one. They're going to come for a second one. One to, but they certainly should have 3. Should have.
Yes, the running has not been great, especially between these two. I think that's a better shot, Gunny. He was actually aiming in that direction. It was a short delivery and he pulled it down to a wildish mid-on and he came back for a second. The other deliveries in the previous over, he was trying to perhaps uppercut over coverage and backward point.
Well, what I would say, he has perfected the art. He plays the shot well. Because if it bounces a little higher, he's certainly going to spoon it. There's no ifs and buts about it. As Lane in outside the off stump, and outside the off stump he backs away and forces it out on the onside, and there is no run. The total up now to 60. 58 for the loss of 3. They are leading now by 11. So it's really 11 for 3. It's Lane from the top end here. And you remember Calypso from the Lord Relator, Gavaskar in Trinidad in 1971. He was singing about Gavaskar, he like a wall, they couldn't out him at all. And that is what you see here from Ramlal. Driven sweetly, but straight to the man at mid-off, and there's no one. I don't know if you remember how that Calypso about Relator singing about Gavaskar when they try Newton Dow and they try all the others. But Gavaskar like a wall, they couldn't out him at all. Got tons of runs in that series against the West Indies. Those were the days, my brother, of excellent test cricket. I'll tell you that. Really, really wonderful test cricket. As Lane from the top end to bowl now to Ramnath. From the in the northern end, outside the off stump, and he pulls at this one short lifting. He's a short man, and he pulls it down to deep mid wicket, and he gets another single. He's up in the 19. It's 59 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago. Barbados has to be careful because every run counts, and they will have to make them whenever it's their turn to bat. So it's a question of if Ramnath, the captain, should really and truly try and stay there for as long as humanly possible in terms of setting a total that they will be competitive against the Barbadian batting lineup. Lane in, and here the wall. You're hitting a wall, bang, into that vertical bat, no run. Mr. Ramlal is on 12, 59 for the loss of 3, and certainly is giving tremendous fillip to the rest of the batsmen in the pavilion. There is a question of if that is the way he's batting and he can get one here, one day, why shouldn't we stay there along with him and support him and ensure that we'll be able to put a decent total on the scorecard? As I said, this period between lunch and is crucial. They have gifted 3 wickets to the Barbadian bowling. There's no ifs and buts about it. They have gifted 3 wickets. And Ramlal is pointing the other batsmen, along with the skipper Ramnath, in the opposite direction. If I'm defending, you stay there and let us see how many runs you can get by tea time.
It's been a very busy start by Ramnath so far. He's on 19 from 21 deliveries, so his scoring rate is up. And he has looked good so far. It's just a matter of him not getting carried away. Sometimes when you're off to these sort of starts, you could get overconfident. But for his sake and his team's sake, they'll be hoping that he'll be able to bat a bit longer. And Ramlal to continue to do what he has been doing. Frustrate the bowlers quite a bit. We saw in the last over Lane there after that sturdy defensive shot by Ramlal. Perhaps looking a bit dejected, a bit frustrated. So that's good to see from Trinidad's perspective. The premier fast bowler of the opposition a bit frustrated.
But the pitch itself isn't offering that type of bounce as yesterday. So they have to work much harder in terms of getting the desired results. So play will continue from the southern end with Leacock, is it?
Yes,
yeah,
it's Leacock.
Leacock from the southern end. Well, he'll be bowling to 2 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, whitish, mid-wicket, deep backward square in. Outside the off stump, the horizontal shot True covers, they'll have 1, and that's all they will have. That's Ramnath, he goes up to 20, and they bring the up-due-rate Ramlal in strike. I like the little Ramlal. He remind me of Leonard Baichan out of Guyana. Stays there, and he stayed the whole day. You're not going to get him out. I wasn't getting him out that easily. And that is the kind of batting we're seeing here from Ramlal, ensuring that he holds the innings together whilst the others can score runs. Because he's not really scoring any heavily thing. What he has, 12 in, nearly going on 2 hours?
From 57
long time he's been there, but he's given tremendous support. And we see Leacock from the southern end in. Forward defensive. Look at that. Beautiful bat. Full face. Showing him the maker's name. What is it? Is it a GM bat or whatever it is? Showing the full face of it. You're not going to pass. Trust me, I tell you, and I like the guy's approach. Bearing in mind, he has the temperament to be an opening batsman.
Yes, Ramlal has done what he has done all afternoon. There's been a change of line as well in terms of the bowler coming around the wicket, because so far he hasn't been able to breach the defenses of Ramlal from over the wicket.
In. Forward defensive pushes out quite nicely. Quite nicely. That was a bit of confidence. Pushes out to wide-ish mid off, and he gets a single. Is now 61 for the loss of 3. 61 for 3. It's really 14 for 3 overall. As against what's happening up at Parkhead, where they need another 11 to win, and that game will be finished in a short while. Guyana against the Leeward Islands. But as soon as it finishes, we'll let our viewers know what has happened there. So 1 down, 2 to go. In. Outside the off stump, and he forces it out to wide mid off, and there is no run. 61 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings. A little bit of a fight back here from the skipper. We are from 33 for 3. They are now 61, that partnership of 28, but they need to build on the 28 and carry it forward, and maybe turn the figures around, a partnership of at least 82. Turn it around and position themselves quite nicely. Leacock in, and he misses his run, stops, and goes back to his mark. Wonderful sunshine here at the Arnos playing field. As we look across, you can see the Beckway itself. Maybe it's a good day, young ladies. Nice to go on the beach, a wonderful beach day. We'll go across on the ferries and have a nice ride, Ankia. Nice ride across on the ferries and onto one of those beaches in Beckway and enjoy the afternoon. But we are here doing our work. Everybody's here doing their work in terms of cricket. Outside the off, someone driven nicely through the offside there by Ramnath. 1. Just 1.
He's living quite dangerously, Ramnath.
Yes, he is.
As we mentioned before, his scoring rate is in the 90s.
You love this strike rate business, Mr. Isn't it?
Yes, I'm just saying in terms of a partnership, he's the one who's doing the bulk of the scoring, and he's scoring at a very high pace. However, he doesn't need to get carried away with this scoring rate. For example, that delivery was a bit wide outside the off stump. He could have let that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. He sploded at it, and it just fortunate that it went to the right of the man at backward point. Thankfully for Trinidad and Tobago, and there's a single.
62 for 3, and certainly Ramlal is sapping the energies out of the Barbados bowling attack. His defense is as broad as the side screen. Oh, good judgment outside the off stump, just over stump high, and they allow it to go by. Very good judgment there. And I must say to you, this little fella Ramlal, by the time he's finished, if he's not out, the Barbadian bowlers would certainly tire the way he is batting. He's not really looking to play any big shots, just intent and defense. And if I get a single here or a single there, I'm comfortable by supporting my skipper Ramnath and giving Trinidad and Tobago team some hope in terms of batting right up until tea, relax, and then get back here after tea.
Yes, that last delivery would have illustrated the point that we were trying to make in terms of the difference between the two batsmen at the crease at this point in time. If perhaps that delivery was bowled at Ramnath, I'm sure we would have seen an attempted cut shot or something of that sort. But Ramlal there just looking at that delivery and just letting it go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So the bowlers have to be mindful of the type of batsman they're bowling to in terms of two different intentions. Ramnath seemed to be intent on getting bat and ball for some reason or the other. He has had a good start. He has gotten a few boundaries so far. But he, as I mentioned before, he doesn't want to get carried away with that start.
Lane in. Ramlal forced it back to the ball and there is no run. Incidentally, in the first innings, Ramlal got 26. 16 singles were involved. Ramlal, the opening bat was still there. He got run out for 26. Remember the direct hit?
No, Ramlal was caught in this.
Ramlal opened the batting. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong.
Ramlal was caught at slip off the bowling of Lane in the first innings. If memory serves me correct.
Okay, I will. Maybe I picked up the wrong sheet. Maybe. I'll get it right in a while. But he got. Oh. No, it is right. I picked up the wrong leaf. I picked up the wrong leaf. The wrong leaf I picked up. He got 6. He was caught Roberts of Lane for 6. But at the 26, it was at Park Hill. We got 16 singles in 26. Yes, I picked up the wrong leaf. My notes. As Lane to bowl to him in outside the off stump, defended it out to cover point, no run, 62 for the loss of 3, 62 for 3, and a much better showing in the first innings. At this point in time, at 62, Trinidad and Tobago had lost 5 wickets in the first innings at this particular point in time. And the Barbadian bowlers really have to work and work hard, much harder than the first innings, as they meet a very defiant, a very obdurate Ramlal. As in comes Lane from the northern end, and he spanks this one out to cover, no run. They're looking for a single, and there is non-existent, fielded by the tall man himself there. That is Roberts, Jaden Roberts. He was one of the batsmen who fell at 138. He got 5. One of Singh's victim today. As play continues, basically the clouds are moving away, and right to our left there's absolutely no cloud in the sky, just to the west of us, going to our right, and driven sweetly through the offside. Gonna get some runs here if it doesn't get close to the boundary. 1. They're coming back for a second one. Fine off drive there from Ramnath as he goes up to 23. It's 64 for the loss of 3, 64 for 3, and Trinidad, the lead continues to grow. Looking to set Barbados a decent total, but they need to bat much longer than the period they've been thus far, and I rather suspect if Ramlal stays there and he's giving me any chance, he may very well be there by 5 o'clock, the way he's batting. As Lane in to bowl to Ramnath outside the off stump, and it cramped him. He seemed to have cut back and fielded, and there is no run. 64 for the loss of 3, 64 for the loss of 3. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings looking to set Barbados a total that they'll be able to try to be competitive, because you have some spinners there, more so Singh, the pitch wearing, pitch wearing a bit, and who knows what can happen tomorrow. Once the sun continues to bake it, he should be able to get a little more turn. As Lane in outside the off stump, and he looks very much like Ramlal there, right on top of it, and defend quite nicely. The end of another over, 64 for 3. Good regard action thus far by the skipper Ramnath and the obdurate Ramlal.
Yes, another good over there for Trinidad and Tobago. Not as threatening as earlier. Lane, the tall fast bowler, is not getting the type of assistance from the wicket as he was getting in the first innings. So he definitely will have to try and employ his full repertoire of skills to try and break this partnership. This partnership going very well so far for Trinidad and Tobago. And they'll be looking to bat for at least up to tea time and then reassess their position after that.
And they continue to bat. I'm looking at the partnership is now worth 31. I'm looking at the first innings, if this is the biggest partnership for Trinidad and Tobago in their innings. We know for sure the 27 for the ninth wicket. I'm looking at another score, 26-27. It's the biggest partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago team in both innings. There's 31, and they need to look at it as something, as a plus. I don't like to use the word because it's being overused. Positives. Too many persons are using it. Positive this, positive that, and we still can't get the positive results out of positive. So Sealy, I believe it's the effort of Ramlal that has made him force them into this change, whereby they must bring on that spinner, because the fast bowlers, I believe, with the kind of sun that is out, he has sapped their energy. So here it is, a spinner is coming into the attack, 64 for 3. Sealy from the southern end, it seemed to be left arm, wrong the wicket, and he'll be bowling to, is it Ramlal at this end?
Yes, Ramlal.
Ramlal at this end. Let's see how he will cope with the spin. So Sealy into Ramlal. This one on his legs, and he clips it away quite nicely. He should get 2 here. 1. He should come for a second one. He does. And he goes up to 15. It's 66 for the loss of 3. On his legs, and he just clipped it away quite nicely, and with a heavily packed offside field, he lost his line, or didn't start well, as he just started to bowl off his line, offline. 2 runs there to Ramlal. He's up to 15, 66 for the loss of 3. As there's a slip silly mid on, backward point, cover, short extra cover, long mid off, forward defensive. It was Ramlal, and he has done that ever since at about 7 minutes to 1 to the defense. Very defiant individual. 66 for the loss of 3. Sealy in. He waits on this one and tucks it out quite nicely. And he gets another single, another run. He's up to 16, 67 for the loss of 3. 67 for the loss of 3. And we're seeing the introduction of spin. Would it trouble Ramnath? Would it trouble Ramlal? And Ramlal is, I thought he was going to say a few things to his skipper, to take it easy and just let us bat up until tea, which is what, about 20 minutes away from tea. As Sealy in, Ramnath defensive, and there is no run. The converse here is in relation to Barbados batting the spin. The Trinidadians should be capable and competent about batting the spin, because that's what they are accustomed to in TNT. In for our defensive, and that one taking the leading edge outside the off stump is running down. They're going to have 1, and that's about it. Certainly, that one was a good delivery from Sealy, and I took the outer portion of the bat. No chance along the ground, past first slip, down to a short third man for a single. 68 for the loss of 3. 68 for 3 with Ramnath and 24 and Ramlal and 16. Sealy in. Forward defensive, a poor fashion. Back to the bowler at the end of a good over. And I thought he handled that spin bowling well in this over.
Yes, a good start by the spinner. But the 2 Trinidad and Tobago batsmen playing well. I think all in commentary would have mentioned to Cruikshank that if Trinidad is able to nullify the threat of the Barbadian seamers and get the spinners in, that would be a sign of progress. And that has actually come to pass.
Yes. Go ahead.
So they will just be looking for more of the same as they continue in the session before tea. And now I'll pass you over to Cruikshank, who will be joining Gunny Hines for the next half an hour.
Right. So Lane will continue from this the top end. Is it Lane? Yes. Lane will continue from his top end, and will be bowling to Ramlal. Ramnath, the Trinidad and Tobago skipper. First delivery in this over. In from this to northern end. Back he goes and plays his favorite shot. Stands on one leg and basically, I would say, slaps it long to mid on, and there is no run. 68 for 3. Well, the news out of Park, this game is finished. Leeward Islands 14 without loss in their second innings. So the final scores with Guyana 90 and 73. Leeward Islands 151 and 14 without loss, finishing well before tea on day 2 at the Park Hill playing field. 1 down, 2 to go. As outside the off stump, and he pulls this one away to the right of mid wicket. That's Ramlal, and he remains on 24.68 for the loss of 3. You'll comment on it, Crookie, because one game finishing before T and they two at under 19 level is not anything positive at all about that. That has been fairly negative in terms of their batting. 73-90. Wow. 151 3-day cricket, under 19 persons looking to step up to international cricket. Laying in outside the off stump, and he, again, I would say he slaps it down close to the boundary here on the offside of the field. He actually slaps it.
Yeah, that one looked to be a slow ball as well, Gunny.
Yes,
like
he was beaten to drag it on the onside.
Yeah.
But he eventually ended up slapping it to pass mid off and collects 2. He's up to 26, 70 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago, as he continues to face Lane from this to top end. Lane passes the umpire. This one outside the leg stump, and he played at this one lifting. It's gone close to the boundary, and he'll have a bye. One bye lifted, and it's got away from the keeper, and there's 1 run, 71 for 3. He remains on 26. That's why I like the one-day cricket, the 20-20 and the 50 over. They credited against the bowler. Keep the ball on the stumps. As against now, he's discrediting the wicketkeeper. You said it earlier in one instance. 71 for 3. But maybe he's tiring, you know. I believe that is what is happening. Laying in. And here it is, full face of the bat is our good friend Ramlal out to square cover point, and there is no run. 71 for 3. The lead has now been extended to 24. 24 lead and a partnership of 38, which is positive signs as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. And they must be confident batting between now and T. Maybe there's a little bit of a break, and then after T they'll have to restart. But their big hope is Ramlal. He is the Rock of Gibraltar, facing Lane in. Good judgment outside the off stump and allow it to go through the keeper. The end of the over, certainly. This guy is really showing signs wanting to bat long as the opening batsman.
Yes, and good afternoon again to our viewers. Good afternoon, Gunny. We've seen certain things from him. One of the things I realized that in some of his mannerisms, it seems as if he looks up to the Australian Arnos Labuschagne, or Labuschagne as they pronounce it. One of the deliveries earlier, he said aloud, "No waiting," you know, just emulating that type of with the flourish of the bat after having played. One of the things I saw recently was a video with the Australian middle order batsman Glenn Maxwell, basically mimicking Labuschagne and Steve Smith to say that the amount of things that they do between each delivery and all the different fidgeting and so on, that they must be tired after batting whole day. And Ramlal, it seems as if he has that intention to bat for the rest of the day, and his captain is busy at the wicket getting runs, whether singles, boundaries. And if they continue like that, complementing each other, and they continue up to T and thereafter, Trinidad will be very happy. Yeah,
they will be in a pretty good chance of setting a competitive total if they can bat right up until T, and for that crucial 15 minutes after T. That is crucial. Sealy in. Oh, that one outside the off stump. That one spun across him outside the off stump, and Ramnath was certainly beaten with that one. Good delivery there by Sealy. 71 for the loss of 3. In. Forward defensive, stands on his feet and pushes this one out to short extra cover. There is no run. 71 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings. Sealy, the left arm spinner over the wicket. This one pushes it up back to the bowler, and there is no run. A crucial 10 minutes here before T, as Trinidad and Tobago the skipper Ramnath and Ramlal will try to defy the Barbados bowling attack up until T, at least the next 10 minutes. Any bowls driving out to mid-off, and there is no run. And certainly the skipper Ramlal should be quite happy with the approach of Ramlal. As in goes Seeley, back he goes and forces it, but not past the bowler and the man running around from mid-wicket, and there is no run. 71 for the loss of 3, the lead of 38, Trinidad and Tobago, as Seeley, the fielder goes back, that is Roberts, goes back to his fielding position at straightish mid-wicket. Seeley in, back he goes and look to cut. That one bounced a bit more than he expected, looking to cut the end of a pretty testing over there from Seeley to Ramnath. And the end of it all, if this is the sign of things to come, we may be for an interesting spell from Seeley from that southern end.
Yeah, and he has changed his angle. He came now, instead of going around the wicket, which he was doing in his previous over, he came over the wicket on that occasion. So it accentuates his away spin from the right-hander. He has the angle plus the away spin from the outside edge of the right-hander. And that last one, he got some bounce. Ramnath was looking to cut, but he had to pull out at the last moment. That one bounce and torn away from his bat. And it seems as if he will be joined by the other spinner, Gunny. Glorious
weather here at the Arnos. We've been playing field in lovely St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Stevenson is the next bowler to come into the attack. And this partnership has forced Bolden, the Barbados captain, to introduce his spinners. Because first innings, they didn't get much, and because the fast bowlers were reaping havoc. But he's forced to bring them, and I believe they'll be in for a decent spell this time.
Yes, they will be, because of the temperature out there, the spells that we saw from the fast bowlers earlier, they would have to take a considerable rest. And it means that these two left-arm orthodox spinners would have to have a considerable spell. They bowled mainly at the 10th wicket pair in the first innings. That would be Agard and Chase. Now they'll be bowling to the top order. Let's see how they go.
Well, we'll see how it pans out. And it's Stevenson in. Back it goes and forces it back to the bowler. That is Ramlal. And there is no run. 71 for 3. Let's see how Ramlal will face Stevenson. Stevenson from the northern end. Glorious sunshine here at Arnos Field. To bowl to Ramlal. There's a 6-3 field. I'll get to that in a while. Stevenson in. Again, he stands tall and just defended it dead bat, so to speak. There's no run. So there's a slip, there's a silly mid-off, there's a shortest extra cover, there's a cover, there's a backward point, there's a mid-off, mid-on, shortest, straightish mid-wicket, and deep mid-wicket. As Stevenson in, back goes Ramlal, and nonchalantly just pushes this one outside, out on the offside. Total remains 71 for 3. Stevenson in, and this time he opens up and he run him down to this, on the onside for 1, and the first time we see him really sprinting at a bold end. And they get 2 runs. He rolls on now to 18. It's 73 for 3. 73 for 3. He's up to 18. And 2 comfortable runs at the end. Stevenson into Ramlal. Back he goes. Full face of the bat. I can see the maker's name from our distance here. And he's saying to Stevenson, come, you bowl better than this. You're not going to get my wicket. And he continues to be very, very defiant. Stevenson to Ramlal, forward defensive, and pushes it out to short extra cover. The end of a tidy over, I should say, for a start from Stevenson. 73 for 3 at the end of the over. Trinidad and Tobago leading by 36 runs.
Yes, it's not a bad position that they find themselves in. They were 21 for 2. And at that stage, with 2 wickets down, and they were still facing a deficit, it looked a little bit sticky for them. But this partnership so far is giving them some respectability. And with a lead of 36, and seeing how their spinners bowl in the first innings, they will be growing in confidence as they score runs here. But of course, now we have the Barbadian spinners operated now in tandem, and we have seen both of them extract a little turn from the wicket as well.
Seeley To bowl from the southern end, Ramlal pushes on defense, push it back to the bowler. No runs, 73 for 3. There's a slip, silly mid off, backward point, cover, extra cover mid off, long on, mid wicket, square leg. Sealy, the left arm. Let's see what sort of spin he will extract from this pitch as against Singh, Davis, and Rambaran and the others. Clipped nicely away, but out to the shortest mid wicket, and there is no run. 33 for 3. It's another test that the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen are facing. A diet of spin bowling, but much of the same left arm from both sides of the pitch. Southern end in Sealy, northern end at. My goodness, is he out caught? Well, my goodness. That one, he played at it, seemed to have come off the edge of the bat, hit the wicketkeeper glove and went to force slip. No, it struck the keeper, and they were hoping that he had edged it. He didn't. It's a bye. Maybe it's the bounce there, Crookie, because I really thought he had edged it. But the awkward bounce and the keeper, it's hit the keeper, force slip, didn't gather, pass him, and they collect one bye.
Yeah, it was a very good delivery there from Sealy.
Delivery.
He's getting some. He's in the midst of a good spell. And
74 for 3. Sealy in. Back goes the up the rate. Ramlal, and there is no run. Certainly, it's the second one in 2 overs that we saw actually bounce and turn like that from Sealy. Certainly, so we should be for an interesting spell from the southern end. In again. Ramlal with that back leg across on the off stump, making it difficult for the ball to pass. It has to hit the bat or hit him outside the off stump, but certainly he is finding a way to defend Sealy. In from the southern end. Back he goes and just pushes it out to cover. It's the end of the over, the end of a very, very interesting over there where we saw one really turn and bounced from Sealy. As the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen will have to face, as we call it, some chin music from their own spin.
Yeah, and that is actually good for the complexion of the game. It means now that the Barbados spin pair, now they are getting some assistance from the pitch, and they, in the few overs that they have bowled so far, they have been looking more challenging to the batsmen than the pace. And so it should be quite interesting from here to see how they cope with it. And of course, the Barbadian team will be looking to break this partnership.
Stevenson in, driven back to the bowler, and there is no run. 74 for 3 with Ramlal on 18. Am I right? Ramlal on 26. Yes, I got it all right. In, back he goes and tugs this one away towards that cow corner area. Is going to reach the boundary now for 4. And the force really shot in anger, I would say, there from Ramlal. Is it Ramlal, am I right? Ramnath, but certainly it was a shot in anger, and he pulled it to the right of mid wicket, to the left of the deep man in the deep, and mid on for a 4. So he goes up now to 30, to a short, a loose delivery from Stevenson, and its total goes up now to 78. 78 for the loss of 3 as they continue to put runs on the scoreboard for Barbados to make the second innings. This one, he clips it, flighted outside the leg stump, on the leg stump, clips it away to the left of mid wicket, to run across quickly and stops it, and there is no run. 78 for 3 with Ramnath on 30 and Ramlal on 18 as Stevenson in outside the off stump, and he defends it quite nicely out on the offside, and there is no run. 78 for 3, 78 for 3 as Stevenson left arm from the northern end and allowed to go by to wicketkeeper Bolden and no run. 78 for 3, and a much better showing from the Trinidad and Tobago team in their second innings. At this stage, first innings, 6 will already be in the pavilion sitting. He missed his run, and the dead ball signaled by umpire, it seems to be Joseph, I think it is, from Antigua. 78 for 3 as Stevenson in forward defensive and pushes his one out on the offside, and that is the end of the over and the end of play at T here on day 2. CWI Rising Stars on the 19 tournament at T. Trinidad and Tobago with a deficit of 47. They are 78 for 3 with a lead of 31, and a partnership, this third wicket partnership of 45 between Ramlal and Ramnath, the captain, and we are in for a very interesting period after tea. But certainly this middle period here, I would put it down as a 50-50 between both teams.
Yeah, getting 3 wickets in this little period, the Barbados team, they would be pleased with that, I think, but I think they would have wanted a bit more, especially considering that they were into the first 3 fairly quickly. But this partnership has brought Trinidad and Tobago back into an okay position. They're still behind the 8 ball. They have a bit of a lead now, but they're 3 down. But based on the way that the first innings has gone, they would be starting to feel a little bit more confident that they are in with a potential chance in this game, although the Barbadians, I think, are still a little bit ahead of them.
I think, yes, I would have supported, but it's slightly evening out or panning out even Stevens in terms of what they would look to give them for victory on either side. So at T, Trinidad and Tobago 107 and 78 for 3, Barbados 154. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 31 runs with 7 wickets standing. It's tea time, so we'll be back at 3 o'clock to continue the live streaming here from Arnos Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, welcome back to the Arnos playing field where we have this encounter in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars competition here in 2022 in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And with me here in the commentary box is Osnet Kato. Barbados having gained the lead of 47. Now the Trinidad and Tobago side, they are on a score of 78 for 3. And they have a lead now of 31 runs, Osnet. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago will be quite pleased with the day's proceedings so far. In terms of from their overnight position, they were able to restrict the Barbadians this morning, getting them all out for 154, conceding a lead of 47. And so far, they've been able to overcome that particular lead, and they are now 31 runs in front. So I think what the captain and the coaches will be looking for this final period is them to push home the advantage in terms of trying to get us quickly, as close as possible to perhaps 100 or 120 by the end of the day's play, losing minimal wickets.
And we'll get back to you shortly with the scenario for Barbados. Where would they want to be? As Sealy, he continues to the opening batsman, as mentioned, the adjective of obdurate was used by our co-commentator, Gunny Hines, which aptly describes the approach of Ramlal.
From a Barbados perspective, Alan, so I think they will be looking for wickets. Wickets will definitely slow down the scoring rate and put back the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. They are not really that far ahead. 31 runs, you're still in the game, right? And based on what we've seen so far in this particular game, wickets are falling in a cluster, right? So it's just a matter of getting 1 and 2 and 3 wickets tend to follow. So from a Barbados perspective, they'll be looking to get all the wickets here after tea. More so, maybe the wicket of Ramlal, who seemed to have just blocked up an end, as they would say.
Yes, he's definitely the anchor. Sealy bowls now to him. He's playing it calmly back to the bowler off the front foot. I think these first few minutes after the break will be very important for them to get settled back in. And the Barbados team would want to break the partnership, take a wicket here before the two of them get settled back into what they were doing prior to tea.
Yes, the spinners now would be, the Barbadian spinners would be on a little bit of pressure because here it is that the pacers haven't been able to really make the type of impact that they would have made in the first innings. And now the captain is basically depending on the two left arm spinners to perhaps give them the type of breakthroughs that they require. As that over comes to an end, it's 78 for 3, Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings.
Yeah, so the game is interestingly poised here, as you mentioned. Pressure on the spinners. Pressure would be on them to emulate what the Trinidadian spinners did as well, taking the majority of the wickets in their innings, although their pacers have already taken 3 here. I think the roles are a little bit different. Batting lineups and bowling lineups for the two teams are a little bit different in terms of strengths and weaknesses. But definitely it's good conditions to be bowling spin at the moment.
Yes, we have seen some deliveries turn and bounce, especially from this end. This was also the end that Singh would have done very well from. Remember, he had started originally from the southern end and then he switched to the northern end. And he looks a different bowler. He was more threatening. And I'm sure the new bowler, Stevenson here, would be looking to get something of that. And he's bowled him. Just as we were saying that Trinidad and Tobago perhaps need to start over and build a new partnership. There it was, a delivery, a flat delivery. Ramlal trying to go back and pull this one through mid-wicket. A shot he played just before tea and got a boundary on the leg side. And that one just skidding through. And the first wicket after tea, Ramlal goes for 30. And the score is now 78 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, that was a naughty shot based on the fact that, as we said before, coming out after the break, you would want to ensure that you just get yourself set again before you start to try to get the scoreboard ticking at any rate. But that was good thinking, I think, by the bowler there, Stevenson. As you said, he was pulled away from a similar length before tea, but that one was a little flatter, it was a little faster, and I think to some extent he defeated Ramlal there in the length. It wasn't as short as he thought it was.
Yes, so the new batsman coming out is Rambaran, yes, Rambaran, the left arm spinner. So being a left arm spinner himself, he should be comfortable with what these two left arm spinners are serving up at this point in time.
Yeah, that should be the case. And you know that spinners, they quite often like to bat against each other to try to get one up against the opposing spinner. But I think Rambaran's role would be here to do a Ramlal-like, a Ramlal-esque approach. At least for a few minutes until he gets himself set, and then to see how they can get the scoreboard ticking. But Stevenson would have other ideas. He would want to ensure that with this early wicket now in his spell, that he continues to take wickets, because if the Barbadian team are able to bowl out the Trinidad team today, whatever the score is at the end of the day, I think the Barbados team will feel confident that they're in with a chance of chasing it down.
Yes. It will be Stevenson. He'll be coming up to bowl to Rambaran for his first delivery. He's driving this one nicely in the gap. Should be able to come back for a second, but Ramlal, I must say, his running between the wickets has not been his forte so far. He has played well in terms of his defensive play, but his running between the wickets it leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, it seems as if, firstly, he's not the fastest between the wickets, and then secondly, it seems as if he gets kind of tired a bit easily.
So he's now into strike to face Stevenson for the first time since the tea break. Trinidad and Tobago losing a wicket just after tea. The captain, Ramnat, bowled by Stevenson. That's a good wicket for Barbados to get as well, because Ramnat was scoring at a reasonable rate. And Ramlal, he was holding up an end, as they would say, but Ramnat was the free scoring player at that point in time. So from Barbados' perspective, this would actually limit the scoring rate of the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen to some extent. As Ramlal is punching this one behind point, should be able to come back for a second, and they do. So 2 more is added to the total. It's now 81 for 4.
Yes, that was a good cut shot. That one was short and wide outside the off stump. Stevenson will be disappointed with that. Ramlal was back cutting. He defeated the man at cover point who dived, and he was able to get a second.
So a key period in the match, as we mentioned before, just after tea, both spinners operating for Barbados. Something that we only saw in the first innings after they were frustrated to some extent at the number 10th wicket partnership between Agard and Chase.
Yes, and at this point they have been introduced much earlier. And I think it's also because of the lack of success of the fast bowlers. Conditions are a bit different from what they were yesterday morning. Of course, yesterday morning the pitch was fresh. There was a bit of moisture. There was some movement, a bit more bounce, a bit more pace. And so they really troubled the Trinidadian batsmen and were able to take 9 out of the 10 wickets. On this occasion, they have only gotten a 3 after 29 overs. 4 actually. And, 3, because that last one was taken by the spinner Stevenson. So I think that more work will have to be done by the spinners in this innings for the Barbados team in terms of dismissing the Trinidadian and Tobagonian side.
Yes. As we see Seeley starting a new over, he'll be bowling to the new man, Rambaran. So they've short of a length, a bit of bounce. Seeley's a relatively tall fella as well, and we've seen that bounce. It has been there all game, Alanson. Maybe the pace at which it happens have slowed down a bit, but the bounce has been very prevalent throughout this entire match, both for the spinners as well as the fast bowlers. As Ramlal is pushing that one back to the bowler, there's no run.
Yes, he has been getting good bounce, as you mentioned, but that one, 2 deliveries ago, it also spun sharply off the wicket. So, good signs for Seeley here. It's a loud appeal for LBW, but may have been outside the line of off stump.
I think earlier in the innings, the start of this Trinidad and Tobago innings, Alan, so we spoke about the fast bowlers and the type of lengths that they were likely to bowl, considering the fact that their success in the first innings were based on the shorter length. Is it fair to say that perhaps they bowled a bit too short?
Yes, I would agree with you. I think they expected similar conditions to what they had in the first innings, but by now, even though it's just a day or so into the game, the pitch is very different from what it was yesterday. The sun has been quite hot over the last 2 days. We had a lot of rain prior to the start of the match on day 1, especially on Sunday. So those things would have influenced conditions yesterday, but now the pitch is a lot flatter. And so the length should have been adjusted accordingly. They didn't bowl badly, but just a little area for improvement, we would say.
Yes. Also, I think the type of shot selection by the Trinidad and Tobago players as well would have further encouraged them to continue to bowl that length. If you look at the mode of dismissal for the top 3 batsmen there for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, clearly there is some trepidation among some of the top order batsmen with the short pitch delivery, especially if it is coming to them at pace. And it was obvious for all to see, and I think that they tried to exploit that. But as the ball got a little bit older, it was a bit more difficult to get that type of reaction from the pitch. And so the adjustment in length was required.
Yes, so it's the end of that over. It's 82 for 4. So we have Stevenson again from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Rambaran, who is also a very organized player. He's not a flamboyant player as such as some of the others who have been dismissed. I'm sure Trinidad and Tobago will be depending on him to bat in that unique, organized manner that he has. And as we said before, he himself is a left-arm spinner, so he should be able to ascertain what is coming down to him from both Stevenson and Sealy.
He's also the vice captain, so he would want to show an example for the rest of his teammates.
A bit of tone there, the tone and bounce. The man at short leg there perhaps would get a bit more interested, as we saw that ball turning back into Rambaran. A little bit of bounce as well.
Yes, definitely some assistance here for the spinners. It continues.
Use of the feet there by Rambaran coming down. We saw quite a bit of that from the Barbadian batsmen in the first innings, using their feet. Some of them not as effective as some others. Could you recall, was it Roach?
Yeah, Roach was stumped.
Who was stumped coming down the track to Singh. But Singh was a different proposition altogether, as Rambaran is trying to sweep this one. He should be able to come back for a second, yes. Makes it comfortably in the end. Waiting for the signal from the umpire. Yes, it's a leg by. It was a foolish delivery on the line of the leg stump. Rambaran attempted to sweep, just hitting the pad and going down to a fine leg position, and they were able to get 2 runs. So the score moves on to 84 for the loss of 4.
Well, based on the field set that they have employed here, the Barbados team, seems if they're looking for a dismissal. Let me get back to that. In that area, they're looking for a dismissal from the short leg when he prods forward. Maybe one turning and bouncing a little bit more, coming off the inner half of the bat onto pad, or maybe off the glove. But also the straighter delivery, the one that goes on with the arm. There's also a slip in place and also the keeper. So I think those are the 2 main areas that they're looking to dismiss the left-hander here.
Is there a case perhaps with the turn that we have seen from Stevenson from this end and the bounce for perhaps a leg slip or a leg gully, something of that nature? As we will come back to that after at the start of the next over. As this one is finished, it's 84 for the loss of 4. Trinidad and Tobago leading by 37 runs. So in essence, they're 37 for 4. With Rambaran, he just came to the crease a while ago. He's on 2 from 10. And Ramlal, he has been the rock of this inning so far. He's on 20 from 86 deliveries.
Yes, and Ramlal, he continues his defiance. Rambaran would want to ensure that he emulates his batting partner at the other end. But Sealy, he would want to emulate his bowling partner at the other end and get amongst the wickets.
Yes, it's always important to get a wicket very early in a spell. It gives you confidence as a spinner or as a fast bowler. Just that extra motivation to do well. As we see a silly mid-off, a slip, a man at extra cover, a man at point, a man at deep cover. Long off pretty deep as well. Mid-on quite a few meters back. And we have a deep square leg. So the field is a bit deep, Alonso. I'm thinking for Ramlal, who has shown a lot of defiance so far, if perhaps that's a bit of a defensive move.
Yeah, I would not have the long on and the long off in that position. I definitely bring them up in the circle. I don't think he has played a shot in anger. Nor would I have a deep square leg. He has generally approached his innings with a straight bat. I think the one aggressive shot we have seen from the last few overs from him has been a cut shot, so maybe some justification for the man at the sweeper cover, but everyone else I think should be up.
Yes, good point. As this one is stopped by the man at backward point. Another shortish delivery. Cut shot seemed to be a favourite shot of his.
Yes.
A lot of encouragement out there for the bowlers from the Barbadian fieldsmen. As Ramlal is just pushing this one down to a deepish mid-on. As we mentioned before, perhaps that fielder should have been in the circle and prevented that single.
Yeah, that's an easy option for him to get onto the front foot and punch either too long on or long off and get on strike. Maybe a case that they want to bowl to Rambaran and they're giving Ramlal a single.
As As Rambaran is pushing this one down to long on as well, getting an easy single. So just as the case was yesterday with Trinidad and Tobago, we were saying that it's important that the captain find a balance between attacking and defending. So too, Barbados, at this point in time, they have to make some key decisions as well as it relates to that.
Yeah, I think they're in a position where they can attack a bit more, actually. The tail hasn't shown, except for the 10th-wicket partnership in the first innings, but the tail for Trinidad hasn't shown the propensity so far in the tournament to suggest much prominence. And so they're already 4 wickets down. So with a couple more wickets, they could be well into the batting lineup.
As Rambaran is pulling this one, a shortish length. They'll come through for a single. There's a man there at deep mid-wicket. So it was a shortish delivery. Turning into Rambaran, he just went back and played it quite comfortably in the end. And the score moves on to 87 for 4.
Yeah, and just to add to it, at this point now, they are 40 runs ahead. So it's not as if they are very far ahead of the Barbados team at this point, the Trinidad and Tobago side. So more justification to be on the aggressive for the Barbadian team.
Wickets, as we mentioned before, is going to be key. I'm wondering how long do you think we'll see this spell in terms of the spin twins, as we could call them, for Barbados?
I think they're in for a long spell. They might be, after this delivery, I'll continue. So you see at the other end, you would have gotten a single there. Yes. With the long on and the long off in place. But just to say that I think they'll have a fairly long spell. They would want to bring back the fast bowlers at some point. But even when they do, they may opt for one spinner at one end and one of the fast bowlers at another end, because they have had fairly long spells before, and they will need some time to recover.
Yes, very much so. And I'm thinking Stevenson, of the two spinners, he has looked the most threatening, I would say, especially from this end. This northern end seemed to be the end for the spinners in terms of getting a bit more purchase off the wicket as well as a bit more bounce. So I'm thinking he for sure will be one who might be given an extended run, just say after tea.
Well, looking at the way he's bowling, he's also getting a bit of drift into the right-hander. The wind will be aiding him as he bowls. It is coming across from his left shoulder to his right. So it will be aiding him to get that drift into the right-hander. And then if he gets turned, when he pitches, then the drift definitely makes it a bit more difficult to negotiate.
As that over comes to an end, it's 87 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago leads by 40 runs. So Rambaran, he's on 4. Ramlal, he's there for a very long time now. He's on 21 from 96 deliveries. So he's holding this innings together. And hopefully the other batsmen will try and bat around him and ensure that Trinidad and Tobago put up a good fighting total here in the second innings of their encounter. As we see Seeley, he'll be bowling from the southern end again. He'll be bowling to Rambaran. He was confident so far since coming to the crease. Has played the two left-arm spinners very well. As we mentioned before, the fact that he himself is a left-arm spinner might be beneficial to him. What type of total do you think, Alonso, would the Trinidad and Tobago team be pleased with in terms of a total? They'll be confident that they'll be able to defend and win this match outright.
I'll get back to that after this delivery.
He's beating him outside the off stump there. Seeley, a good one. Rambaran coming on the front foot and just playing inside of the line there.
Well, what I would do, I would answer the question in this way. There is a particular region of score where I think both teams will feel they will be in with a chance. And I'll get back to that after.
But this one is pulled ferociously. Is it 6? Yes, I think it went all the way. It's a good shot there by Rambaran. A short delivery, turning into him, and he went back and pulled it over deep mid-wicket. There's a man out there on the boundary, but it was able to evade his presence, and 6 more added to the total. It's 93 for the loss of 4.
Yes, that's a very good shot there by Rambaran. And just to quickly respond to your question, I think around any lead around 120, between 120 and 150, the Trinidadians will feel they're in with a chance, and the Barbadians will feel that they can chase it down. So it will be a balance, I think a balanced position in that range of runs. I think less than that, it's more in favor of Barbados, and once you get beyond that, it makes it even more difficult now for the chasers.
So Mr. Alonso is of the opinion that 120, anything in the region of 120 would be a good score for Trinidad to be as Rambaran is coming down the track again and hitting this one straight back. Well stopped out there on the boundary. Is it by Leacock? Yes. That familiar hairstyle of his.
Yes.
So Rambaran looking a bit positive in that over there. Perhaps as I mentioned before, he himself being a left arm spinner, he's confident and comfortable against both left arm spinners so far. He moves on to 12 and the score is 95 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, 95 for 4. The lead at this time is 48, so it is going up incrementally, slowly but surely for the Trinidadian team, and I'm sure the Barbados team would have an eye on that. They themselves as a camp will have a range of score that they will feel comfortable with. Not that if it goes beyond, they will tell themselves they can't win because they are defending champions, so they would be confident that they could win. But they will have something in mind as well.
Stevenson starts a new over. Ramlal is punching this one out to point. There's no run. One thing's for sure, Alanson, whatever score the Trinidad and Tobago team sets Barbados for this game to be a fighting score, given the nature of the wicket at this point in time and the success of the Trinidad and Tobago spinners in the first innings.
Yes, I think so. It definitely looks like it's setting up to be a competitive end. And that is what we want. We want a close finish for the benefit of the neutral. Although those in support of Barbados would want Barbados to run to victory, and those in support of Trinidad and Tobago would want Trinidad and Tobago to run to victory. But for the neutral, we want a close contest and may the best team win.
Yes, as Stevenson continues, snagging line and length, getting a bit of turn and bounce from this end, bowling to Ramlal, and that's a faster delivery there, and Ramlal just going back. Perhaps should have been forward there. There's players around the bat, hands on their head.
He may have been a bit lucky there, wasn't it? He was deceived by the length on that occasion. That seemed to be a flatter, quicker delivery as well from Stevenson.
I think it's something similar to what he would have bowled to Ramnot in terms of getting his dismissal. So that's something both right-handers have. The right-hander Ramlal has to be mindful of. This delivery is turning away from him outside the off stump, beating him all ends up. So that is something that we have seen, as I mentioned before, the turn and bounce from this particular end. So the bowler is always in the game from this end, especially the spinners. Yeah,
that's a wonderful delivery. It was coming in with the angle, and as it pitched just around the middle and off stump, it turned away sharply into the hands of the keeper. Excellent delivery.
Yes, if the captain continue to see deliveries like this, I'm sure Stevenson would be given even a more extended spell, because I think this morning Singh would have bowled more than 10 overs on the trot.
Yes, and we have to bear in mind that there is no such rule in place for the spinners.
Spinners, yes.
In terms of the cap or quota of overs that they can bowl consecutively.
As that over comes to an end, at the end of it, it's 97 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings. Ramlal, he's on 23, and Rambaran, he's on 12. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 50 runs. So a half century coming up there for Trinidad and Tobago. They'll be looking to at least add another half century by the end of the day's play. I'm not sure how many overs remaining in the day's play. We'll get that for you very soon. As Seeley again, it is the other left arm spinner. He'll be coming from his southern end. This delivery, Rambaran is working it nicely. Should be able to get another boundary here. Yes. Now rushes into the fence. So very good batting by Rambaran so far in this innings.
Yeah, that was a very good shot. That was played in the approved manner. He swept from high to low and he got it behind square. No one really behind square, just a solitary fielder at square leg. He got it well behind square, nicely timed 4 runs there for Rambaran.
I think what we've seen from Rambaran so far is risk-free cricket, I would say. With the ball coming into him as a left-hander, it's less of a risk in terms of playing those cross-batted shots. We've seen a pull over mid-wicket for 6, and now we have seen a nicely timed leg lance, as we would say, and that running down to the boundary for 4. So from Trinidad and Tobago perspective, they'll be hoping that Rambaran continues in this vein, while Ramlal just continue to bat as long as possible.
Yeah, I think that will be the combination that they have in mind. As long as Ramlal is at the crease, whoever is batting with him has to do the scoring, because he's there, but he's not scoring very quickly.
Another pull around the leg side. This time the man is back at a fine long leg position. So after the first boundary not over, the captain would have changed the field and put that man back on the boundary. So in that situation, Rambaran just getting a single pushes his personal tally on to 17, and Trinidad and Tobago 102 for the loss of 4.
Yes, that was an interesting over there. So Rambaran ready to take on the spinners. As Sealy continues to Ramlal, they get a quick single.
Yes, a very good single there, and that's important, just to keep the scoreboard ticking, as we mentioned before. It's good that you're occupying the crease, but if you're able to get these singles and occasional boundaries, it will put additional pressure on the opposition.
Yeah, and Rambaran, since he has come to the crease, has looked very busy, looking to keep the scoreboard ticking.
This one flighted a bit. Rambaran there trying to perhaps walk it down to long on. The man there at short mid-wicket just coming across and preventing that. So it's the end of the 36th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago 103 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, at this stage, it seems as if both teams are trying to. It's almost like what you say, a jab for jab in a boxing match. A little punch here, a little punch there. The wicket was taken immediately after the tea break, but since then, both players are still there, and Rambaran, the vice captain, has looked very busy, and he has kept the scoreboard moving. But the Barbados team are also looking threatening, especially with the bowling of Vincent, who is getting the ball to turn and bounce and mixing his pace up well as he comes now to Ramlal.
Shortish delivery, and Ramlal just punching it out to cover. And there's no run. So there's a man at slip, there's a man at forward short leg, there's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, mid-off, man at backward point, and extra cover. There's also a man out at deep square leg, perhaps a shortish delivery or a sweep shot, none of which we have seen Ramlal being prepared to play so far. Another short delivery, and Ramlal is going back and punching this one out to a deepish cover. Should be able to come back for a second, yes. So that delivery a little bit short there by Stevenson.
Well, we had a discussion earlier, wasn't it, just a few minutes ago, and we were saying that the shot that he's likely to get or to employ as an aggressive shot against these spinners is a cut shot or the punch of the back foot. And I have not seen him go anywhere over the leg side, so you are making a good point there.
This one is trying to walk it on the leg side. It picks out the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think from a Trinidadian perspective, moving forward, Alanson, it's just a matter of all of the batters contributing from here on. Just everybody contributing, and if everybody contribute to some extent, then they'll be able to get that lead in the region which you are speaking about in terms of 120, 140, which is what they perhaps might be comfortable with.
Yes, it's. I think that as this afternoon's play develops, the next hour, also half an hour, even a bit longer, it will tell us a good bit about where the game is heading in terms of the direction. And I think by this afternoon we should see one team probably in a better position, even so slightly, than the other. So even in spite of all that has gone before, cricket is one of those games where, a very short period of play can determine the match.
And we've actually seen that throughout this tournament where some teams have batted themselves into good positions and then fell away. We saw Barbados over 93 for 2, and today basically succumbing to some good spin bowling but falling away to be all out for 154. So it's the type of tournament where we have seen batsmen getting in but not really going on and making that big score. We had 100 by the Barbadian Dawn, but for Trinidad and Tobago at least, we haven't seen anybody score any big score, as you would say, that would actually take the game completely away from the opposition.
That's very true.
I think Ramlal is pulling again behind square. Should he get... Yes, a very good feeling out there in the deep. I'm trying to figure out, is it...
Looks like Roach.
Roach, yes. It was another shortish delivery, which we have seen a couple of those creeping in the last couple of overs, Alanson. Being pulled long a bit, especially to Ramlal, and he's been prepared to come back on the back foot and pull successfully. On that occasion, he picked out the fielder there on the deep backward square boundary. And at the end of that over, 37th, it's 107 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Yes, we haven't seen a lot of short balls from Stevenson. We have seen a few from Seeley. But that one was indeed quite short. He pulled it to the man at square leg. He did get a wicket off a shorter delivery, but that was a quicker one. Almost set up the batsman on that occasion. The Trinidad captain did Stevenson. As I said before, you had asked a question about both spinners. They will expect to be bowling for some time now. We saw in the last over that Ramlal actually, for the first time since we have been looking at him, get one to the man at deep square. So I think they'll be looking for as many runs as they can in as short a time as possible.
As Ramlal is driving again nicely through the offside, the man there at mid-off is coming around and prevents any further runs. Another single to Ramlal. So as we mentioned, he's been very busy since he's come to the crease. He's played well off the front foot as well as the back foot on the offside, but mainly on the onside with those ferocious pull shots that we have seen from him so far. As Ramlal again is a long way forward and just pushing this one back up to the bowler in his familiar style. Score is 108 for the loss of 4 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago. They lead by 61 runs. At what point would this lead, Alonso, be starting to get a bit worrying for the Barbadian batsmen?
I think when it goes over 100, they might start to concern themselves, depending on how many wickets are down. If they lead by over 100 with maybe 5 wickets in hand, then it starts to get a little tricky, because it means that the target may end up being beyond 150, and we have seen the conditions. It's favourable to spin, and we've seen the performance of the Trinidad spinners in the first innings. So they would want to keep it, as I said before, between 120, 140, 120, 150. They would think that they have a chance at chasing that, a good chance, I think, and the Trinidadians would think that they have a good chance of defending that, so that would keep the game in the balance.
Yes. Must give the captain a bit of credit as well for keeping those close fielders in. It's easy for you as a captain to spread the field quite a bit, but he still has a silly mid-off and a man at slip, and most of the other fielders in the circle, so it tells me that he's still trying to keep things tight while at the same time he's looking for wickets as well.
Yes, and we have mentioned a lot of things about both captains in terms of things that they could have done, but one of the things that they must be commended for, both sides, is that they have kept their silly points, they have kept their slips in place, basically throughout the totality of the innings. And they must be credited for that, because we have seen even at the highest level that is something that you're seeing that is very rare, not just in West Indies cricket, but across the board in international cricket at this time. As I hand over to Mr. Hines, who will join you now, Osnet.
Yes. Good afternoon once again. 108 for 4 Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings, leading by 61 runs. And certainly the building on the total that they have so far, and mainly due to the obdurate and defiant Ramlal on 27, and certainly he's really held the innings together. This delivery from Stevenson, defended by Rambaran. He was on 19 and no run. 1-0-8 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago in the second innings. They have actually passed their first inning total already by 1. As Stevenson left arm wrong in, and he driving beautifully to the offside. I think it will reach the boundary. No, the fielder did very well. He sprinted across. Maybe having looked at the Commonwealth Games recently, really ran very, very quickly across there, and he collects quite comfortably. And there's 2 runs there. Just one.
Another disappointing set of run in there, Gunny, as you mentioned before. It was a delivery that went close to the extra cover boundary.
Yes, close to the rope. I certainly thought it would have gotten 2. 20, 109 for 4. In, and this one is pushing it out to mid-on, and there is no addition to the total. 109 for 4. The lead of 62. Trinidad and Tobago in the second inning is building and building. I think we should be having a very interesting day tomorrow once the Trinidad team can try to continue in our own base, St. Vincent Brewery style. He hold your own. And that's basically what they're trying to do. He is Ramlal. He is really the pillar, the cornerstone of this second innings total thus far. He's sort of keeping one end closed. It is actually closed up, and the other end they're trying to get runs. He's only at 27, but he's really playing a superb role here for our defensive. Another delivery there by Stevenson, and there's no one. 109 for 4. Barbados, having made 154 in their first innings. As the battle continues between these two rivaling countries, it doesn't matter in what sport they are playing, but certainly we do have a serious rivalry between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Stevenson in, and here he is with a flourish of the bat, pushes on out to mid-on. No run, 109 for 4 with Rambaran on 20 and Ramlal on 27, as both teams looking to gain the ascendancy thus far. But I think even as now it's still in the balance in relation to where the game is positioned. The question of if Barbados can get another wicket or 2 and really put back the pressure on Trinidad, or would Trinidad be able to bat on at least for another 45 minutes, even losing 1 and adding another 20, it will put the pressure back on Barbados. So it's finely balanced.
Yes, definitely, Gunny. The game is in the balance at this point in time. Trinidad and Tobago will be happy with their batting performance so far, I must say, considering the 107 they would have made in the first innings. They would have been disappointed to lose Ramnath so quickly after tea, but thankfully for them, Rambaran has come into the wicket, and he has looked flowing so far. He has looked good. He has been able to walk the ball around as well as put away some of the bad balls. And so long may continue from a Trinidadian perspective.
Yes, and there's a bowling change which is expected from the southern end. Leacock be replacing Sealy, whose figures, Sealy figures, get to you in a while.
22
How many overs he bowled? 9 overs. 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 22. That's Sealy, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 20, none for 22. He had a tidy spell, I think, from the southern end, as Leacock, this one lifting over the head of Rambaram, who actually went under it. Nothing threatening, and total remains 109 for 4. Are you surprised at this change of bowling here, Hasnet?
Well, Gunny, while Alonso was on commentary earlier, we were speaking about the fact that how long did you think the captain would have given the spin twins, as we would have referred to them as. And I think Stevenson appeared to have been the more penetrative of the two. So I'm not totally surprised that they have resorted to pace at this point in time.
Leacock from the southern end. And here's Rambaran opening the face out to backward point, and there is no run. One fault we must say about the Barbadian team is that question of polishing that ball. And this, there is Joe Root, who is known as the polisher for England once they're playing. You need someone in that mold to keep the shine on one side and the other side in such a way scuffed up, so you'll be able to get some reverse swing. But you're not really saying that. Which is, that is Roberts was trying to shine there now on the mid off as Leacock from the southern end passes the umpire. This one outside the off stump and forced away to Roberts there, and there's no run. He's holding the ball, he's looking to shine it. Yes, he has the ball in his hand. Maybe the technology today probably heard what I said, to shine the ball, and he's definitely working on it. And it's a positive sign,
Yes,
if that is the case.
I think that is actually the fast bowler lane.
That's lane. He's
I'm
definitely
sure
shining.
At some point, he'll be coming back for a second spell, so he will want the ball to be a bit shine as well.
Yes, definitely shining one side and hoping that his fast bowling partner Leacock will do the breakthrough in. This one full face of the bat to the right of lane, out the vacant cover area, conventional cover. So Rambaran goes up now to 21. 110 for 410 for 4. As I remember, commentator years ago, Asnet said that the total right now will be 1010 for 4. Got the joke?
Yes,
1010 for 4. He went on a little further, said the southern side screen was whitewashed in white. Just a tongue twister. So in comes Ramlal to take up the attack for Trinidad and Tobago, or I should say the defense of Trinidad and Tobago. He is really the individual who has kept things together for Trinidad and Tobago. It's only 27, but it's a vital time he spent at the crease whilst the innings is built around him, so to speak. As Leacock in. This one clips this one nicely out on the leg side down to long left for a single on his legs, and he went inside and clipped it away beautifully down to long left for one. He's up to 28, and we revert now from what I said ago, 211 for 4. David Shepherd time on one knee, on one leg, so to speak. 111 for 4 as Trinidad and Tobago continues to build on what is there in front of them, and to see how they're going to make a match out of this tomorrow. As Rambaran on 21, he'll be facing Leacock from the southern end, over the wicket, in. This one, full face of the bat, and he stand up tall. End of the over, 111 for 4. Ramlal 28 and Rambaran 21.
Yes, and interesting over there, Gunny from Leacock. I think what is interesting to note is the length that he has bowled in that particular over. We've seen a much fuller length in contrast to what he was bowling earlier, where at least every over we were seeing something at the middle, pounding to the middle of the wicket on a shorter length. So perhaps he's trying to just walk into his spell, and we have seen some good length deliveries in that over. Nothing threatening though at this point in time. Not a lot of movement, not a lot of pace and bounce in the wicket for the fast bowlers at this time. But nevertheless, an economical over there from Leacock.
Yes, and he was looking for length more than anything else and line, because, as you say, nothing is really happening in terms of swing, cut, pace, nothing. So he's just there about doing what we saw from what CWI did at Park Hill. Line, length, kept it very, very tight. But the latest situation out of Cumberland, Jamaica 141 for 2. Against the Windward Islands in their second innings, a big total. They lead by 234. They lead by 234, and certainly Windwards will definitely be under the radar here, trying to get maybe just a quarter to 4, 275. It certainly will put it beyond their reach. 275, 300. Maybe bat for the rest of it and give the Windwards one day to make 300. Maybe that's their target. We're not sure, but that is a huge task for the Windwards to go at or bat for the day. Do they have the capacity to bat for the day is another story.
Yeah, considering the scores that we have seen so far, it will be a tall ask for Windwards.
Any of the teams, as a matter of fact. 300 is certainly be asking a hell of a lot, as based on the figures that are there before us. Any bowls and the defense this one out, and there's no run. That's Sealy, isn't it? Ramlal, and that's Stevenson at the top end bowling, right?
Sealy, I think it's Sealy. Sealy would have switched ends, yes.
So maybe there's a switch, you probably go to the southern end. Sealy in, And again, the Rock of Gibraltar defense, no run. He's on 28. That's Ramlal. Rambaran on 21. 111 for 4. Celium. From this, the top end, the northern end. Lovely sunshine. Just around 14 minutes before 4, quarter to 4. A nice breeze blowing across the field. And this one here is striking him on the pad.
I think there was a bit of edge there.
I think there's a bat pattern to it. And the Barbadians are looking at one another. But even from here, it appears as if there was 2 songs.
Yes, I think some bat was involved
And
there.
they're looking at the umpire. You gotta get on with it, youngsters. Umpire says not out. Let's move. There are times you do get certain things, and other times you don't. So you just have to keep the game rolling. As Seeley in, back goes our good friend Ramlal, and middle name is defense. That's what he does very, very, very well. 111 for 4. As Seeley bowling a bit slower from this top end here. Power defensive again. That one striking him on the pad, or did it hit the inside edge? We'll wait on the umpire.
Yes, inside edge again.
Inside edge again. His second time in it over that has happened. He's up to 29. 112 for the loss of 4, but a pretty interesting over there from Seeley.
Yes, a good over from Seeley, just switching ends. And as we have been saying all day, the spinners bowling from this end seem to be a bit more threatening. Because here it was Seeley bowling from the southern end. Bowled a few good deliveries, but one over from this end, and he's already causing some uncertainty for the batsman.
Definitely causing some uncertainty. There was an appeal, but from where we are, it seemed to have been a bad pad. And this final delivery certainly hit the bat and cannon into the pad and out on the leg side for a single. So Ramlal on 29, he's been there for a very long time, and this is important as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. Rambaram, the vice captain, on 21, 112 for 4. They lead by 65, so it's really 65 for the loss of 4. If you add another 100, I think that would be asking a lot to get on this pitch, to be honest with you, if they can get them. This clipped away nicely by Ramlal from Leacock, and there is no run. But certainly another 100 here certainly would put the game towards Trinidad and Tobago. But the big question is, can they get an next 100? Because 2 wickets here can change the whole complexion of this game. At 112 for 4, let's say they reach 120 for 6. It can change the whole picture of this game here. So Leacock from the southern end, 2 slips, gully go down in, outside the off stump, and here in his own style, Ramlal allows it to go by, and taken cleanly by the keeper. 2 slips, gully, backward point, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Lovely afternoon here at Arnos Vale, and we're extremely grateful for the weather that we have had for the day, and certainly there'll be no overtime today, that's for sure. Because with the stipulated 5 o'clock time, I think we would finish at 5 o'clock. As Leacock in, outside the off stump, and he on top of it, short of a length, and he pulls this one away. And again, running between the wickets, not the very, very best. So they settle for a single, 113 for 4, and Ramlal goes up to 30, and he's batted for the entire session between lunch and tea. That's 2 hours. He's gone another 50 minutes. That 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 10 minutes before lunch. That's exactly 3 hours. Just around 3 hours he's been there for his 30 and has really held this innings together. And that is his main contribution, the major contributor to Trinidad and Tobago's second innings reply, as we look at Walcott from the southern end in. This one outside the leg stump and pulled away beautifully.
It's a very good shot.
For a boundary. Short of a length with no venom in it. And he waited in it, short of a length. It stood up and Rambaran cracks it to the boundary for 4. And the Trinidad and Tobago caused by another 4. He's up to 25. It's 117 or 18? 117 for 4. Certainly a good pull shot there by Rambaran.
Yes, as we mentioned before, the wicket doesn't have a lot of venom in it as it had yesterday. And with this ball being 41 overs old, it's going to be very difficult for Leacock to trouble any batsman at that particular length. So there it was Rambaran playing a very good pull shot, just behind square on the leg side and splitting the two men out in the deep.
And it has told skipper Bolden to have a bowling change, and he has recognized what has happened. He has moved the second slip now into a mid wicket, and the two men are one at square leg and one at long leg in. Short of a length again outside the leg stump, and he pulls this one away, but the field is down there guarding that area like a policeman doing his guard, and only one to Rambaran. He goes up to 26, 118 for 4. They lead up now to 71, and gradually and surely and building for TNT.
Going in that last over, we spoke a bit about the length that Leacock bowled. It was a good length, most of his deliveries in the last over. But what we have seen so far this over, he has resorted to his original length, which is short of a length.
In. Forward defensive, and there goes Ramlal right on top of it. Defender, good delivery. It's the end of the over.
It's a drinks break.
I believe it's, no, I don't think it's a drinks break already. No, I don't think that is a change in something there for Ramlal. Trinidad, 12 man is on the field. It's 118 for 4 with Jagasar going for 8. Kisunat for a duck, didn't trouble the scorers, and 4 lovely ladies, he didn't trouble them. Ramdu on 2, and Ramnath 30. And joint top score, Ramlal is at 30 not out, Rambaram 26 not out, 118 for 4, a lead of 71 as we have another hour and 8 minutes to play. So if they can extend that lead to maybe about 110 by close of play, say for instance for another wicket. So if they go into the 3 with a 110 run lead and 5 wickets, it's going to be a very, very interesting day tomorrow.
Yes, this match is shaping up to be a very good one, a closely fought contest so far between bat and ball. Trinidad and Tobago trying to just push their noses ahead. Barbados, on the other hand, will know that a couple of wickets here can change the entire complexion of the game. As we would have mentioned before, the lower order of Trinidad and Tobago is not the best in terms of production of runs so far in the tournament. So it's a key partnership here between Rambaran and Ramlal.
Vital partnership between Ramlal and Rambaran. But the thing about it, Ramlal is I believe is the individual Barbadians who like to get out, because he's really holding the innings together. Sealy in, and here goes Rambaran forward, and there is no run. So the individual they really love to dismiss this afternoon would be Ramlal, because one end is basically locked down, as we say. You're not going to get this guy out. He's defending for all his worth. As Sealy in, and here's Rambaran driving back to the ball, and there is no run. But one end is locked down, the other end is open up, and Rambaran, like Ramnath, the ones who are scoring reasonable, and has kept the scoreboard going along. This one driven up into the air over the man at long on, and it's gone to the fence for 4. Flighted, and Rambaran decided he's going to take on this flighted delivery and hits this one over long off, over in the air for a boundary. He rolls on now to 30. So both batsmen on 30, and Trinidad and Tobago 122 for 4, 122 for 4.
It's a very good shot there by Rambaran. There was a man back at long on, but he managed to go over the mid-off and was able to get 4 runs for himself.
Back he goes and forces it to the bowler himself, that's Sealy, and there's no run. 122 for 4, both batsmen on 30. And one of the individual dismissed earlier also got 30, which is the skipper, Ramnath. Flighted. And Rambaran is forward defensive, and there is no run. Ball has been fielded and returned to Sealy, the left arm, to bowl to Rambaran. This one, he forces it out to mid-off, and there is no run. The end of the over, 122 for 4. Ramlal on 30, Rambaran also on 30. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 17. 79 runs, right? 50, 75
75.
runs. 75 runs, which in the circumstances they are building towards, I would say probably halfway there, probably what they're looking at, aiming at. But I was hearing our good friend Cookie was saying 120. I don't think 120. 120 is a kind of a balance between the two teams. But I think yes, but I think 150 would tilt it certainly to Trinidad and Tobago if they can get there. Big if. And if it goes beyond that, I think it'll be completely out of the reach of Barbados based on what we saw. Because this pitch right now is not for seam bowling. You can hold a line, keep it together, but had they been using the shine to kind of use for the reverse swing, and the spinners certainly will come into their own. So it's crucial that Barbados attempt to get another wicket tonight. And I believe the wicket they really wants is Ramlal. He is the key man out there for Trinidad and Tobago. Whilst the Trinidad skip and the management be hoping that they can bat right up until 5 o'clock. They say maybe at 110 they're about for, even for loss of one more. If it's one more, it has to be Ramlal, not Ramlal, in. And he stands up and just pushes out to cover, and there is no run. How do you think they should really go about to try to dismiss Ramlal?
Well, I think so far what we have seen in terms of the lengths that the Barbadian bowlers have bowled to Ramlal has been a very short length, and I think he has shown a lot of comfort. He's comfortable with that length since the beginning. Even when the ball was a bit newer, a little bit more bounce was in the wicket. So I'm thinking even now they should be pitching up the ball a bit more to Ramlal, trying to get him on the front foot. Remember his dismissal in the first innings against Lane, it was a full delivery swinging away. At that point, perhaps the wicket was offering a bit more for the bowlers, but I'm thinking so far, most of the deliveries to Ramlal has been a bit too short.
Yes, in the second innings, and with the pitch having lost its venom, life has become very easy for him. He's right on top of it and defend quite well. Any book comes, this one on his leg stump and clips away quite nicely. The return comes in, another single to Ramlal. He's up to 31, 123 for 4. And this type of pitch will suit this style of batting of Ramlal. He's on the back foot, the ball is just short of a good length, and he's there, hanging in there for Trinidad and Tobago and doing all that he can. And this inning should be a lesson to Jakarta. Yes, he's more attacking, but his defense is pretty good, impeccable, as against Jakarta, who seemingly giving the bowlers more than a fair chance of getting him out, as against Ramlal, who you will really have to priority on this type of a slow track. As Leacock from the southern end, and he'll be bowling now to Rambaran. There's 2 slips, gully, backward point. There's no cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, sort of a shortish backward square, and a long leg. They're sort of halfway as they set the trap there for this short ball to Rambaran. As in come Leacock to Rambaran. Short, and he whips this one away out on the onside to the man at mid-wicket. He gets a single, and it's 31 to Rambaran, 124 for 4. But the trap is certainly set for Rambaran to bowl the short deliveries. Hope that he will lift it into the air and bring the 2 fieldsmen into play, into contention for a catch.
Yes, but so far, as we've mentioned, the pace at which Leacock is bowling at this point in time, I think this is his second or third spell for the day. He doesn't have the sort of menace that he had earlier, and with the wicket flattening out, it's very comfortable for Rambaran so far in playing that cross-batted shot.
2 slips and a gully go down. And here he just pushes this one out. That's Ramlal out to wide mid-on, and there is no run. 124 for 4 Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, having been led on first innings by 47 runs, and they are really doing a far, far better job in terms of their batting in the second innings, and forcing the Barbadian bowlers to think deep about how to get more wickets, because this is not yesterday when the pitch had so much in it. This one on the leg stump, he clips it away. They're going for a very sharp single, and they do make it comfortably in the end. A single there to Ramlal. He goes up to 32, 125 for the loss of 4, 125 for 4 at the water break. As we go back to the Trinidad and Tobago innings, at lunch they were 8 without loss, having dismissed Barbados early in the day for 154. At lunch they were 8 without loss, and then after lunch they went to tea at 78 for 3, 78 for 3, and at the moment after 1 hour's play after tea, they are 125 for the loss of 4. Jagasa, he was caught Celia off Leacock for 8. The total was 18 for 1. A gifted wicket. Second man to go was Kishinat, again caught Celia off lane without scoring. Another gifted wicket, as the Trinidad and Tobago were handing out gifts this afternoon to the Barbadians. And then Ramdu was caught Roach off Leacock for 2. Another gifted wicket, 33 for 3, and in real bothersome area. But then a partnership of 45 between Ramnath and Ramlal sort of look for the revival of the innings before Ramnath misjudged a line of a delivery from Stevenson. He was bowled for 30, 78 for 4. Since then, another 47 has been added by Rambaran, who is on 31, and Ramlal on 32. And certainly, Ramlal, the Rock of Gibraltar, is really the keystone in this innings as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. So I hand you over, and I'll now invite Crookie to relieve Osnet and your situation, position of the game.
Yes, good afternoon to all viewers and good afternoon to Connie. At this stage, 125 for 4, lead of almost 80. That's about 70 runs ahead. It's an interesting position to be in. I think that, as I was saying earlier when I was on commentary, anything between 120 and 150, both sides will be attacking the chance. But when you go beyond the 150, you will go in favor of Trinidad. And less than that, Barbados would feel that it's balanced. The balance has tilted to their side. So, but it doesn't seem as if it makes people 120 alone. 150 brings 2 as they used to say at this stage. At this moment, I would say it's still balanced. If they continue the partnership for a bit longer, then it starts to lean towards certain pendulum a little bit more in favor of Trinidad as they come back after the drinks break.
So what do you think the Barbadian captain Bolden could deploy in order to get another wicket or 2? Bearing in mind, I believe the individual he really would love to get this afternoon is Ramlal.
Yeah, one of the things I'm not talking about before is that Ramlal is intent on defense, right? And it doesn't seem as if they're going to attempt to make it the shot. It's true. One of the things that we were mentioning before myself and Oscar is that he is extremely comfortable back of a length and with the shot. Even when the ball was new, he was still comfortable. And right now, he has a lot more time to defend that type of length. I think they need to go a little fuller, the seamers do. Just a little, not half of it, obviously, because around the top of our stand. They need to play forward just a little bit more. And they may also opt to use a few cutters if they have that, to see if they can get them to just jam a little ball, one slow on the pitch, because the pitch is not slow. And it will take that type of cut. If your bowler who has a little cut, you just roll your fingers over that as a seamer. They may get into defend a little ball. And you probably could employ a short amount, extra cover, or mid-wicket short, and see how that goes for you for a couple of overs and see how that goes.
Do you think they have the, do you get the impression that they have it within them to bowl cutters based on what we have seen?
Some of them may have the skill. I haven't seen them prior to this game. As I said, based on their bowling, I'm very impressed with Lane in particular. I think he's a very good bowler. And I like the effort of Leacock. He seems like a very strong man, and he bowls with a lot of enthusiasm. So I'm thinking that perhaps one of them might be suitable individual to employ that if anyone at all.
Yeah, one.
I think they should also reintroduce Stevens to the attack, the left arm spin. I think he was bowling a good spell. So I think that he should come back into the attack, and he did look threatening, and the wicket right now is conducive to his type of bowling.
Yeah, one mild criticism we have is that you're not really seeing them walking, the bowlers walking and shining the ball on one side towards looking for the same cutters you're speaking about. They're receiving the ball and they're just running in and bowl rather than be thoughtful about where I'm going to pitch it. This should be an in swinger, this should be a leg cutter. You're not really seeing that. right? But be that as it may, they are young, they would learn. So it's Seeley from the top end, left arm over continues, and Ramlal again, very comfortable. Pushes it out on the offside, and there is no run. Ramlal is on 32, Rambaran on 31, 125 for 4. We enter the final hour, the day's play here, day 2. Ramlal again, similar thing for our defensive, there is no runs. Cricket West Indies, Rising Stars under 19 tournament here at Arnos, Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barbados having been dismissed for 154 this morning. Trinidad and Tobago at the moment 125 for 4, and really trying to build towards setting a total. This one to Ramlal pushes this one back to Seeley, and there is no run. And this innings of Ramlal has spanned well over 3 hours now, and really holding the Trinidad and Tobago innings together. Looking to wind up to go for a big one. We haven't seen him gone for any big one, but he looked as he was winding up to explode, to have that shot in anger. We haven't seen any from him, period. Maybe that's out of his repertoire. The big shots. Seeley in. Again, this time reach into it and defend well. And does he really have any shots of anger? He's just there, just holding his own, as we tend to say. As Seeley into Ramlal. Again, forward defensive, the end of a very testing over there, but equal to the task was Ramlal. He has held his wicket together, kept his head together, made an over, 125 for 4. A testing over there indeed.
Yeah, it was a good over. But I would want to see him probably slowing it down just a little bit. He seems to be bowling a bit flatter and more of a defensive line and then to keep the batsman from scoring. But as he said, bowling to Ramlal, I think that they need to bowl it a little slower to him. Not that he's necessarily going to attack, as you said before. You mentioned that it seemed as if he was going to play one with a flourish, but I think it may have just been a defensive shot with a flourish. He's not going to attack much at all. So you have to, whatever plan you're coming up with, you have to be thinking to out him on the defense, because he's going to be defending, as we have seen.
I agree with you, because that delivery, it was well flighted, and he seemed as if he wanted to get into an aggressive shot, and then he checked it. And this is probably going down your street. He may check it straight in one of the short fielders' hands. You're absolutely right. So they need to be thinking how to get rid of him, because I think if they get rid of him, they will really be repositioning themselves, because he is the anchor. There's no two ways about it, and he's proven it ever since 10 to 1, 10 to 12 this morning, just before lunch.
Absolutely. As Lane comes in.
Lane in. This one short and pulled away. Didn't quite connect it on it. And Rambaran gets 1. He's up now to 32. And it's 126 for 4. 32 apiece for both batsmen. 126 for 4.
I think that was a no ball, Gunny. So to add it to the total, I think it was a no ball.
It was a
Signal
no ball?
by the umpire, no ball.
Yes, I would just been told it's a no ball, so it's 127 for 4, 127 for 4 to add it to the total. But Ramlal will be facing Lane from the southern end, and we see a nice little in goes Lane. Ramlal tickles this one out on the leg side, no run. Beautiful afternoon here to go sailing, Cookie.
Well, for us to go before you go sailing, you need a boat.
Well, we'll borrow the one that Asnet has just bought.
Asnet, you see one out there. I don't know if that one is his.
Yes, it's his boat. Don't make him trick you. It's his boat. He bought one. Got a few shillings stuck away somewhere up in the Georgetown area. As Lane from the southern end, someone is crossing the side screen, so we have to wait on him. But he's gone past, and play could certainly resume here now. Why did he have to walk across the side screen at this hour? I'm not sure. Lane in. Ramlal forward defensive again, thinking he had breached the defense of Ramlal. He hasn't. Ramlal is not allowing anyone to get into his pads.
But there you saw that one gun. He tried to slow ball on that occasion. It was a little bit too full, but you could see probably that they're thinking about some of the things that I mentioned before. But if he's going to try that delivery, I think that he needs to bring the extra cover and the mid-wicket closer, just in case there's an uppish defensive shot that
So
they will get the wicket.
Let's go back to what you were saying. Catch him in between trying to defend, and if he uses the bottom hand. In. This is a very good bouncer. Out of the blue. Out of the blue there, Crookie. It was a short lifting. Maybe he's gotten fed up of Ramlal and he really let him have it, and he had to do the soca dance out of the way to really climb across his face. A really good bouncer. The first in his innings we have seen that really woken a batsman.
Yes, that was a nice delivery there, and it was well played in the end by Ramlal, but everyone in the ground is excited. That's the cricket that Caribbean people love to see.
Lane in. This one outside the off stump, reverting to line and length, but certainly there was a beautiful bounce a while ago. Out of the blue. Nobody was expecting it.
Yes.
But
And
at least
we were saying earlier that we were impressed with Lane as a bowler. What we see from him is that he seems to be thinking about how he's trying to dismiss the batsman. So
Yes.
he has a plan that he's working
definitely,
to.
there's no two ways about it, and I'm certain that he shook up Ramlal with that one. It was a really, really good bouncer. In he comes from the southern end, races in. Again, another one that lifted on him, and he's really a no ball. A no ball, and they're going for a run here. Well, we'll wait to see what really happens. It isn't a ball.
Yeah, I think he tried to bowl another slow delivery there, but it slipped out of his hands when he was trying to cut across it, and it came to the batsman on the full above the waist. So that's a signal there from the umpire, no ball.
As you're quite right to say, he is really thinking as to how to dismiss Ram, because you had two line and length deliveries, then you had a vicious bouncer, then you had this one that slipped out of his hand, a slow delivery. So as going back to what you're saying, he's really thinking as to how can we dismiss this Ramlal.
Yeah, very stubborn batsman indeed.
Extremely stubborn. Over 3 hours and he's on 33, 129 for 4. As Lane in to bowl to Rambaran. Rambaran stands up tall and forces it back to the bowler. No run. The lead now is 82 the lead, and building, as I said, probably if they can get up to about 110 by close of play for the same 4, they will find themselves in pole position if they can reach there. We just a matter of conjecture. 2 slips in a gully, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and square leg as we wait on Rambaram holding up Lane. What is the hold up already here? We're not too sure what's the hold up. Players have been held up, we're not too sure. They was checking on the number of balls left in the over. As Lane to bowl to Rambaran in this one. Good line, good length, and no ball. And I think he's striving hard for Barbados, and he overstepped for the infringed the second time in the over now. 130 for 4. Sundry to the total. Sundry is up now to how many extras they are, Ankia? 17 extras in this total. I think basically they are striving hard and striving real hard towards trying to get another wicket, because it's not as been easy as yesterday. Today is a different day, a different ball game, different pitch. Lane in, and here is Rambaran to the right of cover. They're going for a sharp single. The return comes in, but he gets home very easily, and he's up now to 33 at the end of the over. 131 for 4. Another very interesting over there by Lane, trying his utmost towards looking for a breakthrough for his country.
Yes, and I think the Barbados team realizes now that it's a pivotal next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. Because if they do not get a wicket and the runs continue to tick over, then they will see the lead nearing or going past 100, which will really put the Trinidad team in a strong position going into the next day.
Quite true. 131 for 4, both batsmen on 33. As is it Sealy going to continue this top end? Yes, it is Sealy continue from the top end. We are waiting the field placing. So what do you think this Barbados skipper can do at this point in time to try and effect a breakthrough?
Yeah, I would change Sealy. Sealy, although he's been bowling well, he seems to be a bit more of a defensive bowler. What they need now is a wicket. And I think the other left-arm spinner looked a bit more threatening in terms of dismissing the batsman, which is Steve Vincent.
Yes, okay. Fair one. So now Sealy will continue from the northern end and with a predominant leg side feel to Rambaran. Let's see what happens. I'll get to the field placing in a while. As Sealy to Rambaran. Flighted, and he pushes this one out to short, straightish mid-on, and there is no run. So there's a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a deep long on, deep long off. The men in the country areas tend to speak. I don't think he's really asking Rambaran to really play the big shots. He should tempt him by having the mid-on in a bit and the mid-off in a bit. In. Back he goes and forces it past cover, and they're going to get a comfortable. No, they have turned back quickly. Attempted to go past cover, there was a half stop, and they retreated, total 131 for 4. But certainly Cookie, he can actually move both long on and long off and bring them in and tempt Rambaran to go over the top.
Yes, and Sealy has shown that he has fairly good control.
Sealy in, forward defensive, and there is no run. Because what happens to Rambaran, he's hoping not to play those big shots because the men out in the country areas, if they were in tempting him to go over the top, it's a different ball game. As Sealy in, this one driven, comfortable single out to long off, long on, flighted, pushes it out, and he gets a single, 132 now for the loss of 4. But I believe if you have any long on, with this type of Rambaram, if you have the long on and long off, bring them into mid-on, mid-off, get him to flight and see if he will be tempted to go over the top and increase the chances of him
getting a dismissal. Yeah, and that last delivery that he bowled was generously flighted, and yeah, if they were in the circle, he may have gone.
He may have gone for it, exactly, and he may very well misjudge. He may go past the bat and be bowled, be stumped. You know, so you have increased the chances of getting a dismissal. But they are young and they will learn. As we see Sealy to bowl now to Ramlal. Ramlal defends this one. He takes the outer portion of the bat, goes past a leg slip area. He nudges another single. So he's up to 34. So too is Rambaran, 133. For the loss of 4, 133 for the loss of 4, and the singles are being ticked off, and this as the score continues to build. 86 is the lead at this moment as in comes Sealy, back goes Rambaran, and this one missed, taken by the keeper, no run. A pretty good delivery, 34 piece, 133 for 4. As another over goes by.
Yeah, that one had some bounce on it. He went back on the back foot. He was looking to cut. In the end, he just jabbed it out on the offside. But, you know, as we have been saying all day, that this end, the spinners are getting good purchase, good bounce from this end. And the Barbados team looking a little tired. They have been out in the field now for just over almost two sessions. And they're looking a little bit tired. They would have hoped to have made more inroads into the Trinidad team by now, but they must not hang their heads. They still need to give it a good last boss now before the end of the day, to see if they could pick a couple of wickets.
They should really try and give it a last boss in this 40 minutes here. And what has happened, I think the individuals held up this game as far as they're concerned is Ramlal. He is the key because he has basically blunted the Bajan attack as they try their very best. But an interesting situation, Lane, who's really trying hard for Barbados, thinking fast bowler in to bowl to Ramlal. Ramlal clips this one away, lined on the leg stump, clips it out to long on, and he gets a single. He's up to 35, and the total 134 for the loss of 4. And news out of Cumberland. Listen to this, Cookie. Barbados, Jamaica, 210 for 4, lead by 303.
Well, Leewards are looking staring down the barrel right now. They would have to bat all day tomorrow, most likely. The Windwards, sorry.
Well, I would assume they are looking to maybe get him a half an hour tonight, some period tonight, to try and get a wicket or two. As in goes Lane, and Ramdaran plays at this one, a good one this time. Went across him and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. So I think 300, to be honest with you, is a hell of a lot of score.
Yeah, they will not get the runs. It's just a matter of whether they will be able to approach it like Ramlal.
Yeah,
and bat all day
survive.
tomorrow.
But the thing about it, there's still time this afternoon. Are they going to bat on to give them, 350 and close them off completely tomorrow? I'm not too sure. It might be wiser to give them 300. As in goes Lane, forward defensive, the full face of bat by Rambaram, and there is no run. So what would you have done if you were in their position?
I would have declared and tried to get a 2 bites at the cherry, so to speak. The ball will still be very new tomorrow, but try to get about a half an hour today at the opening batsman and the top order. If you nick out 2 or 3, then you will be in a good position going into tomorrow. Yeah,
because they will have to break some tournament record this year if they get a 301 lay. I don't think it's really possible with the quality of batting that the teams has in. Outside the off stump, a bit too wide, allowed to go to the keeper, and there's no run. So they certainly got those runs fairly quickly. Yes, I think I'm right in saying that, because the Windies went on to bat with an extended lunch period and eventually batted after lunch. Yes, I think I'm right in saying it. They were 179 for 8 at lunch, and they went on and batted a little bit, and then they got out just after lunch, and they've really been playing some 20 shots to get those runs so quickly. Outside the off stump, and he played at that one, 2 good deliveries that left Rambaran from lane. You can really see he is thinking how to try and get another wicket tonight for his country.
Yes, he's looking a bit dejected, holds it as he walks back to his mark, but he might be thinking to himself, what do I need to do to get a wicket here now?
Keep probing away. That's basically what he has to do. And I think he will more fancy himself bowling at Rambaran rather than Ramlal. So, and he has Rambaran for himself. So basically 2 out of the last 3 deliveries he's played and missed. As Lane in, again a pretty good delivery, a hostile delivery there from Lane, and he walks down the crease and said a few words there to Rambaram, but certainly he's working up a good head of steam despite the conditions being what they are.
Yes, he's giving it a good effort for his team and for his country here. Young Johan Lane really bending his back to see what he can extract from the slow surface. Much slower than it was yesterday, but that was a very sharp delivery there, passing across the nose of Rambaran as he looked to defend. Seems as if there will be a bowling change in Gunny. It seems as if the young man Don will be introduced to the bowling. Maybe he's an off spinner.
As Don is going to try something. Well, let's see what happens. Sometimes these bowling changes do bring rewards, sometimes. You see the batsmen are in, they are settled, and it's like, as we say, you're not too sure, he's not a bowler, he's not going to out me, but somewhere along the line tends to get a wicket or two, tend to. But we'll see how Ramlal, which I suspect he will play in the same way as he played the other main bowlers. It's really Rambaran who may be tempted and could bring success for Barbados. But let's see how it goes. It's Don from the top end and other end. What does he bowl? Is it off spin? It looks like off spin to me.
Off spin, yeah.
Off spin and driven, and he's out caught. Exactly what I said.
Short extra cover, Gunny.
Short extra cover, flighted, and Ramlal losing his cool, his 4 shot of anger, and he's out caught by Leacock, driving into his hand to his left, and the change of bowling, as I was saying, sometimes they work. This one has worked.
Yes, absolutely, and we're also talking about the position that he was caught at. On a slow pitch, you tend to get people caught at short extra cover and short mid-wicket, because just a fraction into the shot a little bit early, and you can get that going towards one of those men. So sharp catch taken there by Leacock, and that is a massive wicket for the Barbados team. They will feel now that they are back in it, Gunny?
Certainly, they would definitely feel they're back into it. It's 134 for 5. The lead is 80 what? 87? 87 is the lead, and that game has certainly tilted back a little bit with Ramlal out of the way. We'll see what type of approach the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago batting will bring to the afternoon proceeding. But certainly a vital wicket there from Don, having taken the wicket of Ramlal, and he would have batted for what, 3 hours and 25 minutes. 3 hours 25 minutes. Really, really, really long innings indeed by Ramlal. I thought he hit 1 boundary, I think, in all overall. Ankia? I think it's 1 boundary probably struck. Score? Ramlal. 2 boundaries. He got 2 fours, and he really, the Rock of Gibraltar has gone, and now is a chance that Barbados has to try and attack the rest of the Trinidad and Tobago batting and see how things pans out. But certainly the change has worked. Don has taken the wicket, or the vital wicket of Ramlal. 134 for the loss of 5. Let's see what will happen between now and 5 o'clock. Don with this off spin, and that first delivery looked to me like a Craig Braffett type of thing, just straight into the air. That's what it looked like to me. Let's see what happens. Outside the off stump, and flighted, tempting, and the new man in.
James. It looks like James.
Orlando James. Interesting for 35 minutes left in the day's play with the dismissal of Ramlal. As Don from the northern end in, flighted again, and this one he drives out to extra cover, and there's no run. 135 for 5, and I believe we are in for an exciting 35 minutes of play here. 33 minutes of play left as Don from the northern end into James, and he aborts his run, and there is no run. And as I said, sometimes these changes do work, and this I've seen it just before, and he got it. The vital wicket and the precious wicket in Ramlal has done into bowl to James. Flighted delivery, and he's forward defensive, and there is no run. Is he going to play a Ramlal type of innings, Mr. James? Is he? I'm not sure. As done into James, forward defensive, and they are out on the onside. Another delivery is up to come from this bowler in Don, and certainly Barbados feel happy, must be feeling happy that they have taken the vital wicket of Ramlal. In goes Don, and this one James clips away out to deep mid wicket. He's off the mark with 1, and 135 for 4. The end of a successful over and a vital wicket there. So between you and us, Net, we'll take it up to closer play for this next half an hour. Exciting cricket remain here this afternoon, I'm predicting.
Yes, welcome, Osnet. Welcome back.
Yes, afternoon. As Connie would have mentioned, waiting for a very good last half an hour or so. But Barbados just getting a wicket in the last over. We're looking to press home the advantage now. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 88 runs, so they'll be looking to get to that magical 3 figures, and then anything from there, Lance, I think, would be type of bonus capacity.
Yes, well, in effect, they're 87 for 5 in terms of the lead, so another 13 runs or so, they'll get them to 100. As I said previously a few times on commentary, 120 to 150 lead. I think both sides will feel that they're in with a chance. But once you go beyond that, then the trend, the pendulum will swing towards Trinidad. And at least based on the current conditions and what we have seen so far in the game from both batting teams and the bowling sides. So I think that the Barbadians now will be pressing to get a few more wickets before close of play.
Yes, this is a very good spell so far from Vale. It's his 3rd or 4th spell for the day. He's really running in hard, and that's good to see. It tells you that he's very fit. And also the lines and legs that he has been bowling is very impressive.
And you may not necessarily know, but I was on with Gunny a while ago, and he bowled some very good short deliveries to Ramlal. And who knows, Ramlal might have said, boy, after getting all that fire, here's a sweetie pie coming on now to bowl. And that may have just, caused him to relax a little bit.
Ultimately, it was a full toss, really.
Yeah, it was.
He was just trying to push it through cover. He kind of up his sheet.
catch there by Leacock to remove Ramlal. That was a very big wicket for Barbados. Give them a lot of confidence moving forward. So lead again, short. James just riding this one. Every now and then you see him perhaps bending his back a bit more and getting the ball, even from that end, to come through at a very good pace and bounce.
Yes, and again, that's why I was saying I'm commending this bowler from the beginning of this game. I like what I've seen from him, and he's really putting in the hard yards now to try to bring his team into good contention.
Some batting ability. He saw that part, hit some big sixes. So he does have some batting ability, maybe in the attacking sense, but to show about his defense. Just has to be positive to show what he's thinking of doing, and just trying to build a partnership here with Ramlal at the end of the second innings.
Yeah, what he needs to do is to bat with his vice captain now, and because of the style of play that he has, somebody like him, if he closes out the day and comes back tomorrow, he can be very vital for his team. If he could score 40 runs or something like that, he would give them much needed runs.
Has been a very troubling line for Ramlal so far. We've seen rain going past his outside edge on a number of occasions now. James coming on perhaps just tell his vice captain, just be careful outside the off stumps, all those business, perhaps just pitching and leaving him. Maybe better so to just allow them to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Absolutely, because it's not as if he's trying to attack them in any way. So once they're not threatening his bat, he could leave them alone.
I think such has been the nature of Ramlar's game so far is that he has basically hit in the middle of the bat on most occasions. So sometimes as a batsman in those situations, he just tries to feed bat on ball. I think he's a bit guilty of perhaps playing a couple of deliveries that he should not be playing at this stage in the evening.
Yes, let me just break in, just let you know the scores out of Cumberland. Jamaica has just declared 229 for 5. Declared at 229 for 5, setting a Winwards 322 to win.
So that's a massive total. Therefore, Winwards to chase Allanson.
Well, just as I said, when Gunny had asked me what I'll do, I said I'll give them half an hour. So they're giving them just about half an hour tonight.
That's Rambaran again, is just pushing this one out to cover. I think at some point, well, I believe in the back of Rambaran's mind, he should be thinking about the close of play at this point in time, because we're just about 28 minutes or so before the end of play. So we should be able to get in maybe 6-7 overs, all things being equal.
Yes, they should.
In that space of time.
They should. We have had 50 overs in the innings. I think that we were told that 58 overs should be bowled before close of play. So they are close, more or less, with that. What we saw from Trinidad this morning was a very good over rate because of the spinners in operation. So that has helped us out where we would not be leaving here at 6 p.m., wasn't it?
Yes, thankfully. As dawn continues, are you a bit surprised? Perhaps we could have brought in back the left arm spinner Stevenson. Dawn came on, he did his job. Maybe the captain is just rewarding him for that wicket.
Well, let's see how he goes. He might get a few more. Sometimes that's the way of life.
It really is a tricky situation there. Here we have a bowler, perhaps is not one of your frontline spinners. We got him to break a partnership. And then sometimes the tendency might be for us to just remove him from the bowling attack and bring back one of our premier spinners, especially to the new player, James. The left arm spinner perhaps will be turning it away from the right hander, which could be a bit more challenging. But I guess the skipper has a bit more faith in Don at this point in time.
Well, he would know him better than we do. And of course, there's also a left hander at the crease, so he'll be turning it away from him. What he will be thinking now is that maybe if I give him an over or two, let's just see how he goes for another over or two. If he gets struck, then I'll definitely pull him out.
Fair point. He seems to be bowling a rather flat trajectory. I'm not really getting any sort of tone or pronounced tone and bounce. Just trying to just get it through, as they would say. It's a short delivery. He's cutting this one. Rambaran behind point. They'll settle for a single. There's a man out there at deep cover. A short delivery there. He's going back and just cutting that one, perhaps upishly, but safely in the end. So another one is added to the total, 138 for 5.
Yeah, on that occasion, that one actually turned away from the bat, had some turn on it, and got the toe end of the bat. So that's why Ramlal can hit it upishly. He didn't get the timing on it because of the turn.
As we see James, he's driving. Not looking the most elegant in defense. As we mentioned before, perhaps his forte is striking the ball. But at this stage in the afternoon, with just about 27 minutes remaining, I don't think that is his best option.
Yeah.
Good single taken there down to long on. Full toss, just punching it down to long on.
Yeah, and he seems to be aware that that is what he wants to do. He doesn't really want to give it away. I'm sure when he went out, everybody would have been clear, both him and the vice captain out there, and also the think tank before he walked out as to what his role is until close of play. And I think that his role is simply to do what Ramlal was doing, at least for today. And if both of them survive for the rest of the day, then I think that what he may try to do is take a few minutes tomorrow and then expand as they go further into the day. But the Barbados team, you can see now that Stevenson is being reintroduced. Lane is being removed from the attack after that spell. Very exciting spell, you must say. Some quick short deliveries. Had everyone oohing and ahhing around the commentary box, I'm sure. And I'm sure some of you at home as well.
Yes, that was a very good spell. A fiery spell, as they would say. Especially at the end of the day, considering what has gone on before us. That was a very good spell to see. A big fast bowler bowling from perhaps not his preferred end as well. And he was able to really trouble the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen there with a quick, fiery spell. Stevenson coming in from that southern end. A bit surprised at that. Thought he would have perhaps come from this end where he would have bowled a bit better in terms of getting more from the surface by way of turn and bounce. But the captain is bringing him from the southern end.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you there. I think that this is the end really that he should be bowling from. He was doing excellently in his previous spell from this end.
So it's Ramlal on strike again. And he'll be facing up to Stevenson. He has played the left arm spinners very well, Ramlal, since arriving at the crease. Managed to get a couple of boundaries as well as a massive 6 over square leg. And we've seen him play a shot similar to that, in terms of not a full-blooded pull shot, just perhaps a lap. I would call it a lap down to fine leg. Got a boundary like that earlier. In that situation, in that previous delivery though, he's missed it completely. Once again, another huge appeal. The Barbadians here putting a lot of pressure on the umpire. But in that situation, I think the batsman would have been struck outside the off stump playing a shot. He should not be given out.
Yes. Absolutely so. And you can see Stevenson already is causing a few problems.
I think we've reached a stage where the batsmen will be looking towards tomorrow. Yes, so they will try and take as less risk as possible for the remainder of these overs that we have. He's driving down the ground this one nicely. Gets an easy single. Once again, a bit surprised to see a long on and long off into position at this stage of the innings or this stage of the day. With just a few overs remaining. It's 141 for the loss of 5.
Well, I think what it says too, I'll continue after this delivery.
As Stevenson again, he's just walking this one nicely. James, one more added to his personal tally. He moves up to 6. The score is 142 for 5.
Yeah, and what I was saying is that what it says to us, the fact that there's long on and long off in place, is that the Barbados team, they are cognizant of the lead now for the Trinidad team. And they do not want it to reach too far tonight, because they're already more than 90 runs ahead. We just look over on the scoreboard. I'm seeing there that's 95 runs ahead of the Trinidad of the Barbados team. And Barbados team will be thinking to themselves, well, we have a few minutes left today. We don't want them to pass, probably if they survive the evening, we don't want them to be beyond 110 or 150. We definitely don't want them to be 125, 130 ahead and having to come back tomorrow, because that would be putting a lot of pressure on the Barbados side.
Fair point, Alanson. I think we would have spoken about that fact earlier in terms of trying to find the right balance, really, in terms of attacking and also ensuring that the opposition doesn't score quickly. It will be done again from the northern end, this delivery. James is coming forward and just pushing it up to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So Dawn is in his third over. He got the wicket of Ramlal earlier. So he's been rewarded for that big wicket by his captain.
Well, since we saw Stevenson introduced from the southern end, it is unlikely now that Dawn will be replaced quite quickly. It seems as if both of them will have a spell coming to the end of play here.
As this one is a bit quick and flat outside the off stump, James is just allowing it to be taken by the wicketkeeper. I get the feeling, though, that at some point we'll see pace again for the afternoon. I think perhaps Roberts will have a late evening boss, or even Springer.
Or Springer, who hasn't bowled a lot in this innings.
Yes.
Not to show if all is well with him.
So I think at some point from this northern end, we'll see a seamer coming in. Because as we can see, the Barbadians are pretty much confident in their pace bowling attack. It's their go-to option. And I'm sure it would not be such a bad idea at the end of the evening. Delivery is trying to sweep that one. Coming off the pad there and just trickling out to the man at short fine leg. There's no run. The score remains on 142 for 5. So it's a main over there by Dawn, rushing through that over there, which is what this captain will be looking forward to as well. Try and get as much overs bowled to the Trinidadians as possible.
Yeah, he realizes that this little period here coming towards the end of the day, it's a crucial period, it's a critical period. Both sides would want to come into tomorrow having the upper hand. At this time, the balance is slightly tilted towards the Trinidad team based on what we have seen so far in the game. But a wicket or two just before the close of play, I think, is what the Barbadians will be looking to get, because that will then bring them right back into contention.
Yes, very much so. As we see Stevenson again, he'll be coming from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Rambaran. His delivery is flighted and he's pushing it up back to the bowler. For Trinidadians' sake, I think they would be very much hoping that Rambaran is at least there at the end of the day. He has looked very good so far. He's been positive. He's been positive both in attack and defense. And he's been able to score freely, which a lot of batsmen cannot really say on this particular wicket.
Yes, he has a game that is suited for the conditions. He's diminutive, he's busy, doesn't necessarily look to hit the ball too hard, but uses whatever pace is on offer.
Once again, he's playing this lap shot down to deep fine leg. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they'll get it comfortably. So we have seen a shot a few times now. A delivery just pitching on middle, turning around to the leg stump, and he just works it nicely, neatly. Comes back for second. And the score moves on to 144 for 5. His personal tally goes up to 38. So there's a man at back pad. There's a slip. Man at cover. We have a deepish mid-off, mid-on. This delivery is pulled again out to the man at deep mid-wicket, which is a shot that he has played very well, as we mentioned before. That delivery there by Stevenson, just dropping a bit short. Rambaran rocking back on his back foot and pulling it straight out to the man at deep mid-wicket. He gets another single. He moves on to 39. The total for Trinidad and Tobago, 145 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, when he's pulling the ball, he's ensured that he's actually hitting down on the ball. So he's rolling his wrist over the shot so that he doesn't hit it airily to the deep fielders on the leg side.
Another good single there by Trinidad and Tobago. This is good cricket. Walking the ball into gaps. And seeing that you have the right and left arm combination, it's always difficult for the bowlers to adjust their lines. So James there just coming back on the back foot and just walking that one behind square. Good running. Another single. It's now 146 for 5. James himself is on 7.
James doing a good job so far since he has come out for his side. Playing well within himself and looking to turn the strike around to give Rambaran the strike.
It's close there. A flatter delivery. Rambaran came onto the front foot and the man had short leg. Perhaps was interested for just about a millisecond, but it was a bit away from him. And that's the end of the 54th over. At the end of it, Trinidad and Tobago 146 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So they're exactly 99 runs ahead. You know, some people get nervous on 99, so I don't know if this will bring some something for the Barbados team. But I think some credit must go so far for the approach in the second innings to the Trinidad team, and I wouldn't even say to the Trinidad team, but I would say for the opening batsman Ramlal and those who came from number 5 onward, because those first 3 wickets were really giveaways.
Yes, it will be Dawn again. He's into his 4th. Is it 4th over? Yes, he's into his 4th over. And James is sweeping that one. A very good shot. It should get to the boundary, yes. I think we have seen him attempt that shot about 3 times in the last over. And thankfully for him and Trinidad and Tobago, he was able to make good contact this time. And he sweeps it down to fine leg for 4. The score moves on to 150 for the loss of 4.
He chose the right length and the right line to sweep. That one was not as full as some of the others, and it was also going in the direction of down the leg side. So if he had been struck on the pad, he would not have been out like before.
Yes. So Dawn there. As James again is just pushing this one into the man at short leg there. There's no run. Not too sure if that was an inside edge or no. Bump ball, as they would say.
Well, the lead is now in excess of 100, wasn't it?
Another good delivery. I think there was a bit of an inside edge there.
Yes, that was a bad pad. I mean, just wide, just to the left of the man at short leg, and it really was uppishly played off the inside edge.
I think there's a challenge of feeling at that particular position. It's hard for you to really position yourself in the right place all the time. Right? If you're lucky at times, it can come straight to you. At other times, you'll find these deliveries going to your right or to your left and just keep you guessing.
Yeah, it can be somewhat of a lottery, but they would usually say that on a slower pitch, you'd come a bit forward of square, and on a quicker pitch, you'll just go behind, more towards square or behind square.
Is it a case perhaps they could find another feeder from somewhere? I know we mentioned the need to be attacking at times, but at the same time you're guarding your total, not allowing the opposition to really go away with it. But maybe that's an option you might take in the next couple of overs as it gets closer to the end of the play.
Yeah, I think definitely the last 2 or 3 overs, which will probably be the ones after this one, they should really bring as many people close to the bat as possible. I don't think the Trinidadians will be taking too many risks at that point.
This delivery is walked a bit behind square, and James, he gets another single. He has looked rather confident so far in starting and building this partnership, and at the end of that over, it's 151 for 5.
Nice over for the Trinidad and Tobago team. They got a boundary in that over and some singles, so they'll be pleased with that. The lead is ticking over. They are now in excess of 100, and they'll be pleased with their return so far. 151 for 5 after being bundled out for 107 in the first innings. I was saying previously that they must be commended for this rearguard action, and I think primarily Ramlal, in terms of his doggedness, really showed the way.
So it's Stevenson again, I believe, yes, from the southern end. He'll be looking to give his captain another breakthrough before the end of the day's play. I think perhaps we might see a change in bowling from this northern end. Dawn has bowled 4 overs. Hasn't looked awfully threatening in any case. But the other bowlers, I think they had a long day as well. Maybe that's something the captain is taking into
Yeah, I think that is
consideration.
why Dawn's spell has been that long. I think he's considering who should he bowl now and who is actually fit enough to bowl. I should say, has enough energy to put in a good hard spell here for me at this point in the day.
That's why we test the fitness of the players. And even more so why the spell by Lane, his last spell, was even so more impressive.
Yes, in the two matches that I've commentated so far, I've been very impressed with two of the fast bowlers, which would be Nathan Edwards and Lane today. Well, yesterday as well, but Lane in this game and Edwards from the previous game. That's Edwards, the opening bowler for the Leeward Islands team. Also bats at number 6 as the opening bowler.
So it's James again facing up to Stevenson. Delivery a bit flat. James is behind that one and just pushes it out to the man at silly mid off. And there's no run. So it's 151 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings. Remember, Barbados went overnight at 93 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago were able to dismiss them earlier today for 154. And then in the second innings, Trinidad and Tobago 151 for 5. An improved batting effort, Alanson. And before the start of this innings, we were mentioning that if Trinidad is to get back into this game, they will need to put up one of their better or even their best batting efforts throughout the tournament so far, and that is what we have seen.
Yeah, so credit must go to them because the history wasn't on their side, in their favour so far for the tournament. So all the more reason why this performance from them so far has been impressive. But the game is in the balance right now. Both sides can push forward. Just a couple of overs also left for the day. And I think a few quick wickets either now or early in the morning will please the Barbados team very much. And if the Trinidad team are to put on another 50 or 60 runs, they will start to feel like if the game is going in their favour, swinging there totally. But for the moment, it's still in the balance.
Yes, and I think it will be Seeley who is coming back, the other left-arm orthodox bowler from the northern end. So just as we perhaps would have predicted, Dawn's spell came to an end as we see Ramlal trying to pull this one, a shortish delivery. Delivery perhaps we have seen a bit too much from Seeley. Hasn't been as accurate as perhaps his captain would have wanted. As he comes up again, a flighty delivery this time. Ramlal is forward and pushes it up back to the bowler. So Seeley so far, he has bowled 13 overs, none for 29. So from a Barbados perspective, they would definitely like him to add something in that fourth column before the end of the day's play. And for Trinidad, they would just be looking to get to close of play, not lose any more wickets, and start fresh tomorrow.
And that is definitely the plan. And because I think that is the plan, I'm wondering why there are so many feelers out on the boundary. Everybody should be in now for these last couple of overs.
Yes, just looking at the field, we have a man at slip, we have a man at short cover, we have a long off, long on, man at deep mid wicket, a man at deep square leg, a man at short mid wicket, and a man just to the left of the bowler running in their straightish mid on, as we would say. So it's an in-out field, as we would say. But as you rightfully mentioned, we only have about 7 or 8 minutes remaining in this play, and perhaps the captain should think about getting a few more players around the batsmen.
Yeah, I don't think that you really need 4 boundary fielders at this point in time in the game. I mean, if he hits a boundary or 2 in one of these last overs, it's most likely not going to change the complexion of the game that much. But if you could pick a wicket or 2, tempting him to go over the top, whichever batsman, whether it is Ramlal, the vice captain, or James, his batting partner, they should be able to say, well, we will grab that with both hands.
Very much so. As we see Stevenson, he'll be coming in from the southern end. For him, he has a forward short leg. He has a slip. He has a man at square leg. A man at mid on, mid off. A man in the covers. A man at extra cover. So we actually seen a man coming up from a long leg position now as well. So I think this is a better feel, although I would have liked to see perhaps another man at silly mid on. Perhaps another man at silly mid on would have put a bit more pressure. And as I speak, I'm seeing another man with a helmet on, so I'm thinking he perhaps would be going in short. So
yeah, it's the last 2 overs, wasn't it? So really, they should have everybody in.
I think the skipper there, the wicket keeper, bowled in. Just trying to get his feel right for this particular over.
There's even a case for a leg slip.
As Stevenson again, good delivery, and James is forward, plays it up back to the bowler.
Yeah, that is what you're likely to see from the remaining deliveries. Batsmen defending, so if there's any little extra bounce or turn, you want to ensure that you can get a wicket.
Oh my
He's
goodness,
dropped it.
it's a chap chance there. It was a full toss, and James tried to punch it down the ground and went straight through his arms there, his hands there, Stevenson. A disappointing effort. He will be disappointed with that.
Yeah,
James there getting a life late in the day.
Yeah, he's dropped it, and one could even argue that the fact that the mid-off and the mid-on are in the circle may have even prompted him to play that shot, because if they were back, he might have just defended it. So who knows? You give yourselves opportunities when you can offer some temptation in the last couple of overs of the day.
Yes, that one opportunity that Barbados perhaps were looking for before the end of the day's play presented itself on that last delivery, and Stevenson, unfortunately, was not able to take advantage of that. So now it's Rambaran. He's on strike, facing up to Stevenson. Not a flighty delivery. This one getting the inner portion of the bat. And Chico's out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So 152 for 5, Trinidad and Tobago. As we watch Stevenson again from the southern end. Not a flighty delivery. Rambaran is coming forward and just pushing it back to the bowler. There's no run. I think perhaps Trinidad would be more comfortable with Rambaran facing the left arm spinner than the right-hander. Not a flighty delivery is pushing this one past the man at cover, but there's no run.
Yeah, they currently lead by 105 runs, the Trinidad team. They're 5 wickets in hand, so they will be comfortable with where they are. So they're just looking to shut up shop for the rest of the day.
Yes. Good flighty delivery there. We have seen that this over from Stevenson. Very good action. He's able to flight the ball a bit more in that over. Rambaran, on the other hand, though, is not tempted in any way to go over the top. Perhaps half an hour, 45 minutes ago, he would have been looking to maybe hit that one down the ground. But a good end to the over there for Stevenson. And at the end of it is 152 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, well, what the vice captain Rambaran is showing at this point is good awareness of the game in terms of where his team is and what is required. I would have said the same about James, but that last full toss. But then, it was a full toss, so he probably thought that he could have gotten an easy boundary, but could have been dismissed off that one. So I think that Rambaran is just reinforcing to him that this is the last over. Just make sure that you keep it out, and we'll come back tomorrow.
Yes, so the final over of the day's play will be bowled by Seeley, left arm orthodox spinner. He'll be bowling to James. To this delivery, James is back and just walking it on the yarn side against the spin there. But
that's a dangerous ploy there, wasn't it? He was right across his stump looking to turn that to the onside. If he had missed, candidate for LBW, and Seeley is looking for a wicket for sure.
Yes, very much so. As another delivery there, and James is a long way forward this time. Plays it up to the man at short mid-wicket. There's no run. So 4 balls remaining in the day's play. What can Seeley serve up for his captain? Another flighty delivery. James just pushing it forward. So I think the Trinidad and dressing room perhaps just ticking off these deliveries as they go by.
Absolutely.
A short delivery. He's going back, trying to punch that one through cover. But he finds the man at cover and there's no run. So 2 balls remaining. This delivery is working. That should get some runs here. Maybe 2 or possibly 3. We have not seen a lot of 3 so far. And they actually run 1. Not too sure what was he thinking there. Perhaps they want the left-hander to face. I'm not sure, but then Ramlal is actually the batsman you perhaps would want to come back tomorrow for sure.
Exactly, and you could have run 3 as well. The ball went a fair way to the boundary. It was a man that slipped who had to pursue it down to the long leg boundary.
Yes, so if it was a surprise. It was a surprise there because if I'm thinking along the line that perhaps James should be trying to protect the batsman who above him, in a sense. But Ramlal comes forward, and I think that is the end of the day's play. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings, they are 153 for the loss of 5 wickets, a lead of 106 runs. So it has been a very intriguing day's play so far. Well, it has come to an end, a very intriguing day's play, and a lot to look forward to tomorrow, Alanson.
Yes, I would say so. I think the Trinidad and Tobago team would be the slightly more pleased of the 2 teams at this stage. We mentioned going into this last session that it will determine who will be more happy going into tomorrow, and we saw that the Trinidad team now with a lead of 106 and having bowled very well with their spinners in the first innings, also with the pitch conditions likely to aid their spinners tomorrow, and having still 5 wickets in hand with over 100 lead, I think that they will be very pleased with that. They were able to dismiss the Barbados side for just over 150 in their first innings, and that for them, they'll be thinking that we can reproduce something similar, and with 5 wickets in hand, they may be able to get a lead beyond that 150.
Yes, very much so. Looking at yesterday afternoon, I think the Barbados team were actually in the same position. You could say that Trinidad are in now, in terms of looking good in terms of the prospect for the following day. Hopefully for Trinidad and Tobago, they do not succumb to the collapse that Barbados were able to find themselves in early this morning.
Yes, Barbados lost their last 8 wickets for just over 50 runs, and that is something that the Trinidad team has to be mindful of, and Barbados have to be mindful of that as well. They must say to themselves, we are still in this game with a chance of winning it if we take some early wickets in the first hour tomorrow. The first half an hour, first hour tomorrow will be critical as to the outcome of this game. And at this time, we'll hand over to Gunny, who has some scores and some summaries before we leave.
Well, the news out of Cumberland is Windward Island set 323 to win. At the moment, they are 29 for 2. 29 for 2. So they're really looking down, defeated, except they come back properly tomorrow to get another 294 to win. It's not going to be easy for the Windwards. So it appears to me as if Jamaica will be trying their utmost best towards recording a victory there at Cumberland. Here at the Arnos Vale playing field, Trinidad and Tobago close on 153 for the loss of 5, a lead of 106. A lead of 106. Well, resuming today on 93 for 2 Barbados. Collapsed, I would say, to 154 all out of 71.3 overs, as the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers really bowled brilliantly, and Barbados were open up to their susceptibility to spin bowling, and they were dismissed for 154. With Don, he went today, resuming at 93 for 2. Don went for 27, and Bolden went for 26, 17 from Roach, 13 from Seeley, but the rest did not do anything that worked in double figures. The wickets fell at 97, 101, 126, 130, 138, 138, 138, 154. Pick of the bowlers at Trinidad and Tobago, Vincent Singh, 26 overs, 7 maidens, 5 for 60. 5 for 60. Joseph Davis, the off spinner, 13 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 19. Ramlal, 13.3 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 30. And Agard, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 7. So they were dismissed just before lunch, and they gave the Trinidad and Tobago team, had a lead of 47 over Trinidad and Tobago. They had 10 minutes before lunch, and they closed on 8 without loss. Then they went to tea at 78 for 3, and at close of play 153 for 5. And in their second innings, Jagosai was caught Celia off Leacock for 8. Kisunat caught Celia off Lean for a duck. Ramdu caught Roach off Leacock for 2, 33 for 3 and stuttering. But then a very stubborn 4th wicket partnership between Ramlal and Ramnath, before Ramnath was bowled by Stevenson for 30, 3-0, 78 for 4. And towards the end, Ramlal, long innings of 3 hours, 25 minutes, was caught Leacock off Dawn, the occasional bowler, for 35, 3-4s. And that was that, with Rambaram not out 39, James not out 14, 153 for 5. Bowling for Barbados late in 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 27. Leacock 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 35. Dawn 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. Stevenson 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. 15 overs, 5 maidens, none for 30 is Roberts, and Springer 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2. But certainly, I think the game is still a bit in the balance here, with Trinidad and Tobago leading by 106, 5 wickets intact. And it's a question where we should be looking forward to a very interesting day tomorrow morning early. Barbados will be looking to try and do what Trinidad did to them this morning by dismissing them fairly quickly. And Trinidad and Tobago will be trying to be as stubborn as possible, to bat as long as possible, towards ensuring that they take this lead up to at least a minimum of about 140, 150. But it's still a little bit even, Stevens. But if I were to be a little biased, I was the Trinidad and Tobago nose in front at this point in time, having dismissed Barbados, or come from the position Barbados were in last night. 93 for 2 to dismiss them, or 154. And at 153 for 5 with a lead of 106. I think they're just in front, no matter what happens tomorrow morning, the first hour.
Yes, definitely a good day's play in store for us tomorrow, hopefully. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to build on their lead, while Barbados will be looking to get some early wickets and perhaps put some pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. As we mentioned before, it's been a very good day for Trinidad and Tobago, considering the position they were in overnight. And I'm sure they're hoping for another day tomorrow where they can get the better of proceedings.
Well, that's it from us here, Stanley Hines, on behalf of Cruikshank, Ms. Alison Cruikshank, Osnet Kato, and our 4 competent female scorers, our technician, and all others who have assisted us in the live streaming here. Stanley Hines signing off until tomorrow morning at about 5 minutes before 10. Good night.